It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act Need to Know, standing in the name of Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill 377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act Need to Know, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into my speech, I want to take the moment to recognize the passing of some important people that we've just lost in the last week and a half. On the 4th of April, we lost Bob Mitchell, the father of Corporal Mitchell that was killed in action on the 3rd of October 2006 in Afghanistan, and the father of Mark, who passed from cancer just a few months after that in 2006. The wife of Carol, the papa of Cameron, Ryan, and Jalen. There is no bigger supporter than Bob and his wife Carol of our veterans, and my heart goes out to Carol in particular for the continued sorrow that she faces, but I know she'll still be there for our members of the Canadian Armed Forces. As well, on the 7th of April, we lost suddenly Sean Lenny McDonald, father of Brandon and Caitlin, son of Kay. Really well-connected, important member of our community that we unfortunately lost way too soon. On the 8th of April was the 17th anniversary of losing Tutu Bravo, my 6 soldiers in Afghanistan that were killed by an IED. Donnie Lucas, Aaron Williams, Brent Poland, Christopher Stanix, Kevin Kennedy, and David Greenslade. I will never forget them. And then on 8th of April of this year, the father of one of my best friends, Ben Miedema of Kingston, by way of Cloyne, passed away. Husband of Carla, father of Denise, Emily, Felicia, Jeff, and Ian. And both his sons, Jeff and Ian, are still serving members of our Canadian Armed Forces. My deepest condolences and sympathies to all of their families and friends. May they rest in peace. Now, why we're here today, Mr. Speaker, is to speak to my first private member's bill, Bill C-377, the Need to Know, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act. So what I'm going to cover, Mr. Speaker, is what will this bill do, what it isn't, and most importantly, the why. Not only to address the threats to our democracy, but to minimize the politicization around national security in this country. Where I'm coming from, Mr. Speaker, I've been dealing with classified information for over 25 years. Specifically, highly classified information since 2007, my first tour in Afghanistan, dealing with the incredible electronic warfare capabilities and signals intelligence capabilities that we possess within the military. And I've had the pleasure to sit for the last couple of years on the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. But this issue is something that's been imperative to me years before I was elected. So what is this bill? Literally, the crux of this is one sentence. The bill is really only one sentence. A member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information and with respect from what that application is made. So what does this mean? Well, ultimately, this just means that for the purposes of applying for the security clearance, they have a need to know. It doesn't mean that they will have access to classified information, and I'll get into that later. But why is this bill so important to be passed? Ultimately, it's to improve transparency and accountability, education, not only about the ever-changing threats to Canada and our democratic institutions and processes, but really education to Canadians and parliamentarians, and ultimately to rebuild trust in our democratic processes and institutions. So I'm going to try to explain this in the rest of my speech, Mr. Speaker, through really the lengthy preamble. The preamble is much longer in this speech than the actual bill itself. So the first paragraph is, whereas members of the Senate and the House of Commons play a key role in holding the government of Canada to account, and in order to be able to fulfill that role, they must have sufficient access to critical information, including the facts and rationale underlying key government decisions. Let's just take testimony at Proc in the recent weeks. We have Vincent Rigby, who served as the National Security and Intelligence Advisor from January of 2020 to June of 2021. He's quoted as, transparency needs to be increased by producing annual public threat assessments, responding to the NSICOP reports, publishing intelligence priorities, and most importantly, sharing more intelligence with members of Parliament. Wesley Wark at the same committee, in his testimony, in his view, Canadians lack literacy about national security, a deficiency which could be improved by holding public hearings on national security, as these could increase public understanding and education about this aspects of government. I would argue this is bigger than just the Canadian population. This is about Parliament too, as the representatives of Canada, both elected here in the House and those appointed in the other place. I'll get more into how Parliament and the government have handled highly publicized issues a bit later in my speech. The next paragraph of the preamble of the bill, whereas the Government of Canada typically restricts access to classified information to individuals who pass a personal security screening process and who need access to the information in order to perform their official duties, i.e. the need-to-know principle. So what is need to know and how does it work? How does it work? How do we protect our classified information in this country? Well, first off, you have to be in a job. You have to have a reason to do it, and that's really ultimately why I'm bringing this speech forward, is to have that debate and make the case that Parliament has a need to know. Not all the time and not to everything, but that we as parliamentarians have a need to know. But just because you have that need to know, you actually got to demonstrate that you're trustworthy, and that's done through the security clearance process. When you apply for that security clearance process, again, depending upon the level, it's actually a very arduous process, or it can be. In fact, it's something I could give you a whole multi-hour speech on how we need to improve this processing of security clearances in this country. But ultimately, you apply for it, your credit rating, you're basically opening up your whole life to the national security apparatuses to vet you, make sure that you're trustworthy to have access to classified or sensitive information. I'll just give you a bit of a sample so listeners can understand how many security clearances have been processed alone in the last decade or less. Actually, since 2016, I put an OPQ in that I got a response to last May. Here's the key departments that applied. D&D, over 65,000 applications for secret level security clearance. How many denied in that time frame? 2. Oh, wow. ESDC, 8,916. How many denied? 14. Bank of Canada, 2,400, denied 1. NRCan, 8,900 applied, 6 denied. Overall, just shy of 250,000 officials or bureaucrats, people within the government, applied for security clearances from 2016 to 2023, and only 23 were denied. So that gives you a scope of just how many people have access to this information and how many need to know within the bureaucracy. But as I mentioned earlier, just because you have that security clearance doesn't mean you get access. A good example, during the convoy protests that were occurring here in Ottawa, I still had my top secret security clearance. I maintained that when I released from the Canadian Armed Forces. I made the case in this House. Why, if the government is sort of lacking that trust with the general public and there's concerns over what the threats are, etc., why wouldn't the government share that information with privy councillors, former privy councillors? They already have been vetted, or a number of the members of Parliament here that have a security clearance of some sort. I'm going to skip to the last paragraph of the preamble right now because it sort of fits better in my speech. And whereas Parliament considers that a member of the Senate or the House of Commons must be able to apply for a secret security clearance, and if that member passes the personnel security screening process, to be granted that security clearance. So I just want to make sure this is clear what it is. It means you can apply. It doesn't mean that you're going to pass. And in fact, I would argue there's quite potentially individuals within both our chamber and the other place, that may not pass. Who knows why? I don't have access to that information, and frankly, it's none of my business. But most of the time in my past experience where people fail to get security clearances is because they don't really want it, or they're not honest when they're actually doing the process, because that's what the question is. Is there something out there that if a foreign state or somebody could hold over you and basically blackmail you, that questions your trustworthiness to have access to that information? But what it isn't. My bill, if it passes, isn't going to guarantee that everybody in this chamber and everybody in the other house or the other place gets access to classified sensitive information, right? That's not what this does. It's the first step in allowing, and I'll get into it, important debate and discussions around issues that are highly sensitive or important. And one other note I'd like to point out is privy councillors, our government themselves, don't actually have security clearances. In fact, I would argue one of the least vetted people, and it's not a shot at our current Prime Minister, that's been vetted is the current Prime Minister, because he had the privilege of becoming the leader of his party and ultimately the Prime Minister without being a former privy councillor. When you're a privy councillor or you're being appointed by the government, by the Prime Minister, to sit as a cabinet member, the system actually vets you. Now, you'd hope that when the current Prime Minister was going through that process, that he was being vetted, and if there was a flag, that the apparatus would have flagged it to the Prime Minister of the day, Mr. Harper, and made if there would have been any issues. But my point is, privy councillors actually don't have a security clearance in the traditional sense for those of us that served in law enforcement or in the military that went through the whole process, or somebody that has had the privilege of sitting on NSICOP, for example. So what are the real risks to my bill? Well, really there are no risks other than the risks of somebody, if they applied, were denied, the political risk to themselves if that information was to ever become public. But again, that's not something that would be released. It's privacy information. It's not actually information that's tied to having access. So why is this so important? The next portion of my preamble gets into, in the face of threats to world peace and security posed by nefarious state and non-state actors, the government of Canada needs to make challenging decisions relating to national security, which it must do in a manner that is consistent with its constitutional duty to be accountable to Parliament and that respects the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. I'm not going to focus on all the threats. So many committees, including and even the latest government's defense plan update, NSICOP reports, covers the threats. I don't think I need to really explain that. But I want to focus on the accountability and transparency side. So if I just grab from the conclusion part of Top Secret, which is a Top Secret Canada edited by Stephanie Carvin, Thomas Juneau, and Greg Forsyth, the conclusion. I'm going to read a few quotes here. Indeed, the Canadian National Security and Intelligence community as a whole has traditionally not been very transparent, unquote. Next quote. In a democracy, first, transparency is, or should be, an end in itself, unquote. Quote, there is also a strong pragmatic and utilitarian case in favor of greater transparency. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies need the buy-in of society they seek to protect. When they earn the trust of the population, it's far easier to gather information to build and maintain collaborative ties with key communities and ultimately to do their jobs. Yet when security agencies, i.e. the government, are closed and perform poorly in terms of transparency, it is more difficult for citizens to trust them, and it opens space for erroneous information, misperceptions, and conspiracy theories to circulate. This reinforces a dynamic of mistrust and suspicion, unquote. And the final paragraph of that book, Mr. Speaker, quote, a challenge for the government, I would say for Parliament, remains to deepen the public's understanding of the workings of the national security sector. Canadians, and indeed their political leaders, must have the context to avoid swinging wildly from indifference to panic when security events occur. Likewise, transparency and national security literacy help citizens tease apart real scandals from the noise. More generally, Canadians shall need to develop a renewed understanding of the hard dilemmas that frequently arise in securing a free and democratic state. The last couple of preambles, I'm not going to read them all, Mr. Speaker, but they really focus on allowing that access. That's what this speech will do. But again, it talks about two examples under the current government and the previous government. So we got the Winnipeg Lab scandal, and we talk about the Afghan detainee files issues under the previous Harper government. How did Parliament address those issues? They formed ad hoc committees at the last minute, created a lot of, I would say, undue politicizations of that whole process, whereas if we had members already qualified, we'd already or cleared, we could speed up that process and help downplay the politicization, and we've seen this most recently even with the foreign interference. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to get to what PROC passed unanimously last week, their recommendation 3, that the government work with recognized party whips to facilitate security clearances at a secret level or higher of caucus members who are not privy councillors, who shall be taken as satisfying requirements for a need to know to ensure that they may be adequately briefed about the importance of national security matters, including foreign intelligence threat activities directed towards Parliament or the party or its caucus members. So considering that Parliament has already, PROC has already unanimously passed basically what my bill is calling for, I could seek unanimous consent to have my bill just pass at all stages. I won't, because getting back to the most importance of why I'm debating this is to improve the education of Parliament and Canadians. I look forward to any questions that my honourable colleagues may have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his rationale that he set out in his bill, and I don't particularly disagree with his important comments about accountability and transparency. I think that would actually go a long way in accomplishing what he set out to do. My question more comes down to the need to know and how that relates to various different operations that might be ongoing. How somebody getting access to information. And if there's too many people with access to that particular information, it could actually end up jeopardizing an ongoing operation. I'm not saying that that's a reason to vote against this, but my question would be, what are his thoughts on that and how we can continue to keep those individuals safe?
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Very valid question, Mr. Speaker. So, look, I highlighted just how many people have security clearances in the country already. Over the last 8+ years, over almost 250,000. The government ministers themselves, and I would argue likely some of the parliamentary secretaries, have the privilege of access to that, a lot of classified sensitive information. NSICOP gets access to things, although they're prevented from accessing ongoing current investigations. And again, ultimately, just because you have it, it gets to my point, it doesn't mean the government has to give it. And when a committee, as a decision, makes, let's just use, say, foreign affairs or public safety, makes the case for why they need access and they pass that, that's the will of Parliament. And as I've given a couple of examples of the Afghan detainee files, of the Winnipeg Lab files, it doesn't mean that they're going to get there. But part of the reason in both those cases the government came up with an ad hoc process was because they said that members of those committees didn't have the appropriate classification. So this helps address that, but ultimately it's on the individuals to protect that information if it could compromise security for the individuals in this country.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today, and I think this bill has some very interesting portions to it. It was interesting to listen to him speaking today. I have received the security clearance because of some of the work that I've done with my other colleagues on the Winnipeg Labs documents. And I recognize his perspective that this does increase transparency. I think it's very, very important to have that there. I also recognize that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act is supposed to have a statutory review every 5 years, and we are 2 years overdue on that. But the question I have for the member, if I could, has he looked at what other countries around the world do? We know that the U.S. has much more oversight, but I'm wondering if he's looked at other G7 countries, other allies, how they deal with this issue.
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
So I have looked at some of them, but not specifically on this process, because a lot of them it's actually a lot simpler to get a security clearance or access to that information. They have, in general, the UK has a much broader system to allow it. The U.S., and I'm not proposing we adopt a U.S. system of congressional or senatorial oversight. That's not what I'm suggesting here. I'm just suggesting the first step in a process which would just allows you to apply. As I've mentioned, my bill doesn't guarantee that a member or a senator will actually get that clearance, and it doesn't guarantee that they'll get access. All it's saying is that the government can't use the government of the day, regardless of the political party, can't deny somebody from applying to get a security clearance. That's literally all my bill does.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, on a brief question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just appreciate this member's contribution. Often when people come to this place, they either try to build up the government or build up Parliament. This obviously is building up Parliament. He talked about education, and I know that there's a lot of confusion around oversight and review. To me, this bill just really creates a floor, not a ceiling as to how much. And it's usually ministers that have oversight duties, and it's usually parliamentarians in certain cases that would have the review. Could he explain how this would benefit and to which side?
Brief answer from the honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
You know, well, look, great question. My whole point here is to increase that level of education and I would argue parliamentary oversight. I talked at length about accountability and transparency. Ultimately, all of us in this place were elected to represent Canadians. You can't open up, and there's a huge demand. I'm sure you heard it from some of your constituents. The members heard from some of his constituents that the fact that, hey, why can't I know about certain things? Well, in reality, there are legitimate reasons why we need to protect information. I'm just saying here's a way, through a proper process, Parliament can actually get to know this information and hold the government to account and provide greater transparency as we continue to improve national security and intelligence in this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-377 and the important issues therein. Mr. Speaker, the role of Parliament is crucial to protecting our democracy and holding government to account. Since 1867, members of Parliament have upheld the principles and practices of Canadian democracy and must ensure they are able to continue to do so in the future. That is why the government takes the issue of transparency very seriously. In fact, in 2017, we announced the National Security Transparency Commitment and made a number of changes within the National Security Act. The National Security Transparency Commitment is about integrating our core democratic values into our national security activities. Canadians need to understand what the various departments and agencies who are working tirelessly to protect each and every Canadian do. Canadians also need to understand the legal structure that is required to protect our national security and how difficult choices are made every day. Finally, it is important that we engage with Canadians openly so that they understand what issues have an impact on our national security. I am proud to say that our government have made great progress since the announcement of the National Security Transparency Commitment and continue to advance that work tirelessly to ensure that everyone in Canada understands the issues at play and how we are working to protect them. The National Security Transparency Advisory Group was created in 2019 to help the government to deliver on the national security commitment. The role of the NSTAG is crucial as they provide advice to the Deputy Minister of Public Safety and other government officials on the implementation of the National Security Transparency Commitment. The National Security Act 2017 also created the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, which is an independent body that is external to government. NSIR has the mandate to review all Government of Canada national security and intelligence activities to ensure that they are lawful, reasonable, and necessary. NSIRA can also investigate public complaints regarding key national security agencies and activities. The NSIRA reports provide invaluable information to parliamentarians and Canadians and are a way to inform them of the lawfulness of the government's actions. I want to make it clear that no government department or agency's national security and intelligence activities are exempt from scrutiny by NSIRA and by extension parliamentarians and Canadians. To be clear, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service and the Communication Security Establishment's activities are not exempt from this scrutiny. The National Security Transparency Commitment and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency provide important means of enabling public transparency and expert scrutiny of national security and intelligence activities. There is also a third component that is vital to making an effective accountability framework for national security and intelligence activities. That is the parliamentary oversight. The sponsor of this bill is right to highlight the important role that parliamentarians play. Recognize this important role, the government enacted the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act in 2017. This act created a committee of parliamentarians made up of members of either house to scrutinize the national security and intelligence activities across the federal government. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians can look into intricate details of national security and intelligence agencies' activities. The committee may also undertake strategic and systematic reviews of the legislative and policy framework for national security and intelligence activities, including studies of expenditures and administrative decision-making structures. This is important work, and its importance is reflected in the committee's powers. To enable it to do its work, the committee has the right, under its enabling legislation, to access information needed to conduct its reviews. There are only limited exceptions to this right of access, where there is an absolute need, such as to protect the identities of human sources and witnesses protected under the Witness Protection Program. There are a number of aspects of this committee's legislation that I want to emphasize. First is that the mandate of this committee, its powers, its right of access, and its safeguards are legislated. It is vital that there be clear guardrails for processes that deal with the security of information and bring it near the vigorous debates we have in this place. Second is the committee has membership from multiple parties. We can all appreciate how important it is that the processes for managing sensitive information remain nonpartisan. The multi-party nature of the committee is vital to its credibility. This also reflects the care that must be taken when dealing with sensitive information. When sensitive government information enters into the parliamentary space, it must be provided in a transparent, fair, and nonpartisan manner to ensure there are not allegations of misuse. Third, I want to note the care that is taken to ensure the security of information entrusted to members of the committee. Each member of the committee is a person permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act, meaning they may be prosecuted for disclosing special operational information. Members also swear an oath of secrecy and obtain a security clearance. Finally, the Act also provides a pathway for members to make Parliament aware of anything concerning they find. The committee provides reports to the Prime Minister, and when it does so, changes may be required to protect the information. This is appropriate to ensure that sensitive information is protected, but the extent of those changes and the reasons for changes must be noted when the report is made public. There are significant challenges to dealing with classified information in a way that enables transparency and accountability, while also ensuring that what needs to be protected remains secure. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act reflects that there needs to be care taken within the management of information. Simply providing access to parliamentarians is not enough. It needs to be done in a way that is transparent, nonpartisan, and secure, and provides proper mechanisms for concerns to be brought to Parliament's attention. In addition to the NSICOP, the government has also established an ad hoc processes. For instance, in 2021, when opposition parties in the House of Commons asked for production of government documents from the Public Health Agency of Canada in relation to the March 2019 revocation of security clearances for 2 scientists at the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, we established a process to ensure that parliamentarians had access to this sensitive information. On June 2, 2021, the House of Commons adopted an order for the production of sensitive documents held by Government of Canada in relation to that incident. In 2022, the Leader of the Government and leaders of the opposition parties signed a Memorandum of Understanding which outlined the mechanisms for parliamentarians to both access and safeguard the requested information. An ad hoc committee composed of select members of Parliament was established, and committee members were provided with full access to all documents requested in the June 2021 House Order. In addition, the Treasury Board standard on security screening allows for any individual to be security screened by a government department should there be a need. This applies even if the individual is not an employee, and so can be applied to a parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, there are already many mechanisms in place to provide parliamentarians with access to sensitive and classified information. I've just highlighted the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians as well as ad hoc approaches that have been adopted for special circumstances. These procedures and approaches require careful thought about what information is being provided, to whom, and under what safeguards. Most importantly, it is vital that there be effective, credible, and transparent ways to bring information of concern to Parliament's attention after removing information that would harm Canada's national security. It is not enough to simply provide a security clearance. Attention must also be provided to the entire process of providing, analyzing, and releasing information to ensure an effective means of ensuring government accountability and contributing to public trust. The government has put in the processes that do just that. And as the needs shift and evolve, the government will continue to ensure they function properly. I appreciate the members' opposite's interest in ensuring that classified information appropriately flows to parliamentarians. I share this intent in ensuring proper processes are in place, and I'm thankful they are. I urge all members to consider whether an additional proposal is needed and whether it appropriately considers the protection of information that is provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the Conservative member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound proposes that we study Bill C-377, an important bill that requires reflection. If we look at the summary of the bill, it states, this enactment amends the Parliament of Canada Act to specify that a member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information in respect of which the application is made. Confidentiality is always a little bit unclear. I received an email this morning because I'm a member of the Ethics Committee, as is the member for Barrie Innisfil over there. The committee had requested from the Department of Innovation that we receive documents on TikTok, and we received information this morning saying it's none of your business. So now we're wondering if parliamentarians who have parliamentary privilege to obtain information should be able to obtain it. The answer is yes. Now we'll look at how. What would the parameters be? What can be done? So what are we talking about here? If we want to define protection of information, we need to talk about secrecy. What is a secret? Friends, it's what is not said. So that's simple. What is not said, what we don't say, what we can't say, what we must not say, what we won't say, and that's a little bit troubling here. All will agree that the government must be accountable, but it cannot be the sole judge of what it is accountable on. The previous member gave the example of the committee looking at Winnipeg, the ad hoc committee. It was a good initiative, but we had to twist the government's arm for nearly 2 years before it happened. Yes, the right choice was made, but it took a long time. So the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound's bill aims to correct some situations and to ask parliamentarians to intelligently hold Parliament to account. Voltaire said that to tell another's secret is a betrayal, to tell one's own is folly. That seems to inspire the current government. So what is a secret? It's what is redacted. Redaction is a term that originated in the Russia of Nicholas I, and it meant to hide or to suppress. I'll use the word hide here. Redaction is to hide something. Over the years, over the months at the Ethics Committee, over the years working in ethics, I've realized that redaction is one thing, but preventive redaction is another. What is preventive redaction? It's over-redacting just in case, and that's problematic. The Foreign Affairs magazine, in spring 2022, in an article called Keeping the Wrong Secrets, said that we prefer to hide more so as not to be caught. The article goes on to say that we remain focused on keeping too many secrets that don't really matter, treating government information like the crown jewels while leaving private data almost entirely unguarded. In the article, it talked about a Christmas card being redacted. The sum total of redacted documents is enormous. At the Ethics Committee, we have historians who come tell us that they can't learn anything about the Second World War because it's deemed very secret. There are things that will always be secrets, but I find it hard to believe that all of the government decisions during the Second World War can't be consulted. Unnecessary redactions don't allow for wisdom. Our friend Socrates said, "You need to know yourself." If we don't know our history, we can't know ourselves as a people, as a population. Some things must be kept secret, but for how long? For what uses? And for whom? These are questions that need to be asked in this debate on Bill C-377. On the other hand, I understand some things should remain secret. Historically, the intimate, the sacred, the dangerous, these are elements that we've always kept secret. But the bill is not looking at the intimate, the sacred, the fragile, the dangerous. The bill is concerned with classified documents. We know from experience that there's the confidential level, secret, top secret, for Canadian eyes only. These are levels, but what we realize is that classified documents are often overclassified, so people who should be able to know can't. There's information that is top secret and it comes from a foreign source, a member of the Five Eyes. And if we made the information public, it could damage that member. We need to be careful. We need to be discerning. The Winnipeg lab documents were nearly 600 pages, and it was declassified by the ad hoc document. 600 pages redacted for national security, but at the end of the day, there's only 13 or 14 that stay redacted. Well, maybe we can ask questions about over-redaction. Over-classification, maybe it's overly secretive. Too many secrets leads to distrust. Not enough would prevent us from working well, but too much secrecy breeds distrust, and currently there are echo chambers and social media, and that can lead to mistrust. We saw it last winter in front of Parliament on the street, but that's not the only form. If I get back to the bill, we must provide access to classified documents on two requirements. First, a security clearance must have been obtained. Second, there must be a work-related need. For civil servants, it's easier to know what their work is than for parliamentarians. But in the case of a parliamentarian, it's more complicated but not impossible. I mentioned earlier that the government is accountable to Parliament for all of its activities. It shouldn't be able to decide for itself what should be secret at the outset. That is a first recommendation. The bill proposes a simple solution in Section 13(1), Paragraph 1. A member of the Senate or the House of Commons who applies for a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada is, for the purposes of the consideration of their application, deemed to need access to the information in respect of which the application is made. It's good, but it could be problematic at times. The bill respects the privilege of parliamentarians. That's a step forward, but it could be dangerous. With this bill, there's something I really like. The government will no longer be the only judge of its own secrets. That's very good. But it doesn't mean that all information should be made available on simple request. That could be dangerous. Our colleague was talking about the Winnipeg Lab. I was on the ad hoc committee. There were representatives from each of the four parties, and the committee was struck after quite the discussion, but the four parliamentarians were able to provide an opinion on the redaction that was submitted to three judges, and those three judges, to my great surprise, gave a verdict that was identical to that of the members of the committee. So the documents did not stay redacted. It was not about national security. There was embarrassment, that's sure, but it was not about national security.
I've always liked the thinker La Rochefoucauld, who said that everyone agrees that confidentiality should be inviolable, but not everyone agrees on the nature and the importance of the secret. We often only consult ourselves on what we should say or what we should remain silent on. And this is what's happening here. The government is deciding what should remain secret. So, I believe that we should put an end to overclassification and preventive redaction. Preventive redaction is preventing us from knowing ourselves, from knowing our history, and has an immense cost. This bill, C-377, would enable us to start thinking about the very concept of secrecy and confidentiality. This has to be healthy for democracy and will increase trust among parliamentarians, among citizens, and even in the government, which greatly needs it between you and me. Let's start thinking about this now. Thank you.
The gentleman for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Bill C-377, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. This legislation amends the Parliament of Canada Act to specify that when a Member of Parliament or a Senator requests a secret security clearance, that member will be treated as being deemed to need to know the information in which the security clearance is sought. This is important because, as it presently stands, it is highly unlikely that any individual Member of Parliament or Senator will receive a security clearance. Unless a member or senator already has a security clearance as a result of their profession prior to being elected or appointed, or serve as a member of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, or NSICOP, the chances of a member of Parliament or senator successfully obtaining a security clearance are almost zero. And that is because security clearances are issued on a need-to-know basis. And essentially, the policy of the Government of Canada is that members of Parliament and senators do not need to know. Now, that may come as a surprise to Canadians. I would submit that it is problematic, which I will get into momentarily, but that is the policy. This bill changes that. It amends the Parliament of Canada Act such that for the purposes of processing security clearance application, members of Parliament and senators are deemed to know. In short, it provides a presumption that when a member of Parliament or senator applies, that they be granted a security clearance, a secret security clearance. That's what Bill C-377 does. That's all that Bill C-377 does. It's important to note what this bill does not do. It does not guarantee that a member or senator will be granted a security clearance. They will have to be vetted, just as any Canadian who applies for a security clearance must be vetted. If they are deemed untrustworthy, or if there are security issues or other red flags associated with the member or senator pursuant to the security clearance review process, they will be turned down. They will not obtain a security clearance. This bill does not change that. Moreover, this bill is targeted insofar as it applies specifically to secret security clearances, and I emphasize secret security clearances. It does not apply to and will not create a presumption of issuing a top secret security clearance to members of Parliament and senators. And further, it is important to note that just because someone has a security clearance doesn't mean that they have the unfettered ability to obtain whatever information they want. Obtaining a security clearance merely gets one's foot in the door. And, Madam Speaker, I would further note that this bill importantly establishes a certain level of uniformity with respect to how applications for security clearances involving members of Parliament and senators are dealt with, because at present the process has been one that is ad hoc in nature. Members of NSICOP have security clearances, quite appropriately so. But if members of NSICOP have security clearances, wouldn't it also make sense for members who serve on committees such as National Defense, Foreign Affairs, and Public Safety to be able to also have security clearances, provided that they are properly vetted? Moreover, the government has established, for instance, a special committee to review the classified Winnipeg lab documents. Members on that committee were granted security clearances. Similarly, with respect to reviewing the Afghan detainee documents, the Harper government established a special committee in which members, again, had security clearances. So no consistency, no uniformity, the granting of such clearances being done on an ad hoc basis. I would submit, Madam Speaker, that that is not desirable. It can be improved, and this bill does improve it by providing greater certainty and transparency around the application process. Madam Speaker, as I noted at the beginning of my speech, I do find it problematic that, as a general rule, members of Parliament and senators are unable to access security clearances. After all, Parliament deals with matters of national security and intelligence. Those fall within the purview of Parliament. It is the responsibility of Parliament to hold the government accountable and to provide meaningful oversight on these matters. And so it follows that not having a security clearance and therefore not having the ability to access what may be pertinent information around national security and intelligence matters impedes the ability of members of Parliament and senators to do their jobs, to hold the government to account, to provide proper oversight and accountability. In addition to that, there is value in members having security clearances insofar as it enables them to better understand national security and intelligence matters. It creates a culture of greater awareness, and it enables members to, in certain areas, perhaps fill in the blanks, to have a better context with respect to national security and intelligence issues that might be matters that they are dealing with as, for example, a member of a parliamentary committee or as a shadow minister. Now, in that regard, I would just cite the ruling of Speaker Milliken in April of 2010 concerning the Winnipeg lab, or rather the Afghan detainee documents. Mr. Speaker Milliken said the following, quote, "In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government accountable for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation." Mr. Speaker Milliken went on to state, quote, "The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional, and the reasons very cogent when it cannot be at once laid before the Houses." And with respect to members of Parliament and senators being trusted with sensitive information, Mr. Speaker Milliken said, quote, "The insinuation that members of Parliament cannot be trusted with the very information that they may well require to act on behalf of Canadians runs contrary to the inherent trust that Canadians have placed in their elected officials and which members require to act in their various parliamentary capacities," end of quote. I concur wholeheartedly with Mr. Speaker Milliken. This bill is an important step in the right direction to enhance transparency and accountability around national security and intelligence matters, and it is a step in the right direction from the standpoint of better empowering members of Parliament and senators to fulfill their oversight responsibilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institution and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to rise on this bill. I appreciate the sponsor's commitment and listen to his speech in regards to wanting to have this conversation and educate. And I think that's a very worthwhile conversation that we as parliamentarians and Canadians should be having. I too once served on NSICOP, and perhaps the sponsor had similar feelings that I had, which were to really think about how little Parliament talks about and probably thinks about national security. And frankly, I think there is a lot to be done in regards to cyber safety for Parliament and parliamentarians. So I'm not sure if this was part of his rationale in thinking about this, but it was certainly a realization that I had as a member of NSICOP of how little parliamentarians are I don't want to say protected, but briefed in terms of just good cyber hygiene measures, and how we all must take, as parliamentarians, we all must take this very seriously. And I do think there should be more conversations, not only in our own caucuses, but as parliamentarians as a whole. So with that in mind, I think the idea and the concept around this bill is one that has merits. However, I will point out in the course of my speech, because I know I don't have too much time, a few challenges with this bill that perhaps can have further conversation. I welcome feedback, but there are some areas in here that I do think needs to be reflected upon. The first being in regards to parliamentary privilege. So one of the things that is specified in the NSICOP Act is specific around clearance given and waiving of parliamentary privilege. And this is done specifically to ensure that any members who receive clearance and therefore national security information, that they cannot share that information and then use the protections around parliamentary privilege. And for Canadians that may not know what that means, is that we are protected in this place to be able to say things without fear of reprisal. However, you, Madam Speaker, would understand that national security matters and the confidentiality and the safety of Canadian Armed Forces members and our security teams around the world would need to ensure that there is a higher level of protection. And parliamentary privilege would mean someone with national security clearance who receives the clearance through, let's say, a bill like this or legislation like this, and not things like the NSICOP Act, which specifically waive parliamentary privilege, it would mean that a member could say anything and not be prosecuted under things like the Espionage Act, as an example. I don't know if that was a technical oversight. I'm certainly not saying that the sponsor of this bill is suggesting that parliamentary privilege is to allow national security information, like a loophole, to be shared. But that is certainly a flaw in the drafting of this bill that, as I've said, the NSICOP Act specifically addresses. And as a former member, I had to sign documents that I was, no longer able to have parliamentary privilege as a condition of my NSICOP days. Again, dealing with national security, it makes sense of why we'd want to make sure that that technicality is really clearly defined. The issues around need to know, and I have been discussed, so I won't spend too much time on it, but Madam Speaker, members opposite spoke about the need for this or the opportunity for this. However, they also indicated that there may not ever be, a guarantee that information is actually given. And so it makes me wonder then, what does this legislation actually accomplish? I think it's worthwhile, again, to have the conversation to ensure that parliamentarians have access to classified information where it can help us in our duties, but to just go through this process and this bill knowingly accepting that the need to know question is not being addressed, then again, it makes me wonder if this is the best use of a PMB or a best use of how to provide information to parliamentarians on a national security level. Again, it's not to say the merits of this conversation are not worthwhile, but it is a challenge that I think we should discuss. I also want to talk about NSICOP and the whole rationale of why NSICOP was originally created. And it was created with actually kind of the intent of this member's PMB in mind. If you recall, Madam Speaker, the recommendation for a National Security Committee of Parliamentarians was actually provided or was recommended back when it was Prime Minister Harper. Canada was one of the only Five Eyes without any sort of parliamentarian oversight, without access to classified information. And it was under the Harper government that said, no, absolutely not. There would be no national security clearance provided to any parliamentarians. So it's interesting to me. I would be very pleased if the Conservatives have now come to see that that was a mistake, but that was precisely why NSICOP was created, to create this space for national security clearance, but not just clearance to members, but the process and place to share that information in a proper and secure manner. It's not just the clearance that an individual has, but it's how that information is then accessed also must be done in a way respecting national security. So that was precisely the design of NSICOP, was to provide parliamentarians with that access and that ability to determine their own areas of study, where they can choose, as a committee represented by all parties as well as the Senate, to make that determination. So I think that, you know, the idea, again, to provide more opportunities for people with clearance, I do understand where the member is coming from. However, it doesn't address of what information they would be looking for, where are they going to access it physically, how are they going to maintain it, and, you know, on this ad hoc basis, what will actually come of it? Because, Madam Speaker, it's important to know that pieces of intelligence does not equal a conclusion, and that there could be several pieces of intelligence, and unless they are all compiled together and a proper determination and reflection is done, that individual pieces of intelligence used out of context could actually make parliamentarians and people not better informed, but in fact, you know, could lead to some, I guess, interesting outcomes without the full picture. So again, it's why I think NSICOP is a place where there's an opportunity to truly reflect and bring all of the intelligent pieces together, and then properly move forward on a recommendation or reflection or further study. And in regards to clearance itself, again, I recognize the sponsor has said this doesn't guarantee anyone can receive clearance, and that's a fair point. However, I find, again, and I don't think the sponsor has this intention, but I find it interesting when not too long ago, it was the Conservative leader who was actually offered to receive his national security clearance and to receive briefings on foreign interference, and he refused to do so, claiming to, quote, not be muzzled. So it makes me nervous to see the conservative leader not understand the difference between taking in information, being able to hold it in confidentiality and secret, but still be able to advocate one way or the other. But he didn't feel he could actually do that and not breach the confidentiality that would be required. So he chose not to actually seek his clearance. So it raises concerns, too, about who is accessing a clearance, what information they might receive, and then how will they actually view that in terms of sharing that information. Again, I think the sponsor of this bill has very good intentions, and that is not part of it. But we can't ignore the fact that their own leader believed national security clearance was a form of, quote, muzzling. So, Madam Speaker, it raises some questions for me. Again, I would love to have further conversations about how parliamentarians can better protect our national security and work together with better cyber goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-50, Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act.
Ms. Kira for Mr. Wilkinson. By Ms. Le Boutillier moves that Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, be now read a third time and do pass. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. This is the third time I rise in this place to move forward the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act, C-50. And I'm frustrated that it has taken such a difficult journey to get us to third reading on this legislation. A bill that is only about a dozen pages long and which has been supported by workers in industry. However, it seems to have touched a nerve with the Conservative opposition, and so we have had to overcome a massive amount of obstruction to get to this point. Just last week, we faced a voting marathon that lasted over 12 hours of voting time, as resources were taken up with recorded votes forced by the Conservatives. This bill matters, so Liberals did not hesitate to stand up and vote for each one. But let's be clear. The result of that Conservative charade was wasted time and taxpayer resources. I wasn't surprised, because this voting marathon was just one more example of the obstruction that we and I have faced in this place and at committee. In December, the Natural Resources Committee, on which I sit, faced over 20,000 amendments put forward by the Conservatives, and this on a bill that is only about 12 pages long. The amendments were not serious proposals. And in all of my years in this place, I have never seen such awful behavior at committee. At these meetings, the Conservative members were loud, disruptive, and the tone was like nothing I've ever seen. It wasn't just a filibuster. That's a normal tool for opposition members. It was repeated, loud yelling of point of order so that nothing could be said or heard. It was filming a video at every point of suspension in pursuit of a social media click and social media videos, rather than in pursuit of getting the policy right. All of this while workers from across the country were telling us over and over again that they wanted to see us move forward with the Sustainable Jobs Act, that they wanted the Conservatives to end their obstruction. At a conference last week, the Conservative energy critic stated that for her, in respect of this bill, and I quote, "A mutual and evidence-based middle ground is not a thing," close quote. So much for developing policy on the evidence and for working with each other to get the best results for our communities. Why does the Conservative Party look to oppose a bill that empowers workers? To oppose a bill that acknowledges the need for workers to be at the table as our country charts a path toward the net zero future? Because that's what this bill does. Let me set out quickly what is contained in the Sustainable Jobs Act. It has 5 parts. La première partie présente des principes guidants.
The first part has guiding principles and an approach to the economy and the environment. There are measures to support workers and also to create sustainable jobs, basing ourselves on international best practices And all this sends a strong message to investors. The message is that Canada is ready to play a leading role in the emerging universe of green growth. The second is to create a partnership council for sustainable jobs. The council will offer annual independent advice to the Government of Canada and will also work for Canadians. Experts such as workers and Indigenous leaders and industry representatives will be present at the bargaining table in order to guide the government in its actions. The third part contains an obligation to publish action plans every 5 years based on the contributions of stakeholders, partners, and the experts in the Partnership Council. The fourth part would create a secretariat for sustainable jobs in order to guarantee coordinated action in the implementation of this act throughout the federal government. The fifth and final part would designate responsible ministers responsible for the implementation of this legislation.
Are what have given rise to all of the Conservative furor. This is why they've put up so much time and energy to oppose. That's what it is. Legislation that helps workers to seize the opportunities and have a say in how it can be done. The Minister of Labour asked on Thursday, if they're not listening to industry or workers or the environmental community, who are they listening to? It's a good question, because it certainly isn't from the many who have spoken publicly. The president of the Business Council of Alberta said, and I quote, "The Sustainable Jobs Act represents an important opportunity for Canada to shape our future and create jobs by providing the resources that the world needs, including energy, food, and minerals." The International Union of Operating Engineers said, "The Sustainable Jobs Act is a step towards a future that puts the interests of energy workers at the forefront of a low-carbon economy." The president of the Canadian Labour Congress, which represents millions of Canadian workers, said, "The Sustainable Jobs Act signals a crucial milestone in our fight against climate change and the protection of workers' interests. Canada's unions stand committed to working alongside all stakeholders to ensure effective implementation towards a sustainable and equitable future for all." So what I hear when I hear those quotes is that I hear that workers and industry are telling us that they see in the Sustainable Jobs Act an unlocking of opportunities. They see it as part of our country's commitment to seize global opportunities in sustainable jobs, all the while making sure that workers are at the table as we work together to fight climate change and slow the natural disasters that are impacting our communities through wildfires, floods, droughts, hurricanes, and other events. Alors que nous efforçons de réduire les émissions,
we are working to reduce the emissions which fuel climate change. Meanwhile, we are equally determined to guarantee that young people have excellent careers which contribute to a sustainable and prosperous economy. The economy and the environment go hand in hand.
Communities are feeling these impacts on our clean air, floods and fires that damage homes, farms, and industry. It has been shocking that in this bill's very long journey to hear the Conservative colleagues from across the way say that they don't believe in climate change. For example, the Conservative MP for Red Deer Mountain View, who during his filibuster of this very bill claimed that climate change is having no impact on the frequency or severity of wildfires, which is entirely false. The Conservative MP for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke, in a newsletter to constituents, simply said that, and I quote, global warming, the global warming gig is up. These statements explain why the Conservative Party's climate plans have been to just let the planet burn. And that's not only frightening, it's also out of step with the rest of the world. Because the world is looking for clean energy, renewables, and to build their businesses in Canada because of our clean electrical grid. And these are the opportunities we can seize with the Sustainable Jobs Act. We have a target to hit net zero, and many subsectors like cement and electricity have similar pathways and roadmaps based on modeling and market trends, and all of this means expanding and deploying new technologies using skilled Canadian labor. These range from installing electric arc furnaces for steelmaking like at Dofasco, or finding ways to harness solar and biomass in remote communities like in Old Crow, Yukon, or from using deep lake cold water from Lake Ontario to cool downtown Toronto's hospitals and buildings through a district energy system operated by Enwave. There are hundreds of examples across this country of innovative projects that are being advanced to create clean power and create sustainable jobs. RBC estime qu'au cours de cette seule
Over the next decade, in the next few years, we will transition to a low-carbon global economy. And that is estimated to create about 80,000 new jobs in Canada in sectors where more skills will be necessary.
I had the chance to talk with people working on wind turbines in Ontario. One of these workers told me about how he had chosen to train to move to working on wind turbines because he liked the opportunity to be outdoors while doing the technical work he enjoys. He was making a better living, and he was living better. I met people at George Brown College who were part of a program to provide certification for electric vehicle mechanics. A large percentage of the people who were studying the certification were new to the field of mechanics. One person commented that the workplace for EVs has cleaner air than a traditional shop. And given that my grandfather worked in an auto body shop as a mechanic, DeBruson Motors, it hits home how no emissions in his shop would have been a much healthier workplace. On Women's Day this year, I had the opportunity to join Millwright Regional Council, AECON, and Ontario Power Generation at the graduation of a group of women. They'd been part of a special program to encourage women to become millwrights. And upon graduation, they were able to get jobs working on the refurbishment of the Darlington nuclear power plant. It was inspiring to meet these graduates and the people who'd come around them to create this special program. And what we're talking about here is good paying jobs in nuclear energy, the form of energy that has helped Ontario to move away from coal-fired electricity, which is bringing cleaner air to our communities across the province. Through the Sustainable Jobs Act, we want to make sure that workers help chart the course to make sure that women, like this graduating class, can find good paying jobs that are a part of our country's future. In fact, these are the jobs of our planet's future, and investment is flowing to clean technologies. In 2022 alone, over $2 trillion went to clean technologies globally. This bill helps support coordinating the labor force development needs of these fast-growing industries. As we rapidly look to expanding Canada's advantage in clean technologies to meet our domestic and global needs, we must also expand the skills and training of Canadians to ensure that high-quality jobs are created here. Allow me to provide two examples of how we are creating sustainable jobs in Canada for Canadian workers and communities while supporting our allies around the world. If the world wants more clean energy, and it does, let our talented workforce meet that demand. If the world wants more products made through a low-carbon manufacturing process, let us attract that investment that helps our workers to fill that gap. The first example is our nuclear financing agreement with Romania. Romania has been a NATO ally of Canada's for 20 years now, and it is strategically placed as a leader in Eastern Europe, supplying zero-emissions power to its neighbors with Canadian CANDU reactors at Cernavodă power station. Nuclear power and technology is a vital part of Canada's legacy as a Tier 1 nuclear nation. We are providing $3 billion in financing to Romania to develop 2 new CANDU reactors. That is a good deal. It is one which will be paid back with interest, which will flow entirely to Canadian companies, which will create good jobs across Ontario, which will help Romania to phase out coal several years ahead of schedule, and which will displace Putin's energy blackmail with a steady supply of reliable zero-emissions power. Speaker, that is a win for climate action, a win for our allies, and a win for our economy. It's a win for workers, and it's a win for Canada. The second example is about hydrogen. A few weeks ago, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources led a delegation to Hamburg, Germany, where Canada became the first country in the world to cement a hydrogen trade window with the Germans, marking the first deal of its kind between any 2 countries. Part of the reason that Chancellor Habeck had such confidence in Canada is because of the enormous clean power potential presented by our Atlantic offshore. As a Minister of Labour mentioned last Thursday, offshore wind and power and the hydrogen it can be used to create represent the largest economic opportunities for the region in a generation and presents us with the potential to economically revitalize entire coastal communities across both provinces. That is an example of strategic investment and partnership being used to create thousands of sustainable jobs for Canadian workers on the path to net zero here and around the world. And if I go back to my frustrations, it has been deeply frustrating that Conservative members of the Natural Resources Committee have repeatedly talked down these offshore opportunities and stated opposition to C-49, the bill that would allow these offshore wind projects to proceed and to create that green hydrogen which is sought after by our allies. These are good opportunities to create good-paying jobs. We are standing up with provinces to make sure Canadian workers can seize these new opportunities. Workers are at the center of the Sustainable Jobs Act, and as I have pointed out, unions have strongly supported this bill. When workers organize, they don't just ask more of their employers, they expect more from government too. That's a good thing. We are advancing replacement worker legislation and investments in union-led training centers because we believe in unions. Just this weekend, I talked with a unionized worker in my community who was telling me about the importance of his union and his strong support for our replacement worker legislation. He wants a government that will support unionized workers and collective bargaining. And I could assure him that our Liberal government does. That stands in sharp contrast to the previous Conservative government, in which the leader of the opposition was a cabinet minister. As a cabinet minister in the Harper government, the leader of the opposition championed 2 of the most anti-union and anti-worker bills this House has ever seen, Bills 525 and C-377. 377 was an unconstitutional bill to silence unions by burying them in onerous reporting requirements, including by forcing them to show their strike funds to employers, weakening the prospect of deals at the bargaining table. C-525 similarly was an attack on workplace democracy, making it very difficult for workers to form unions and making it easier for the then Conservative government to arbitrarily decertify unions. In 2017, our government repealed both of these bills, and since then, we have continued to stand up for unions. Despite all of the Conservative games, we've been pushing forward, and we will continue to fight for workers. This is precisely what our Sustainable Jobs Plan and Act are delivering. Je conclurai.
I will conclude by underlining the broad swath of support that exists for this legislation. First of all, Equitar said, this bill is an essential step towards more cohesive climate action and there is absolutely no reason to delay its passage. Creating a sustainable foundation starts now, not in 2050.
The executive director of the Pembina Institute stated that passing the Sustainable Jobs Act and getting the new Sustainable Jobs Partnership Council working will deliver the message loud and clear. Canada is a great place to invest, with workers who are second to none and ready to get the job done. And a youth-led organization called Regeneration said they support the plan and the bill because it will help to ensure that green jobs are available for anyone who wants one. It will establish a partnership council to directly involve workers and communities in the transition and allocate critical funding to green skills development and training. And finally, the Vice President of the IBEW International said, "Through this legislation, the Government of Canada has demonstrated its commitment to protecting good-paying, highly skilled jobs." Countries around the world know that we have two choices ahead of us. We can advance plans for the future that allow us to seize economic opportunities while fighting climate change, or we can simply stick our heads in the sand and hope for the best. I sincerely hope that every member in this House agrees to choose the first path, because as countries around the world race to seize economic opportunities ahead of us, we must also quickly pass Bill C-50. We need to keep working to ensure we have a sustainable future and sustainable jobs for future generations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, this government talks always about supporting union jobs, about supporting, a transition. But I would like to ask the member opposite. It is the oil sands, it is the potential of LNG that actually can create the capital necessary to not only give opportunity to First Nations, to unions, to workers, to be able to grow a stronger economy and to export and bring dollars from outside of Canada, supporting our allies. Instead, this government wants to put a cap on oil sands development, and the BC NDP wants to do a similar cap on LNG. Madam Speaker, if we are going to make a place in this world where we're going to create the new technology, if we're going to employ Canadians, the answer is a free market approach. The answer is not a managed approach like this particular government and this bill wants to do. Establishing a new committee that is going to manage the destruction of that capital formation, Madam Speaker, is the wrong direction. If the member could please answer some of these arguments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting because what this bill is about making sure that people in our communities, workers, Indigenous people, industry, have a seat at the table in determining what are the skills that are needed for the future economy. What are the skills when we're looking at the worldwide global changes ahead of us? How do we set ourselves up for success? This bill creates 3 seats for Indigenous people on Partnership Council. We have on it 3 seats for workers. We have seats for industry. This is where we look forward, working with the people who need to be part of these decisions. We let them be part of those decisions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know why this bill does not respect the Quebec-Ottawa Agreement on the labour force. Why it doesn't better respect cooperation with partners in Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. Thank you to the Bloc for the question. We've worked with the provinces and territories on this bill. We've collaborated with them. And it must be said that this bill only applies to federal jurisdiction and does not interfere in provincial jurisdiction. And it was done in consultation with Quebec and all the other provinces. So we are directly in federal jurisdiction, and we always respect the provinces and territories, which are our partners.
And comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for sharing her experience on International Women's Day this year and meeting women millwrights. I wanted to ask the member, how are women and diverse genders, Indigenous workers, and workers with disabilities economically harmed by the games and delays that the Conservatives are bringing both to this House and to the committee in regards to the Sustainable Jobs Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from the NDP for that question. And delay is never a good thing when we're trying to make sure that we are moving forward in meeting the challenges faced by climate change and to seize those opportunities. The world is moving ahead in this direction. In fact, when you look at the International Energy Agency and its predictions, the world is moving towards renewables. We see it in the investments that are happening right now. And when I talk with unions in my community, they talk about needing more skilled workers to build mass timber buildings, for example, and all of the different types of jobs that are there. But if we disempower workers by not allowing them to have a seat at the table, we're actually harming those opportunities from going forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would agree with what Eki Ter said about this bill. There's no reason to hold it up for any MP in this House because there's almost nothing in it. We could have had a bill. In fact, we heard a quote from a young people's group, I think I understand from the Parliamentary Secretary, that I believe is being misled when it talks about investments that are being directed by this bill. There is nothing of that here. This bill creates a council. It requires the government to create an action plan that's not been written yet. It'll create it in a few years. And it's going to create a secretariat to then advise on the bill. The bill could have had significant investments in young people's future in a just transition. It could have had investment in a just transition transfer to provinces and territories. None of that are in this bill. The member is a vocal and strong advocate to take action on the climate crisis. Why would she not be pushing this government to move further and faster?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member from the Greens and would point out it's interesting what he says, because why are the Conservatives so scared of this bill that is setting up the structures on making sure that we have, like I said, workers, Indigenous peoples, industry at a table to look at how we do seize those opportunities of a green, what are the green technologies and clean technologies that the world is asking for. In every place, we are always fighting to make sure that we are getting those deals. Like I said, when it comes to hydrogen, the first agreement between any two countries in getting to green technologies for hydrogen. We are working to attract those investments, but this bill, it's about supporting workers, and I do not know why it's taken so long, but the Conservatives seem to have been bent on making sure it doesn't go forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government House Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I get a real kick out of the question from the member from Central Okanagan, Simikini Nicola, and who asked the question and continues to heckle during this about, well, we don't need government to set up the system. Let the market do it. The market can do it all on their own. Yeah, that's right, because for decades we haven't been helping the oil sector and basically government intervention to make sure that the oil sector was successful in Canada. The hypocrisy is absolutely amazing that comes from the Conservatives. But my question to the member would be, you know, why does she think the Conservatives are so afraid of this legislation? I mean, Conservatives, if they don't think that the future is in this technology, why would they even bother to get all worked up about this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. I have to say, as I stated in my speech, I'm a bit stumped as to why the Conservative members have been so strongly opposing and wasting time when we're talking about this bill. It has been fairly incomprehensible, because what it is actually, it doesn't say within it which are the industries that form these sustainable jobs. What it does say is, let's make sure industry, workers, Indigenous peoples have a seat at the table to look at all of these options and say, how are we going to make sure that we have the skills development programs, and that we have the plans so that Canadian workers can be at the forefront of these new sustainable jobs. 400,000 is the amount that the RBC was predicting.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we talk about the unjust transition legislation that's before us, which is basically a piece of legislation that creates a committee to create a committee to create another committee. Ultimately, the member in her speech, she talked about electric arc furnaces. Well, we already have those in Regina. They're already there and they're already working. But then that was the industry that created that, not government. You know, we have cement that she talked about. The reality is cement is a bigger polluter than coal in emissions, but we're going to promote cement production. The only other product that's not used more than cement is water. Ultimately, though, when she talks about the committees and how everyone's going to be involved, when I talk to my coal workers and my miners and my energy people, and they talk about things about being included in these committees, they aren't being talked about. The people that are being brought to this committee that this member is talking about are people that are sitting in downtown Toronto, which is the only place where this person is talking about where the jobs are going to be created.
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that the member opposite missed that the people who I was referring to who have been supporting this bill are people like the International Union of Operating Engineers, the president of the Business Council of Alberta, not based in Toronto, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, looking at through Équiterre, looking at IBEW International. This is supported by workers across the country. And I don't know what they're afraid of, but in my world, we make sure that workers have a voice and that we look out for their needs.
I want to remind members we can have passionate debates, but there are rules in the House, and you need to be recognized to be able to participate. Members can ask questions, but they need to listen to the answers, and if they have other questions, they should wait to be recognized. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It sure is telling that every time the NDP Liberals get up to talk about this bill, they talk about almost anything other than actually C-50. I think that's because Bill C-50, the Just Transition, is actually the culmination of 9 years of the NDP Liberals' anti-energy, anti-capitalist, and frankly, anti-Canadian policies that they know will hurt Canadians. The bill's proponents say Bill 50 will deliver jobs and skills training programs, but the bill itself does nothing of the sort. Instead, it sets up a fancy appointed government committee that will set up another committee to dictate 5-year economic plans to governments. And despite what they claim, the costly coalition knows the Just Transition will actually disrupt the livelihoods of millions of Canadians, threaten 2.7 million jobs in energy, agriculture, transportation, construction, and manufacturing, which is about 15% of Canada's total workforce. But don't take my word for it. These numbers come from the Natural Resources Minister's own briefing memo about the Just Transition from a couple of years ago. That's really why the NDP Liberals colluded to ram Bill C-50 through the House and through committee without hearing from any of the Canadians who they know this bill will affect, because they know just how much harm their so-called Just Transition will cause. In the fall, the Cover-Up Coalition limited debate to less than 8 hours for all parties, allowed only 2 hours for clause-by-clause debate at committee, and ultimately blocked any single witness, anyone, from speaking about the impact of Bill C-50, limited report stage debate to 1 day, and now will only allow less than 6 hours of debate during the third and final reading. This is undemocratic. Obviously, the Liberals know how unpopular the Just Transition actually is among Canadians, and that's exactly why they don't want to let Canadians speak out about it. No wonder they rammed it through committee in the middle of the night, silence everyone, and hope no one notices, because they're actually showing their true colors. They care more about global accolades and international mutual admiration societies than about Canadians. And frankly, they care more than they really care about Canada, about your home, my home, and our home. The Liberals argued that they had to rush through the bill because of how supposedly important it was. But once they sidelined Conservatives and prevented any witnesses from speaking at committee, they didn't bring it back for 4 more months. Time and time again, they say one thing and they do another. Canadians don't want this top-down economic restructuring, wealth redistributing, central planning, just transition. That's why they rebranded and changed the name with buzzwords to distract. But Canadians see through them. In fact, the majority of Canadians think Canada should not be forced to pay for or to go through anything like the just transition until the world's big polluters make serious efforts of their own. People around the world face energy and food emergencies every day. Countries are switching to coal when Canada should supply them with LNG instead because of these NDP Liberals. While Canada accounts for only 1.6% of world emissions, China approved more coal power in the first quarter of 2023 after building 6 times as many coal plants as the rest of the world combined in 2022. Last year, over 70% of India's power came from coal. Instead of supporting Canada's LNG development to help countries get off of coal by exporting the world's cleanest LNG, helping to lower global emissions, the Liberals fixate on destroying Canada's economy and the livelihoods of the millions of workers who depend on jobs in Canada's energy sector. How does this make any sense? While the NDP Liberals punish Canadians for working in one of the world's most sustainable and transparent energy sectors and for living in a cold, distant northern country, other countries burn more and more coal every day. The NDP Liberals say things like, the world is moving this way. Well, I wish they'd really pay attention to what's actually happening in the rest of the world. The rest of the world's actually moving away from the agenda that the costly coalition imposes on Canada. The virtue signaling and empty words here must stop. Reality and common sense must prevail. No wonder they made that last-minute name change to the bill, launched a coordinated spin job, broke and made up the rules, and rammed it all through so the fewest people would find out. But Conservatives said, not so fast. We proposed reasonable amendments that the NDP Liberals rejected outright with no hesitation and no consideration. They rejected amendments from Conservatives outlining measures to ensure access to affordable and reliable energy, to ensure a strong export-oriented energy sector, to avoid regulatory duplication and unnecessary delays, measures to improve affordability and to facilitate and promote economic growth in Canada, the creation of sustainable jobs through private sector investment, measures to ensure that major and clean energy projects under federal regulatory frameworks can be delivered on time and on budget. They rejected that. Measures to ensure the importance of collaborating with all levels of government, including provincial and municipal governments, engaging all relevant partners and stakeholders, measures to include representatives of provincial governments and Indigenous governance bodies, measures to recognize local and regional needs, including in Indigenous communities. They rejected measures to ensure ways to create economic opportunities for Indigenous communities, I guess because they know Indigenous Canadians work at double the rates in Canada's oil and gas sector than in other sectors, and measures to ensure this bill promotes economic growth, including the economic growth of Indigenous communities. All of those were proposed by Conservatives, and all were rejected by the NDP Liberals. If you didn't believe before that the just transition would be anything but fair and equitable for Canadians, now you know for sure. What would be the reason for voting against all these changes? Changes calling for measures to improve affordability and to create economic opportunities for Indigenous communities. They even rejected a block amendment because it sought to preserve existing jobs. Bill C-50 won't create sustainable jobs, it will kill them. It's clear there's nothing well-intentioned about this bill or the NDP Liberals' costly coalition. Conservatives also proposed further amendments for Canadian workers and the energy sector, but the NDP Liberals opposed them all, like, quote, Canada's natural resource sector, including oil and gas, has been a reliable source of revenue for the Government of Canada and has contributed to the sustainability of core social programs. Quote, Canada's plan to reduce its production of oil and gas should be done in lockstep with major emitters like China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Quote, Canada should sell liquefied natural gas to its security partners in Europe so that they can break dependence on Russian natural gas. Quote, Canadian oil and gas workers produce cleaner products than any other country in the world. All were rejected. All of those were rejected by the NDP Liberals. The costly coalition truly has no regard for the hardworking Canadians in the energy sector and local communities right across the country who keep Canadians' lights on, vehicles running, homes warm and cool, and businesses going. The costly coalition actually ignores the lessons from other countries who began imposing a combination of anti-energy and anti-free market policies years ago. But the NDP Liberals don't care about reality because it's all about ideology for them. For example, the consequence of Ireland's anti-energy just transition agenda shut down manufacturing jobs in Ireland, only to have the same jobs be created in other countries abroad, with no impact on emissions, but a lot of harm to the economy and the livelihoods of their citizens. Germany was forced to reopen coal plants after initiating their suite of top-down economic restructuring policies years ago. Last year, over a third of Germany's electricity came from coal, and the government waived their emissions tax due to the high cost of energy. Poland is dependent on coal for over 70% of their energy mix, with no plans to phase it out until 2040. The Netherlands was forced to end their cap on energy production from coal-fired power plants to protect themselves and to stop their reliance on Russian natural gas. Austria reopened its coal plants just 2 years after finishing their so-called just transition. And in New Zealand, just 3 years after initiating their just transition plan, the country burned more coal than ever before. Last year, Britain had to bring coal plants back online in the face of cold snaps, with the risk of over 3-hour rolling blackouts, even with the coal plants that were able to come back online, something that Canadians are already experiencing across the country. Sweden, which currently holds the EU's presidency, ceased all of its efforts to net zero and upset EU plans to phase out fossil fuel subsidies earlier this year when it put forward a motion to allow countries to prolong subsidies for coal power plants. Sweden also dumped their 100% renewable target amid ongoing concerns about their own short-term energy security and extended their timelines for alternative energy to 2045. In Scotland, there's no planned phase-out of oil and gas, but rather a commitment to continued exploration and production with the hope that investments in sustainable energy and carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies help reduce sectoral emissions. In Norway, that anti-energy Canadian activists love to celebrate, they continue to export oil and gas, with 49% of Norway's annual revenues coming from the petroleum sector. Warm, small, and sunny Mexico also hit record high fossil fuel power generation in 2023. That's the reality around the world where the just transition has been tried. Somehow, the Liberals think if they ignore all the warning signs and alarm bells, they'll avoid these same problems faced by all of these countries around the world. The Prime Minister and his costly coalition need a serious reality check. But Canadians don't even have to look abroad to see the failure of just transition claims and plans. In 2017, the Liberals accelerated the forced shutdown of coal operations in communities in Alberta, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, which killed the jobs of 3,000 workers across the 4 provinces, approximately 13 communities. The Liberals promised just transition did not materialize. Despite $150 million tax dollars spent, jobs were not replaced, communities were devastated, and municipal representatives worry that local governments will not be able to afford to keep the water running and town services operational much longer. The Auditor General said that Liberals' just transition for coal workers was anything but just. The program lacked employee retention. It actually led to a loss of skills and skilled workers, which hiked the cost of housing and infrastructure in remote areas as people flee those small communities. Impacted workers were not identified in advance, and 86% of the workforce were left behind with generic, untargeted, and unhelpful programs. None of the recommendations of the task force were implemented, and all of the government departments that were supposed to monitor and report on the status of activities and measure whether projects actually helped communities didn't report and couldn't determine whether or not the millions of taxpayer dollars actually did anything. The Liberals' just transition for coal was a perfect and expensive failure trifecta, a failure to plan, a failure to implement, and a failure to measure outcomes. Left behind are dozens of communities and thousands of workers and their families who now have to make new lives for themselves because far away and out of touch politicians and program administrators implemented an accelerated plan to fire those hardworking Canadians, make their communities ghost towns, and patted themselves in the back while they're doing it. That's exactly what Bill C-50, the just transition, is all about. They want to do it all again, but this time with energy, agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and transportation workers that rely indirectly or directly on the oil and gas sector. That internal memo to the Natural Resource Minister, it says, quote, large-scale transformations will take place in agriculture for 292,000 workers, in energy for 202,000 workers, in manufacturing for 193,000 workers, in construction for 1.4 million workers, and in transportation for 642,000 workers. And they know it will kill 170,000 oil and gas jobs immediately. That's their plan. The just transition is an attack on all the livelihoods in all those significant sectors in Canada, and it will ultimately hurt all provinces. And what does the minister's memo say these workers will be retained in? Well, some of these people will be retained in jobs as janitors and drivers. Now listen, janitors and drivers are obviously essential workers in any business and in all sectors. But the Costly Coalition should be honest enough to tell the millions of workers already in sustainable, highly paid jobs with significant pensions, benefits, and advancement opportunities that that's really their plan for them. The just transition is the pinnacle of the NDP Liberals' anti-energy agenda for Canada. It goes hand in hand with their cruel and inflationary carbon taxes 1 and 2, the tanker ban, the emissions cap, drilling bans, anti-development zones, the unrealistic EV targets, an incoming ban on ICE engines, their overreach on plastics, endless and impossible permitting timelines and red tape, and their No More Pipelines Bill C-69, which was ruled unconstitutional over 185 days ago, with no response or changes yet from the Liberals. This long line of anti-energy policies from the Liberals is a deliberate effort to accelerate the phase-out of oil and gas in Canada. The Liberals know it won't be produced if it can't be exported, so they block pipelines and they turn away world leaders and allies who ask for our resources like LNG. After 9 years, they've already driven billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of Canada. It's clearly not worth the cost. At a time when the world is in an energy crisis and millions are living in energy poverty, Canada's resource wealth should be used to support our allies, to support people in developing countries, not force them to support their adversaries. If the just transition in Canada goes ahead as intended, the Liberals will continue to reject allies who so desperately want to get off of Russian energy, to quit funding Putin's war machine. And this is the reality. Global demand for oil and gas has risen and will continue to rise in the foreseeable future. So instead of forcing countries like Japan, Germany, Greece, and others to turn to dictators and despots for their energy needs, Canada should be the reliable and environmentally responsible source they can rely on, but the NDP Liberals gatekeepers hold Canada back. Canada has the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world while being the 4th largest producer, the 18th largest natural gas reserves while being the 5th largest producer. Common sense conservatives will ensure Canada accelerates and expands the development and exports of traditional oil and gas for the benefit of our people and our home and to help allies around the world. Canada could rank 6th in LNG exports if all of the 18 proposed projects were completed and displace all natural gas from Russia to allied nations in Europe and East Asia like Germany, Ukraine, France, Japan, and South Korea. But this government's regulatory regime has killed all but 3 of those proposed LNG projects in Canada, and still to date, none are operational. Only one, which was previously approved under Conservatives, is under construction. These Liberals also ignore the fact that the oil and gas sector has been and continues to be the top private sector investor in clean technology in Canada. In fact, 75% of Canadian private sector investment in clean energy comes from oil and gas and pipeline companies. But the NDP Liberals will apparently spend billions of tax dollars on re-education programs that their internal briefing notes explicitly say will leave workers at risk of only being able to get jobs that are more precarious with less pay and lower skills requirements, and to shut down a sector that is already the leading research and development investor in skills trainer and alternative, renewable, and future energy technologies in Canada. And by the way, 90% of companies in the oil and gas sector have 100 or fewer employees. They're all small businesses, and they're not big union shops. No matter what they say, the Liberals' just transition won't be able to replace the quality, quantity, or pay of those working today in Canada's energy sector, never mind the tax revenue to all governments that benefit every Canadian. Indigenous people in Canada and visible minorities who are more highly represented in the sectors that Liberals want to transition away from will face even higher job disruptions, more trouble finding new opportunities, and the worst thing is the NDP Liberals know it. Canada should be the world's energy producer and supplier of choice. Canada should be energy secure and self-sufficient. But the Liberals put ideology and partisanship above reality and the economy and Canadian sovereignty. Politicians should be honest about the outcomes of their policies. No wordsmithing can negate the socioeconomic consequences of the just transition concept for Canada. And besides, Canadian oil and gas jobs, they are sustainable jobs. The solutions are transformation, not transition. Technology, not taxes, led by the private sector, not government. Conservatives would bring costs and red tape down, accelerate approvals to make both traditional and alternative energy more affordable and accessible for all Canadians while greenlighting green projects to help lower emissions globally. But I believe Canadians can see through the costly coalition. I believe they know they're not worth their trust and not worth the cost to Canada. For my part, I won't stop speaking the truth, no matter what vile names or crass insults they throw at me, no matter how much doublespeak and gaslighting they do. I won't back down and I won't cower. The truth is this: common sense Conservatives are the only party that wants to make life more affordable for all Canadians, and to green-light green projects and expand traditional oil and gas for Canadian energy self-sufficiency, to protect Canada's sovereignty, enhance Canada's security with free and democratic allies, and to help lower emissions globally. The best thing for workers right across the country are jobs. This bill creates a fancy government committee that will create another fancy government committee, all behind closed doors, with no transparency, no accountability to deliver plans to restructure Canada's economy on a 5-year cycle. This is exactly the kind of anti-energy, anti-private sector, anti-democratic policy agenda that has led other countries around the world into expensive power, unaffordable and unreliable fuel and power, protests from their citizens, and governments rolling back these suites of bad policies that are harmful to their countries and harmful to the people. And this also, given Iran's attack on Israel, Canadians should also be thinking about the necessity for Canada to be completely self-sufficient for our own energy supply and security, which is what Conservatives will ensure we can be under a new common sense Conservative government. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to move the following amendment, seconded by the member from Provencher, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House decline to give third reading to Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will actually displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and the most advancements in alternative energy. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Order. The House is still in session. While we're waiting to get the copy of the motion, I would ask members, if they want to have conversations, to please take them out. Order. Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Falk, moves the following amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House declined to give third reading to Bill C-50 and that, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and most advancements in alternative energy. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
I wish I could be surprised by that proposed amendment, but I'm not, because it goes on with the continued obstruction that we've seen any efforts by the Conservative Party to shut down the voices of workers as we talk about the important changes that are happening right around the world in the fight against climate change. But when I would really like to ask the member opposite, because I've heard her in several instances refer to a globalist agenda or a globalist pot. And as a Jewish Canadian, I know that that's a dog whistle. It's an anti-Semitic dog whistle to people questioning the loyalty of Jewish people to Canada. And so I'm wondering if she would like to take a moment in this House to not only retract references to a globalist plot or globalist agenda, but to also apologize.
Order. I'm not sure if it's heckling or if people are trying to answer. I just want to remind members that unless they're being recognized, and I know that the Honourable Member for Lakeland can certainly respond effectively to the questions that are being asked. And I also want to remind members to try to keep their comments and questions and debates to what is before the House. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. Globalism is, of course, a political theory that believes in policies being designed by global organizations and then being imposed on sovereign countries through global agreements. That's what globalism is. It's where the concept of the just transition comes from. It's been developed at exactly those kinds of meetings over the course of decades. And instead of putting Canadian jobs and the Canadian economy, Canadian security, Canadian sovereignty, Canadian energy independence, and ensuring that Canada can be the world's topmost supplier of our energy products and technology. What the Liberals are doing through the Bill C-50 Just Transition is imposing that concept that comes from globalism, from this globalism theory and thinking. Now, Madam Speaker, you made exactly the right point, which I would also like to emphasize, which is, again, it is very telling when the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources won't even get up on her feet and actually defend the bill, actually clarify if she thinks that there are claims that I've made that are not true, and actually stand up for what they're doing here. But they'll avoid that at all costs, just like they won't let any Canadian speak about this bill.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great deal of appreciation for my colleague for Lakeland. We're on the Natural Resources Committee together. She's always very affable and kind, but I do have a difficult question for her because there's something that bothers me. When I think about what she said at committee, I have a simple question. Does she believe in climate change? Does she believe that the oil and gas sector has some responsibility for the climate change we're seeing? I'd like a simple answer.
Member for Lakeland.
What I believe is that governments and politicians have to be honest about their policies and about what they stand for. So just as was the case under the former Conservative government, just as our leader says, just as all of my common sense Conservative colleagues here say, I believe that emissions reduction should be achieved through technology and not taxes, through Canadian workers, Canadian ingenuity, and the Canadian private sector. I want to appreciate and acknowledge the Bloc's participation on this bill. Several times they supported provincial jurisdiction, and in that way would tell the federal government to back off in their top-down central planning micromanagement embodied by Bill C-50. I certainly appreciated the Bloc support on those principles. I would also note that the Bloc themselves tried to make amendments to have Bill C-50 include language about preserving existing jobs in all these sectors that will be hurt by their just transition, and also the Bloc tried to really insert in substantive ways the concepts of fairness, transparency, and equity within Bill C-50. And all of those amendments that the Bloc proposed were rejected by the NDP Liberals too.
The commentaire, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwana-Nukaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I didn't hear from this member is about the climate emergency that we are facing. The member comes from a province, Alberta, where forest fires are already burning. We've been told we are expecting a potentially worse wildfire season this year. Like her, I come from Western Canada, where part of our provinces are facing potentially severe drought. Here in our region, I hear from workers in the resource sector who are concerned about the future of their children. Does the member, and the understanding that we need to find a way to transition to sustainable work for a livable future, does the member not think we need to support workers in the face of climate change, which means bold action in terms of supporting the kind of work they can do on a livable planet?
Member for Lakeland.
Well, for 9 years, I hope that Canadians can judge me by my words and by my actions, and in the same way, the actions and the words of all of my common sense conservative colleagues, to the exclusion of almost all else from time to time, it feels. For 9 years, I have championed supporting workers in the oil and gas industry, in clean tech, in all facets of energy development, technology production in Canada, recognizing the reality that the vast majority of private sector investment in renewable and alternative energy, and including in clean tech, come from traditional oil and gas companies, from oil sands and pipeline companies. That's why right now, as has been the case for decades, for example, Alberta is the leader in renewable energy and clean tech investment right now. In fact, there was lots to be said about the Premier's pause to ensure certainty and clarity and conditions for renewable development in Alberta. But what her opponents, of course, won't mention is that the dollar value of investment in renewable energy in Canada, which dwarfs the investments in other provinces, actually doubled since she took that time to get those conditions clear and certain. And Alberta is the leader in the country on renewable and clean tech. Common sense conservatives has always fought for those workers and will continue to do so.
The questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for the work that she's doing defending energy worker and their families' jobs, Indigenous communities right across the country. She's been a steadfast advocate of the energy sector. One of the things that she understands is the global demand for LNG and the impact that Canada and the role that Canada can play in meeting that demand. We've seen others with less environmental standards, less labor, less human rights standards fill that void, like Qatar. I know the honourable member and I met with a European Union official. His sole purpose is to source energy, nuclear, LNG, around the world. And they prefer to do business with like-minded countries like Canada with similar rules of law and who are environmentally sustainable as well. So I'm just wondering if she can talk about the role that Canada can play in supplying the world with clean energy.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you also to my colleague from Ontario, who has also been a reliable, steadfast, passionate supporter of energy workers, which he knows as a sector and as individuals benefit the entire country. And Ontario has a lot at stake in Bill C-52, given the negative impacts on manufacturing, construction, transportation that will come from Bill C-50. He's exactly right. It has been a travesty. I don't know sometimes if the word treason is too much, actually, to watch our Prime Minister say that there is no business case for Canadian LNG. He's apparently the only guy, the only world leader in the world who thinks there's no business case for Canadian LNG, since our allies and world leaders everywhere are literally begging for us to provide them. But, of course, he's also a person who says that there's no business case for the development of those projects, even though 15 private sector proponents tried to get LNG projects built here in Canada in the last 9 years since he's been government. They've blocked it all.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm sure my honourable friend from Lakeland was asking rhetorically if the word treason was too strong. Let me just put on the record the word treason is far too strong. And my dear friend from Lakeland, I'd just like to say I don't think anyone would ever imagine that the MP from Lakeland was cowering. We're friends, but we don't agree on this. And let me just point out the many ways in which I found her speech varied from my understanding. There is a global shift away from fossil fuels. Check the recent report from the International Energy Agency, which verifies that of energy spending globally, renewables are increasing the pace at which they are a greater investment globally. This is investment from people who want to make money on the investments they make, greater investments in renewables than in fossil fuels. In Germany, they reached the lowest level of coal use in their history while having renewables over 50% last year. When you look at Sweden, they brought in a carbon tax in 1991, and they've expanded it to now it's 122. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. I can see from the speaker. Just to say, let's try to agree on shared facts and movement.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, last summer, of course, Sweden actually paused all efforts as its official government policy now towards net zero, and they're ramping up the production of fossil fuels. And Germany last year actually brought more coal online than ever before in history. So we can quote the International Energy Agency, or we can actually look at the examples of individual countries who have gone way farther down this road in this policy agenda and see what's happening now. Now they're facing the consequences of high expensive bills, of expensive essentials, of expensive and unreliable power, of collapsing agricultural communities in rural areas, of collapsing secondary and tertiary job creation of the private sectors dependent on oil and gas. I think that the member sort of is making a false dichotomy that isn't coming from conservatives. Conservatives are recognizing the fact that oil and gas development as private sector investments are the biggest investors in alternative energy and in clean tech and fuels of the future. We are saying, don't cut that off at the knees to the detriment and to the peril of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy, Canadian security, Canadian self-sufficiency, and Canadian energy independence in order to force, not something that's just happening, the economy into the exact same situation that these other countries are already in, which is citizens protesting and governments rolling back those bad agendas.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for Lakeland answered my question just now, saying that politicians should be honest. Well, this bill, C-50, relates to this matter of accountability and honesty. If we want to be honest with the people of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Canadians in the Maritimes, their economies are largely dependent on oil and gas, and so in order to be truly honest with them, we need to talk about the realities of climate change and we need solutions. This legislation on a just transition was intended to find true solutions to protect workers throughout this transition, which is necessary. Now, we all recognize, most of us recognize, that emissions are causing climate change. Everyone seems to accept that, other than some conservatives. My colleague said that politicians should be honest, and that should apply to all politicians. There are conservative colleagues who, in a decade, are going to wake up with a serious headache because they will realize that they will have continued to worsen the problem of an economy based on the oil and gas sector. Now, C-50 is a prime example of everything that's wrong with Canadian politics, in my opinion. I was talking about honesty. Well, I feel that political action is rather weak against the oil and gas sector. Even when I look at this objectively, I feel that the oil and gas sector is an identity symbol in Canada, such a strong identity symbol that it makes proper debate and dialogue about the energy transition almost impossible. I've witnessed this in the Natural Resources Committee. There was blatant obstruction, lack of civility. I saw behavior that was completely unparliamentary. Now, the Liberals may not have reacted in the best way. They may have, in fact, reacted in the worst way by implementing undemocratic time allocation motions. Could they have done differently? Well, time will tell. But they did implement time allocation motions. I feel that the Natural Resources Minister is a strong minister, a nonpartisan one. I feel it's possible to have good conversations with him, but he is also shackled by oil and gas and by that sector. Therefore, he is unable to bring about the transition which is needed. Now, the minister found another dance partner, the NDP. The NDP has accepted a few things in committee when it comes to the energy transition. Now, when one says one wants climate action, but then doesn't walk the talk, then those words are worth a bit less. But I will, of course, speak more about a just transition and about sustainable jobs. So as I was saying, this legislation is very emblematic about what's wrong with Canadian politics. Now, we've seen the Carleton method at play, that is, the political method and strategies of the member for Carleton. And what is that method? It can be explained in one word: intimidation. What we saw at Natural Resources Committee was widespread, significant intimidation. In fact, on several occasions, members were heckling each other. Instead of working, they were behaving more like influencers than like lawmakers. Members were capturing themselves on video, acting silly and shouting out, heckling, to show their constituents that they're defending their interests. That's what has become of the Natural Resources Committee. In my view, in committee, we have not had a wholesome, fulsome debate on C50. There could have been amendments, debated amendments, but we didn't have enough opportunities for proper debate due to the conservative attitude. The Conservatives seem to have all-consuming passion for the oil and gas sector. I saw this in committee, in the Natural Resources Committee. The member for Provencher, his view of C50 was to say that he loves big engine cars and that he likes to drink through plastic straws. Great. That's his view of what we should be doing, the action we should be taking. Bigger engine cars and more plastic straws. Because how horrible is it to have to drink a milkshake through a wood straw, right? The member for Red Deer Mountain View said that oil could bring peace on Earth. Now, I used to teach political science, Madam Speaker. With students, we talked about colonialism. I've learned a new concept, eco-colonialism. What that means is that when you prevent First Nations from engaging in oil and gas developments, that's colonialism. That is harmful logic. Vying for social acceptance and social support by saying that not supporting oil and gas projects by Indigenous communities, by saying that that's a new type of colonialism. That is really twisted logic. Some of the most twisted logic I've ever heard. Yet, that was the logic brought forward by the member for Red Deer Mountain View. He said that oil and gas could bring peace on Earth, it could solve the conflict in Ukraine, it could even maybe solve the conflict in Israel, so oil can just save us all. That was the logic. But that's nothing. There's more, Madam Speaker. For about 1 month in committee, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, he is really the world champion of going around in circles and not moving forward. So for a month, he kept asking whether it was his turn to speak. So as we know, in committee, we have one NDP member, one Bloc member, one Conservative member, and a few Liberal members. But the Conservatives, there were 4 or 5 of them. They showed up and they started heckling that they were being denied their parliamentary privilege because it was their turn to speak, and we wasted 1 whole month on that. And the worst of the worst, during clause by clause, the member for Brantford Brant flew off the handle. He was so angry. I was, in fact, concerned about my party whip's safety. It's like something snapped, and he started shouting his passion for the oil and gas sector. He was the prime example of someone who was totally discombobulated, totally out of sorts, and I was even afraid for the safety of my party whip. We are legislators. We are supposed to calmly and peacefully study legislation to improve our country, to improve the direction our country is going. But how are we supposed to do that serious work in such a context? How can we do this work for our country when some are hell-bent on ensuring that there's no dialogue? We need healthy debate between those who have different opinions but can still work towards a consensus. But with C-50, we could not agree on anything. We could not work toward any consensus. The Conservatives are deeply in love with the oil and gas sector. We saw that also during study of C-49. They invited Ches Crosby, a witness who does not believe in climate change and who feels that all of our climate action investments are fraudulent. And, you know, he was a Conservative witness, so we thought maybe he might present something interesting. But it was ludicrous. The Conservatives, their passion for oil and gas has been on display in committee, and this is all part of the Carleton method. The Conservatives want to do away with any climate action. This is clear in their unending, unwavering fight against the carbon tax. It's not a carbon tax for them, it's a car-bum tax. They are acting like bums. They are being ridiculous. They say things which are inaccurate. For example, for weeks they say that the tax will apply in Quebec when that's not the case. They say, for example, for weeks on end that the carbon tax is responsible for rising food prices. There's been heaps and heaps of that sort of strategy. And what's worse is over the past few weeks, they have been instrumentalizing the rising cost of living. They have been profiting from the suffering of the most vulnerable Canadians in order to advance the agenda and goals of big oil. The Conservative leader wants us to remain in the 20th century with a 20th century economy. He certainly does not want to end our dependence on fossil fuels. This is obvious here. Often, when there are questions about the oil and gas sector, there's uproarious applause. There are two things the Conservatives applaud wildly: oil and gas projects and the oath to the king. That's their bread and butter. They love it. What could be more ironic than saying we need to fight inflation, we need to help the lowest earners, and then, on the other hand, turning around and defending the most privileged? There will be $82 billion in investment tax credits for the sector between now and 2034 or 2035. That makes no sense. That money should be redirected toward those who need it. No Conservative leader has ever stood up and said, well, this $34 billion is senseless, the $34 billion that we invested on a pipeline. We should be indignant. We should be furious about this. We should not be furious about a tax on oil and gas producers. And just a reminder, in 2022, the oil and gas sector recorded $200 billion in profits. And I don't necessarily need to remind the Conservatives about what their former leader, Erin O'Toole, had to say about a carbon tax. He said that carbon pricing was one of the best ways to combat climate change. So I won't remind them about that. No, rather, Madam Speaker, I'll focus on something else. I would like to, in fact, focus on explaining why the Bloc Québécois will be voting against C-50. First of all, this act is not really an act for a just transition. In the West, The just transition is a concept, a known concept. It refers to the action that we need to take in order to transition toward a low carbon or net zero economy, all while ensuring minimum negative impact on workers. All countries in the West seem to accept that, other than Canada. Why does Canada refuse to use this notion of a just transition? Some say that one possible explanation for that is that there is a possible play on words between the Prime Minister's name and a just transition. But if that's the reason we don't want to use that terminology that other countries are using, well, that's rather silly. Now, there's also another possible reason why we're saying sustainable jobs instead of just transition, and that is that it helps us to avoid using the expression just transition. So we're going with sustainable jobs instead.
If we don't call a spade, it will be difficult to put forward the right, courageous actions that need to immediately be put forward if we want to address climate change. What courage will we have to take action if we're not able to call a spade? So already, it was difficult for us to support the bill on the just transition. But what made it impossible for us to support this bill is a calculated abandonment by the government of the asymmetrical agreement between Quebec and Ottawa on workforce management. In Quebec, there's the Labour Market Partners Commission, which allows Quebec society to have debates that include the government, unions, and management. We thought, innocently, that if we studied just transition in Quebec, it had to go through those partners. We had to recognize the asymmetrical agreements that existed between the Government of Canada and Quebec. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of discussions with the minister. I thought that at some point we would succeed. I had a lot of meetings with unions to talk about this bill on the just transition. I know there are unions that agreed with it. I know I have friends in unions who were ready to swallow the pill of sustainable jobs by saying we need to take action. But unfortunately, the government, at the end of the day, didn't listen to their requests. Their requests to respect the asymmetrical agreements between Ottawa and Quebec and to give a better mandate to the Labour Market Partners Commission. That is why, Madam Speaker, we will unfortunately not support this bill. And yet, there are necessary actions that could have been put forward. I'd like to conclude my speech on that. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I said that Canada was in an economic stranglehold with oil and gas. What can we do to get to a just transition? What are the actions we can take? First, step outside of the strategies currently being proposed. When I hear about a low-carbon economy in Canada, immediately the proposals from the government and the opposition are flawed. I'm thinking of hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and carbon capture, and carbon capture and sequestration. That is the foundation for the government in fighting climate change. A number of people at the Natural Resources Committee came to tell us that carbon capture and sequestration, technically speaking, in the volumes that the government wants to do, is not feasible. A number of people have told us that the idea of producing blue hydrogen using gas would cost so much money that it would not be feasible. And yet the government is having tax credits, is supporting R&D for oil and gas for a mirage. In Canada, we want to have low carbon oil, but the majority of specialists we've spoken to have said that it's impossible, totally impossible. Yet the Canadian strategy with major tax credits will focus on that mirage of producing low carbon oil. Madam Speaker, I've said it before. Low carbon oil is like diet poutine. It doesn't exist. If you want to fight climate change, don't focus on economic support for oil and gas. If you want to go on a diet, don't eat poutine. It's about the same thing. And I'll conclude with an anecdote, Madam Speaker. I went with the minister to Berlin, where we had a meeting with Siemens, the big company in Berlin. And the minister asked a question. Is it possible, would Siemens be interested in producing the technological elements to produce blue hydrogen? And the people from Siemens answered rather candidly, saying it would be so expensive that we would need government support. And not only that, the technological the technological costs are so high that it's almost impossible. And yet the whole strategy from the government is based on that mirage. I see that my time is up, Madam Speaker. But it's a Canadian stranglehold of oil and gas that means that we are at an impasse and that unfortunately we won't be able to produce legislation that meets our ambition and a just transition. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just with very briefly on the last comment in regards to poutine, something I really enjoy. Even if I was on a diet, I might limit the amount I eat, but it is something that we all love. Madam Speaker, the question I have for the member is he had some reluctance towards the beginning of his comments in regards to the idea of the government using time allocation and so forth. I think that if one just takes a look in terms of the process that we have gone through to get it to the stage that we are today, where we saw an official opposition using AI, artificial intelligence, came up with 20,000 plus amendments, Madam Speaker. And then we see yet again, not only misinformation from the official critic just moments ago on the record, and now moving an amendment to the legislation. The Conservatives have absolutely no desire whatsoever to ever allow this legislation to see the light of the day. Would he not recognize that there is value to using the tool of time allocation in order to get this thing passed?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Yes, well, I don't know if my colleague listened to my whole speech, but I really focused on the fact that the Conservatives have shown bad faith. I've experienced Conservative bad faith at committee, and I don't think that is how we must proceed. But the government could have worked differently. The just transition, to me, is a political project I believe in. There are amendments that could have been put forward to reach consensus within civil society. I had a number of meetings with environmental groups, with people from union backgrounds. We could have had a broader consensus and put pressure at that point on Conservative colleagues so that they would see reason. But perhaps it wasn't carried out in all dimensions, and I think that the implementation of closure is never a good thing. Thank you. Questions and comments.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just want to say to the honourable member that, of course, he and I disagree on nearly everything when it comes to energy policy, but I do want to say that I enjoy very much working with him on committee. And I want to acknowledge both the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party for actually being honest about what Bill C-50, the Just Transition, is, which is the plan to end oil and gas, kill Canadian energy, oil and gas jobs, and also, as this member pointed out, just create government committee to implement economic restructuring plans from the top down. I would note to him that the major drivers right now, actually the leading driver of the creation of new union jobs in Canada, is actually the oil and gas expansions by major multinationals in Alberta and in other provinces where they operate. Yet, on the other hand, 93% of Canadian oil and gas businesses have fewer than 100 employees. They are small businesses. Since he's interested in engaging on what's actually in the legislation, I appreciate that he'll support it, or he'll oppose the just transition in order to protect provincial jurisdiction, and because he can see that this bill actually doesn't do anything of what its proponents claims in terms of jobs training or new jobs or skills training. But what does he think about the fact that this bill C-50, what it actually do will end oil and gas, the leading creator of new union jobs and big multinationals right now, yet doesn't contemplate at all the 90% of Canadian oil and gas companies that have fewer than 100 employees.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Is it a question or should I continue my speech? I'd simply tell my colleague I'd like to ask her something. Politicians need to be honest. All politicians must be honest. The future of everyone is not in hydrocarbons. The country that is investing the most right now to move away from hydrocarbons, fossil fuels, is China. The United States are investing too to step away from fossil fuels. All countries are moving towards a low-carbon economy. Why would be the only fools who stick with oil and gas and we wait to be really hit by a baseball bat in 20 years? That would be stupid. We need to take action. We need to head towards renewable energy. And we need to have legislation to support people who might be losing their jobs. If we don't want to do something, it's because there's something that's not understood. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I appreciated his speech. I was a little bit surprised by the conclusion, though, when he talked about a consensus among civil society. The current bill, which might not be ambitious enough, might not be perfect, but we think it's a good step forward. The current bill is supported by the Canada Labour Congress Environmental Defence, 360 Canada, Equitad, the Pembina Institute, EcoJustice, the Canadian Centre for Alternative Policies, the David Suzuki Foundation, and more. That's a lot of supporters among environmentalists, and I know that there are Quebec unions that support it too. I've been to different COPs, and people from the FTQ and others have told us they want a just transition. I think that's where we're headed, with a place for the union reps at the table, and that was essential in C-50. So would there be openness from the Bloc Québécois to review its position? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. No, we won't be changing our position. I said to my colleague that we've had a number of meetings with people from the environmental world and the union world, and environmentalists have mixed opinions on this. Setting aside the notion of a just transition for them is a defeat, but rather than having nothing, that people from the environmental world prefer to have a bill. I understand that. My goal was to improve it, which is what I said earlier to my colleague. If the government had been open, perhaps we could have improved this bill. And I'd like to highlight the biggest reason why we're voting against this bill is that the government doesn't recognize in the bill the asymmetrical agreements it has with Quebec. And that's a conversation I've had with all unions. They've written letters to the minister to encourage him to recognize the asymmetry that exists in workforce, and that hasn't been done, unfortunately. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Baie James, Nunavik, EU. Excuse me, Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd really like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for what he's gone through at that committee. It's pretty incredible. And I think everyone we represent, not everybody is aware of all of the demagoguery that has happened around this bill. There's just the principle that's left. And I think as politicians, as elected representatives, as legislators, we've gone through a totally anti-democratic exercise with the 64 votes that we had to get through to arrive nowhere in the end. And so I'd like to ask a question to my colleague. This bill, in the current state, beyond the principle, that's not the just transition, without a social dialogue mechanism, is this not just smoke and mirrors? The Honourable Member for Jonquière, quite right. That's what it's become. It's become smoke and mirrors, but I want to add to what my colleague has said. As parliamentarians, we need to be aware that not everything goes. We may have different ideas, we may have different perspectives, but using strategies to intimidate, using strategies to exhaust parliamentarians, using strategies to short-circuit dialogue, to not have discussion about a bill, to me, that's anti-parliamentarian. And I hope, because I see this transformation in the Conservative Party since the arrival of the member for Carleton as leader, I hope they'll change their tone in the coming months and in the coming weeks, because it would be desirable for everyone, including them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Finally, we are at the point of moving forward what is actually a very simple and should be non-controversial bill. A bill to ensure that workers, environmental groups, Indigenous people have a seat at the table as we talk about move forward with the biggest economic transition since the Industrial Revolution. A transition that happens whether Canada decides they're going to participate or not. And yet, what we've seen in this House, and in my 20 years, the most deplorable, degrading, undermining of democracy that I couldn't have imagined would have ever happened. The abusive harassment that took place in our committee from the Conservatives trying to shut down witnesses who came forward. 20,000 bogus amendments brought forward through AI, none of which had anything to do with improving the bill. 2 days of absolutely useless voting as another attempt to slow down. What were we slowing down? We were slowing down a bill that had been pushed forward by the labour unions of Canada, who said transition is happening, our jobs are changing, we want a seat at the table, and we have a right to have a seat at the table because it's our expertise that this government needs to understand if we're going to talk about sustainable jobs. And it's our communities that will be impacted. Because, Mr. Speaker, coming from mining country where I've seen transitions, there's nothing just about them. And I've seen too many communities, like in my region, Elliott Lake, when we lost all the uranium jobs, my hometown of Cobalt, when the iron industry and the silver industry collapsed, it was a calamity, not just for the workers, for the businesses, for the families, for the marriages. But this is a different kind of transition. And this is a lesson I learned many times in trips to Alberta, meeting with energy workers who were saying, we're ready. We're ready to move ahead. This is the first time we've had an opportunity when we're seeing something come at us to make, to put in place the steps needed to draw on the incredible expertise of our workers to create a new energy economy. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this is happening whether the Conservatives admit that the world is round or not. The International Energy Agency, hardly anything known as a left-wing think tank, in their most recent report said, we are witnessing the end of the fossil fuel era. We have to prepare ourselves for the next era. That's the message that they've been warning governments to. Take the steps necessary to prepare. We look at China, that has made over $890 billion in clean tech. In a single year, they had more clean tech projects than the rest of the world combined. The result was $1.6 trillion in their economy that went up 30% in a single year. If we don't act China's taking that market. They'll take that market in critical minerals. They'll take that market in EV. They will take that market on solar, geothermal, any other technologies that Canada can be a lead on, but not, according to the Conservatives. They don't want us to be a lead on that. They want us to sit at the back of the pack. So the transition is going to happen whether we want it or not, while Biden's government, $500 billion since 2021 invested in new projects because they've opened the doors and they're working on the principle of good paying union jobs. So when workers came to our committee to talk about what they believed and they knew and how they could participate and lead the way, the Conservatives wouldn't let them speak. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers shut them down. The carpenters shut them down. The Canadian Labour Congress shut them down. Unifor, the workers who not only in Western Canada represent the oil patch, but represent the workers who are going to be running the EV lines, shut them down. Did not want to hear from the Alberta Federation of Labour. And the reason, Madam Speaker, this is a very simple thing, is that climate deniers aren't trolls out on Twitter. They are in the House of Commons.
Absolutely.
And just like those toxic bots, the only way they can get away with what they're doing is by attacking and trying to silence the facts. So we've seen this relentless attacks on facts and the witnesses who can speak. They did not want those witnesses to speak, even though they were the very workers whose lives would be impacted. They could not allow them to speak, because if they did, it would blow apart the bogus arguments that are being made by the member for Carleton. And it's not just energy workers who are being affected by their lack of action. We are now in a full-on climate disaster catastrophe, and it's having a massive impact on all manner of industries. The BC wine industry this winter. In my region, the maple syrup industry, which is so crucial to Abitibi, to Quebec, to Northern Ontario, hammered by the climate changes that are so dramatic. The 200,000 plus people who were forced out of their homes from climate fires, while the member who lives in Stornoway was running around trying to go into communities as people were being evacuated by catastrophic climate fires to say he was going to make burning pollution free. But then let's talk about the effect of what's happening to Canada's agricultural sector. I really encourage people to read the reflection from rancher Bob Tallman from Rumsey, Alberta, a family that built up a ranch in Alberta for 120 years. These are people who knew how to live on the land, and they've had to give up their farm and their cattle because of the ongoing climate disaster that's unfolding in Alberta. And you will never, ever hear a single Alberta Conservative stand up and talk about the climate disaster that's affecting Alberta farmers. Mr. Tolman, he said, you know, the 2021 drought was the worst drought that Alberta had seen since the dirty 30s. But they had enough carryover in feed and hay from 2020 to get through 2021. And then 2022 came, and it was even worse. And then in 2023, they had less than 40 milliliters of rain. He said that in a normal year, his farm produced 700 bales of hay. In 2023, they produced just 1 bale. You've not heard a single Alberta Conservative stand up and talk about the crisis facing farmers, because they'd rather let the planet burn so Rich Kruger can make more profits than make a sustainable agriculture in Canada that's going to affect us in our bottom line. Now, so Mr. Tolman pointed out, if he was going to keep his cattle herd, it meant he'd have to buy feed. But of course, because of the drought, the price of cattle feed has risen dramatically. You've never heard a single Conservative talk about the rise of feed. It's all about the carbon tax. $300 a ton is what he had to pay. So that would have been $200,000 to feed his cattle this year. This is why the sell-off of cattle is happening, the sell-off of bison in the West. They can't feed their animals. And yet you'll see backbench Conservatives get up and talk about the carbon price and how, you know, potatoes in Calgary are being done in by carbon tax when, they get their potatoes from Idaho, which doesn't pay a carbon tax. And yes, prices went up in the grocery stores for potatoes in Idaho. Why? Well, because they are being hit by the climate disaster as well. But you never hear a single Conservative speak truth about the impacts of what's happening. So fire season is in Alberta right now. Yeah. There's 60 burning wildfires in Alberta. There's 100 in BC. You'll never hear a single one of them stand up and say, our communities are being done in. Why is that? It's because they don't want to undermine in any manner at all the profits being made by big oil. And so what we have to have is what we saw with Bill C-50, this campaign of disinformation and rage politics and saying it's some kind of globalist woke agenda. This is the language of Alex Jones. This is the language of conspiracy haters. Yep. But the Conservatives need that because they can't actually tell their supporters, yeah, the planet is on fire. Yeah, agriculture is being hammered hard. Yeah, last summer we had so many businesses in Northern Ontario that lost out because people wouldn't come up because of the smoke fires. They don't want you to deal with that. They want you to get all riled up about the carbon tax. So riled up that, we had one of my colleagues, they threw an axe through his window to teach him a lesson. That's the mob. This is pitchfork politics. I know another colleague who they slashed his tires. They burned a garage. This is the politics of intimidation. That's what happens when you crank people up with disinformation. So are we going to expect...
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Lakeland.
I'm not exactly sure what the member is talking about.
Order. Let me hear the point of order.
I'm not sure specifically what the member is talking about, but just in good faith, he may want to clarify that no Conservative MP threw an axe through.
It is a point of debate, and I just want to remind members when they're coming up that when they rise, that they speak on, they bring up the standing order that's being brought forward. Again, it's a point of debate. I also want to remind members, even if they're trying to cheer their member on, that they shouldn't be doing that while we're in the House, until we get to questions and comments, and they'll have a chance for questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much. It is very telling that no Conservative would stand up on a point of order and say that they'd actually defended Alberta farmers during the catastrophic drought, because they haven't, so they have to change the subject. So the reason I bring this up, Madam Speaker, is because
I'm hearing some feedback on both sides of the House. I'm not sure where it's all coming from, but I do want to remind members there'll be 10 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable member still has 10 minutes for a speech. I would ask members to hold off, write their comments down, and they'll be able, so they don't forget it. The honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was 17, I was playing in biker bars, so getting heckled by a Conservative from Alberta is not something that I lose much sleep over. But if they start throwing bottles, I'll let you know. But right now, I'm going to get back to the issue, which is about disinformation, which is about rage politics, and it's about the relentless falsehoods being promoted by climate deniers in the midst of a climate catastrophe. So the question for me, Madam Speaker, is the issue of climate denialism. It's not just the bots. But we also have a government that believes if we just do a little bit here and a little bit there, everything will be fine. That's another form of climate denialism. And it's not good enough, not at this time in our history. So the belief in the government part is that, corporations would do their part. We have Pathways Alliance and their 2050 plan for net zero, which we've seen is that Pathways Alliance has met none of their objectives. They've spent millions on disinformation campaigns, but Canada is the only G7 country where emissions continue to rise, and if they continue on the path that they're going, we will rise much higher. So there's a great peer-reviewed study on Pathways Alliance, which I encourage everyone to read, because it shows you the greenwashing and disinformation and fundamental lack of honesty. That said, in the review, it said there was no credible proof of their carbon capture claims making any difference. But yet they want us to give them billions in carbon capture. And what they're doing with carbon capture is not lowering emissions. They're using carbon capture to pump out more oil, more gas, and burn more. And they're telling us we have to pay for it. It says, now this is the thing of how they all work together on this disinformation campaign. This is a peer-reviewed study. This isn't Charlie Angus from Cobalt, Ontario making this up. I read peer-reviewed studies, well, once in a while. Quote, the degree of strategic coordination shown by the main producers of the oil sands sector reflects a troubling concentration of corporate power for the purposes of political and public influence. See my colleagues over there, see my colleagues here. Regulators should actively consider how to equip themselves to detect sector-scale greenwashing, because they said this is a really important issue because, quote, as liabilities claims mount regarding the role of fossil fuels organizations in their failure to warn of impending harms due to their products. This is the issue of the failure to warn, which leads us to where this is going to go. It's going to go to lawsuits. That's where the decisions are. We're actually going to get action. We know that Shell has been recently found guilty by a Dutch court of failing to mitigate against climate disaster and constant disinformation. They've been ordered to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030. That's what courts are moving. The European Court of Human Rights has just moved against big oil. We have groundbreaking lawsuits. I really like the one in Colorado. I encourage people to check it out because it names the Canadian giants Suncor and Exxon Imperial. But since 2017, 5 states in the District of Columbia and 20 municipalities in the U.S. have taken the major climate polluters to court for knowingly spreading disinformation. And I encourage people to certainly read the California statement. This is the big tobacco moment. This is where the people are able to get back. And there's some great stuff in it. It talks about how Exxon and Shell purposely directed its tortuous conduct toward California by distributing, marketing, advertising, promoting, and supplying fossil fuels with the knowledge that the intended use of those products for combustion has caused and will continue to cause climate change-related harms in California, including the state's industries. It's a campaign of deception and denial of climate change. Deception and denial of climate change. Well, this right there is the entire platform of the Conservative government, or the Conservative opposition. You know, they do everything on bumper stickers. I think we could put their entire environmental strategy on a bumper sticker and it would even fit on a little Austin Mini. Denialism of what the crisis is. So I want to go through some of these issues here because it's really important that people understand what they knew and why the importance of having stuff in place to take them on. Since at least 1988, the American Petroleum Institute participated and led several coalitions, front groups, including the Global Climate Coalition, Partnerships for a Better Energy Future, Coalition for American Jobs, and I love this one, the Alliance for Climate Strategies, to promote disinformation. They knew in the late 1960s that they were in a situation where they were the ice caps would actually start to melt by the year 2000. They knew that in 68, so they lied. That was the American Petroleum Institute. In 1980, Esso, a good Canadian company, told its managers of the danger of CO2 buildup in the atmosphere and it could have catastrophic effects. And then they said that there were measures to lower emissions. So in 1980, they could have lowered emissions, but it would have cost money. So what did Esso do? Esso spent the money on disinformation, on greenwashing, on bogus studies. In 1982, Exxon, who had much better science than anyone, warned, and it's right here in the state of California versus the big oil giants, that Exxon was warning from their scientific studies that climate catastrophe would become evident by the year 2000. That's when we'd first start to notice its effects. But by then, it might be too late. So all through the 90s, they knew. But what did they do? They decided to pay for bogus studies, disinformation, the kind of stuff that's still being spouted from the front benches of the Conservative Party today. And they knew that the results would be catastrophic for the planet. The other one that's very telling in the California indictment is 1988. Shell did a study of scientific reports that said that, again, the crisis in climate would be noticeable to the public beginning in around the year 2000, which I think most of us agree. That's when most of us began to wonder and worry. And by then, it would be possibly too late. So what did Shell do? Well, Shell raised their oil drilling platforms in the ocean by 6 feet, so that as the ice caps collapsed and coastal cities were wiped out and South Pacific islands were destroyed, to hell with them. Shell was going to make money. That's what they did. That's in the indictment. This is like Philip Morris telling kids, you know what, not only is smoking good, but you gotta smoke if you're gonna grow up and be healthy. They knew they were burning the planet. So how does this relate back to C50? It relates back to this constant pattern of the Conservatives to promote disinformation, bogus claims, hysterical talk about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are gonna somehow be destroyed if we do anything to support work.
I'm not sure whether members remember that they should be respectful while they're in the House of Commons, and it's not time for questions and comments yet, and I would ask them to please hold off. If they're just coming in preparation for question period, again, I would ask members to please be respectful and keep their voices down. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that you talk about being respectful. I mean, we're dealing with a backbench. I feel like sometimes they're trying to stone me to death with spitballs. Meanwhile, we're talking about a climate catastrophe, and they laugh and they snicker and they giggle. That member there from Calgary, I've never heard him stand up once and talk about the climate drought facing Albertans, because they don't care. They don't care that Alberta's on fire right now. They didn't care Alberta was on fire last year. They never spoke about it once. They want to get people revved up on the bogus, we're going to get the carbon tax. We're going to go to your communities as they're burning and you're having to escape. The member for Kelowna, as Kelowna was facing a catastrophic explosion of fire, saying, but don't worry, we're going to make burning fuel free. We're going to take the tax off. You know, the leader for Carleton, who was asked about the industrial carbon tax, which, by the way, Suncor and those companies that made $78 billion last year paid 1/14 in comparison to what an ordinary person would pay. When the leader who lives in Stornoway was asked about the industrial carbon tax, he claimed it didn't exist. Not only are they promoting on disinformation and bogus conspiracy, but either he doesn't know his facts or he's just being mendacious. But either way is deeply concerning for a man. I know he's never had a job, but claiming that he's going to be leader of a country facing an unprecedented climate crisis. So where are we right now, Speaker? We're finally moving forward with the most minor, simple bill to put in place steps to have voices. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. And yet you see the total rage machine of the Conservatives cranked up to 11.
All cylinders fire.
All cylinders fire on gong show idiocy to try and derail basic steps to have workers like the energy workers from Unifor, workers from the construction unions who are part and want to be part of a new energy economy. But what they've done, we're all working for Daniel Smith, chased $33 billion out of Alberta from clean energy because they don't want clean energy projects. No. They want to have our workers dependent on an industry what the International Energy Agency has said very clearly is now having to change, and we either change with it or we get left behind and the planet burns. So the New Democrats will be supporting C50. We stood up, we will stand up again, and we will always stand up for workers, for jobs.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands has a very brief time. We have time for one question, one answer, I believe.
Okay, a very brief question. I heard the member from Timmins James Bay say that the leader of the opposition has never had a job. Can he explain to us what he meant by that exactly?
The honourable member from James Bay, Timmins James Bay.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And, you know, as someone who, when I was a teenager, you know, I worked in a milk store. There's nothing wrong with starting out in a milk store. I delivered products door to door when I was a teenager. I was even a pretty lousy babysitter. But I don't put that on my resume because I went on to be a carpenter. I was a broadcaster. I was a professional musician. I ran a small business. But the poor member who lives in Stornoway, His resume's, wow, talk about skint. And it's also vague. Either he did work for a summer at Dairy Queen or he didn't. We've not been able to get an answer. Either he did have a paper route or he didn't. I mean, I knew friends who had paper routes. None of them puts it on their resume. I mean, come on. But this man has never had a job. He has been a political attack dog since he was a kid. So again, I don't want anyone who works at Dairy Queen to feel we're disrespecting them, because at least they show up for work. At least they know how to put the banana split, put the little nuts on the banana split. But we know that the member for Stornoway never bothered to do any of that.
I don't want to, if we have such little time left before the time it is for statements from members that I don't think it would do justice to just have a question that would be asked. Statements from members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
From Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, every 3 months, Canadians receive the carbon rebate. Today is one of those days, Mr. Speaker. Right. In Winnipeg North alone, for a family of 4, you're looking at $1,200 a year, Mr. Speaker. Wow. That's 4 payments every 3 months. Mr. Speaker, I look at it in terms of how the Conservatives like to tell misinformation and mislead Canadians. I want to let every Conservative member know that I'm going to ensure that the people of Winnipeg North and the province of Manitoba are very much aware. Do not trust the Conservative Party because they consistently mislead. By taxing or axing the tax, Mr. Speaker, what they're doing is they're taking disposable income out of the pockets of Canadians. In particular, over 80% of the residents of Winnipeg North. I say shame on the Conservatives for trying to think Canadians can be fooled.
Axe the facts.
We think it's a Wednesday.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps repeating that nothing is more important than relations with First Nations. After 8 years, nothing could be further from the truth. And here's another example involving Wendake, which I have the honour of representing in this House. Parks Canada is preparing to transfer to Gatineau Wendat artifacts from their ancestral territory. This decision was made without proper consultation with the Wendat. As Grand Chief Vincent told the Quebec City newspaper, we will take this to the minister. If he doesn't take respect for the consultation protocol, we will see what action we will take. As far as we're concerned, the current way of doing things is not acceptable. End quote. This story is not new, though. 7 years ago, I sounded the alarm, but as is too often the case, the Liberal government did nothing. The situation is unacceptable, especially since Wendake has a magnificent museum hotel known for its significant expertise in preserving and showcasing artifacts. This hotel museum was built and inaugurated in March 2008 in partnership with the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the government must stop saying one thing and doing another. It must respect the will of the Wendat.
Winnipeg's South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when I knocked on doors this past summer, there were many days that saw smoke-filled air that prevented kids from going outside, far above normal temperatures that pose life-threatening conditions for vulnerable seniors, droughts that cause cracks in home foundations, and anxiety about the future as the realities of climate change confront us in new and undeniable ways. Canadians want to do their part to fight climate change, but they also need to take care of their families' needs. And that's the advantage of our climate plan. It lets you do both by providing rebates that offset added costs for 8 out of 10 Canadians, while at the same time being proven to effectively reduce pollution. The Canadian Climate Institute released a study recently that detailed that all government current policies will prevent the equivalent of Quebec and Ontario's emissions combined by 2030. The world is moving away from heavily polluting fuels, Mr. Speaker. If Canada does not do its part, we will be on the outside looking in, with international trading partners and allies shutting us out of deals and taxing our imports. We are going to continue to advocate for environmental policies that protect our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, they're everywhere, but we do not see them often enough. They are in our hospitals, schools, arenas, libraries, parks, soup kitchens. They are everywhere. They help seniors, they help children. They help those living with disabilities. They help newcomers to Canada. They help all those who need help. I am referring to volunteers. Volunteers help with errands. They help teach French to immigrants settling in Quebec. They help children with their homework. They serve warm meals to those who are struggling. They're everywhere. We don't notice them enough. But they are exceptional. Their exceptional contribution to Quebec makes Quebec a wonderful place to live. Thank you to all volunteers for your time, for your generosity, and for your huge hearts. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, we are on the right track to meet our 2026 climate target. What's most important is that, starting today, families of 4 in Ontario, including in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier, will receive $1,120 this year thanks to the Canada Carbon Rebate. That is $255 more in their pockets than what they paid. If the Conservatives will just stop their delay tactics, rural families in Ontario can expect an extra 20% with the passage of Bill C-59. In 2015, Canada was clearly on the wrong track when it came to carbon emissions. The Conservatives had no climate plan. Pollution was free. Emissions just kept rising. Today, thanks to the efforts of Canadians and of our government, Canada's emissions have fallen by 8%. The Conservatives refuse to fight climate change. They prefer slogans over helping Canadians. On this side of the House, we are reducing emissions while making things better for 8 out of 10 Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, Canada is powered by tourism. That's the theme of this year's National Tourism Week, and in my riding, the communities of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie are definitely powered by tourism. Niagara Falls alone is Canada's top leisure tourism destination, and the overall visitor experience is enhanced by the beautiful vineyards and wineries in Niagara-on-the-Lake and the rich cultural history, shopping experiences, and trail systems found throughout all 3 communities. Yet Canadian tourism has not fully recovered. Tourism workers and operators can blame this Liberal government's high taxes and out-of-control spending for driving up inflation and the cost of traveling throughout Canada. As a result, recovery is slow and uneven, and Canada is losing its competitive edge. Speaker, Canada is powered by tourism, but tourism can be further powered by axing the tax, so our tourism workers can once again bring home powerful paychecks, and our tourism operators once again thrive by welcoming the world to our magnificent destinations. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Speaker, you know that in 2015, Canada was on the wrong track. The Canadian government at the time had no climate plan, it was free to pollute, and emissions kept going up. Now, because of work done in Nova Scotia and across the country, our emissions have declined by 8%. For the first time ever, we're on track to meet our 2026 climate target, thanks in no small part to pollution pricing and the Canada Carbon Rebate. Starting today, a Nova Scotia family of 4 will receive the first installment of their $824 rebate. For the average family in my province, that's $157 more than they'll pay out over the year. And for rural families, they will get more when Conservatives finally stop blocking the 20% top-up in Bill C-59. While the other side tries to ruin the rebate, hurting lower-income Canadians, will continue our work to help Canadians leave a healthier planet for our grandkids. Thank you.
Before I continue, I'd like to encourage all members to be careful with their papers when it makes sure it doesn't touch the microphone. It makes it harder for people who are listening to translation, and also makes it a difficulty for our interpreters. I hope it doesn't get to that point.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of today, New Brunswickers can expect to see in their bank accounts payments from the Canada Carbon Rebate. For example, this year, a family of 4 in New Brunswick will receive $760 from the Canada Carbon Rebate. That is $183 more in their pocket than the average family, and Conservatives should stop blocking C-59. Once they stop that, families living in rural areas will receive 20% more than the amounts that I just listed.
Our proposed plan leaves Canadians better off than before. Our carbon pricing system puts more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians through Canadian carbon rebates, while ensuring a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, the future of our planet and of future generations is more important than the slogans of the official opposition. Thank you.
Member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Here. Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Prime Minister, residents in my community are struggling. I have received countless emails, phone calls, and letters from residents, and the message I'm receiving is clear and consistent. Life is unaffordable. Under this Liberal government, people are losing their homes, they are struggling to feed their families, they cannot afford to heat their homes or drive their vehicles. While life has gotten worse for Canadians, the Liberals are spending more than ever. This year, Canada will spend over $52 billion to service this Prime Minister's debt. This is more money than the government is sending to the provinces for health care. In response to this Liberal-made affordability crisis, my common sense Conservative colleagues and I have 3 simple demands for this year's budget. Number 1, axe the tax. Number 2, build the homes. And number 3, fix the budget. Conservatives will not support tomorrow's budget unless it provides relief to struggling Canadians. Will the Prime Minister commit today to axe the tax in tomorrow's budget?
The honourable member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canadians who filed their taxes electronically on March 15th or before will receive the new Canada Carbon Rebate amounts. In the provinces where it applies, the Canada Carbon Rebate will put even more money back into the pockets of most Canadians than they pay into fighting climate change. Affordability is front and center in everything that we do as a government, and in this system, we are literally putting money into the hands of Canadian families. Families are counting on these checks. They work them into their monthly budgets, and that's especially the case for low to middle income Canadians who benefit the most from fighting climate change. Unfortunately, the Conservatives want to cut these rebates that Canadians rely on, but we will not let them ruin these rebates, Mr. Speaker. Canadian families need it more than ever. Thank you.
The honourable member from Barrie-Innisfil.
It's as if the Prime Minister has forgot that he's been in power for almost 9 years and that he and his policies, all of them, are the direct cause of the housing and mortgage crisis Canadians are facing. The way he's been parading around the country blaming everyone else but him for the housing hell reminds me of that old Shaggy song, "It Wasn't Me." Well, it was him who was caught red-handed promising to lower the price of housing, rents and mortgages in Canada that have doubled in 9 years, pushing middle-class Canadians to live in 10 cities in nearly every city. Last week, CMHC confirmed that it's been him causing less affordable housing and higher rents because fewer homes are being built than we did in the 1970s. Worst of all, it is him who's dealt a devastating blow to young Canadians hoping to enter the housing market, young people who feel like they've been lied to and let down by this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has a chance to axe the tax in tomorrow's budget to make life more affordable for Canadians. The question is, will he? Or will he continue to blame others for the problems he's caused and say it wasn't me? Because Canadians know it is the Prime Minister.
That's right. The honourable member from St. Margaret's South Shore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are going hungry. Feed Nova Scotia reports that food bank usage is up 26%, with increased visits as high as 50% in Cape Breton. In Sydney, food banks are experiencing record-breaking increases in the number of new clients, with new visits up 80%. And the Souls Mission Kitchen is up 280%. Instead of providing relief to Canadians, this government has hiked their costly carbon tax on Nova Scotians by 23%. Liberals don't understand. If you tax the farmer that grows the food, the trucker that trucks the food, and the retailer that sells the food, you tax all those who buy the food. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Conservatives have a solution. Axe a tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form. To be clear, Conservatives want the entire carbon tax axe, but in the meantime, let's at least provide some relief to Canadians by immediately passing Bill C-234.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The honourable member from Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, en 2015.
Mr. Speaker, In 2015, Canada was clearly on the wrong track when it came to carbon emissions. The Conservatives had no climate plan, pollution was free, and emissions were still rising. Today, thanks to work being done across the country, Canada's emissions have fallen by 8%. For the first time ever, we are on track to meet our 2026 climate target.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in the Yukon expect commitment on climate action. The price on pollution encourages us to find greener alternatives in our day-to-day lives while we benefit from the rebate, and the plan is working. A family of 4 in Whitehorse will receive over $1,200 through the Yukon carbon rebate this year, while a family of 4 living in rural Yukon gets $1,488 in automatic quarterly payments. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing going up, it's the temperature. On this side of the House, we're reducing emissions while making life better for Canadians.
That's right. The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, to be from Northern Ontario is to live and breathe hockey. Whether at your local arena, Frozen Pond, or in the streets, we love our national hockey game. But it's been a difficult year for hockey in Elliott Lake. The Centennial Arena was forced to shut its doors in September due to structural damage. The communities of Blind River and Massey stepped up to give our youth a place to play in the short term. But these youth deserve an arena in their own hometown. And so organizers rallied through voting campaigns, and I rise to thank all of those across the country who helped Elliott Lake be crowned Kraft Hockeyville 2024, giving them $250,000 towards arena repairs and a preseason NHL game. But that's not all. Last week, former Elliott Lake residents Jamie and Joanne Armstrong donated $300,000, which kicked off a campaign to raise another $200,000 for repairs to the arena so that next year the Elliott Lake Vikings and the Elliott Lake Minor Hockey Leagues can be back on home ice. Now that's a hat trick to be proud of, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Prairie. First of all, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to commend the courage and determination of the member for Madawaska, Restigouche, in his fight to allow MPs who wish to do so no longer swear an oath to the King when they are sworn in. The history of Acadia is the history of a people persecuted by the British Crown. Thousands of Acadians who were deported during the Great Upheaval died during deportation. But, say Liberal ministers, but that doesn't matter. There are things that matter more than the honour and pride of Acadians. We have no time to waste on the monarchy, they say. Well, that, coming from a party which claims to be democratic and anti-colonial, that's frankly embarrassing. But not as embarrassing as hearing Conservatives behaving like tavern keepers at 3 o'clock in the morning shouting, "God save the King." They're proud of the fact that a monarch, by birthright, a foreigner, governs them. Well, I call that voluntary servitude. The member for Madawaska Restigouche deserved better than that sorry display of indifference toward the history of the Acadian people. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, both the Bank of Canada and former Liberal Finance Minister told this Prime Minister that he was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with his spending that ballooned interest rates. But he didn't listen. As a result, the Bank of Canada went on the most aggressive interest rate hike campaign in Canadian history. This Prime Minister is leaving behind a legacy like no other. Under his regime, rent, mortgage payments, and down payments have doubled. Record deficits have driven interest rates sky high, and food bank usage is at a record high. On April 1st, he increased the carbon tax by 23%, which is causing even more pain in the pocketbooks of Canadians. Common sense Conservatives will not agree to support the budget unless he axes the carbon tax on food, builds homes, not bureaucracy, and caps the spending. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I watched a video from a proud Albertan who did her family's taxes and got over $800 back through the Canada Carbon Rebate. Her family even got a little bump. They lived in a rural environment. She said that she probably ended up better off with that transfer. Who said this? Premier Danielle Smith. While she should be supporting Albertans, the Conservative Premier of my province is now playing politics, and since April 1st has even reinstated her 13-cent per litre gas tax. Our government instead is doubling down on protecting the environment, slashing emissions, and putting more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Carbon Rebate gives 8 out of 10 families more money than they pay in carbon pricing. Canada is also on track to meet its climate targets for the first time ever. The carbon pricing alone will account for 1/3 of our emission reductions by 2030. Carbon pricing isn't just a feel-good measure.
Oral questions, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Conservatives, common sense Conservatives, will cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, stop the crime. Yet, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the interest cost after 8 years. The government will spend more on interest on our national debt than on health care. More money for bankers, less for nurses. When will the Prime Minister accept my common sense plan to fix the budget with a dollar-for-dollar law to reduce interest costs for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, common sense or nonsense? He wants to cut the programs that support the middle class. He wants to cut programs to build housing. He wants to cut programs that protect our environment. That is not common sense. It is incompetence. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Incompetence from the Minister who lost 1 million Canadians, who was the worst Minister of Immigration in our history. His own Prime Minister admitted that he led the out-of-control immigration system. That's why, according to them, the cost of housing has doubled. Now, he is pushing the prices further. Inflationary deficits are adding 2% to interest rates. $6,000 for a family with a $300,000 mortgage. Will the government reduce the deficit and interest rates so Canadians can keep their money and their houses? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, 6 is the number that Canadians at home need to remember. What we've just heard, the Leader of the Conservatives, he wants to advise Canadians, but he was able to just build 6 units of affordable housing when he was Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to build houses, create jobs, create prosperity. Canadians know that slogans don't build houses, they don't build prosperity, and they won't help Canadians. Every day is a good day to fight for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of interest. According to Scotiabank, the Prime Minister's deficits are adding 2 full percentage points extra in interest costs for the average family. That works out to about $6,000 for a modest mortgage of $300,000. $6,000 in extra mortgage payments from these deficits alone. Will they finally wake up to the fact that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition seems to know the cost of everything but the value of absolutely nothing. Does he not see value in the measures that are building more homes in this country? Does he not see value in programs that are going to put food on the table for hungry kids through a school food program? He continues to oppose measures that are helping students with the cost of their education and the families with the cost of housing. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to put measures on the table to make life more affordable for middle-class Canadians and do right by a generation of young people who've been priced out of the housing market. It's a shame his policies would have the exact opposite effect.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we can't see the value of homes and food that don't exist after 8 years. They have a food program which after 8 years has no food, a affordable housing program which has doubled housing costs. They're not worth the cost. and now their deficits are driving up the interest obligations for the average family. For a family with a $500,000 mortgage, deficits are adding 10 grand in additional interest payments per year. When will they realize that after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, he wants to talk about homes that don't exist. Perhaps we should look at the 800,000 affordable housing units that were lost while he was housing minister. Perhaps we should examine the fact that while he was minister, 0 new apartments were supported by the federal government and a total of only 6 affordable housing units nationwide. Now, he likes to talk a big game, but let's look at the plan he's putting on the table. He wants to raise taxes on home construction and cut funding for the cities that are making it easier to build home. We've advanced programs that are not just going to build more homes, but allow people to save up more money with their down payment and reduce their monthly mortgage costs when they go to join the housing market for the...
Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi.
Excuse me. I understand that there was a problem with interpretation.
To see, is the interpretation now working from English to French? Do we have English to French? Do we have it working now? Can anybody give me a signal? Okay. Alors, je vais inviter le...
So I will invite the minister to restart his answer because it wasn't understood by a number of members. The Honourable
Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member wants to talk about homes that don't exist. Let's talk about the 800,000 affordable housing units that were lost when he was last in government. Let's talk about the fact that when he was actually housing minister, he got 0 apartments built with the support of the federal government. Let's look at the fact that across the entire country, he was able to get a total of only 6 affordable housing units built. Mr. Speaker, he talks a big game, but he does literally nothing for the people who need to get into the housing market. We've got new measures that help people who are renting now and measures that will make it easier to save up for a down payment and to reduce your monthly mortgage costs if you want to own a home in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More proof this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost is that he picked the most incompetent immigration minister in Canadian history and put him in charge of housing. The guy who lost track of 1 million people, who's blamed by his fellow cabinet colleagues for causing the housing crisis, and who presides over the most expensive housing market in Canadian history. When I was minister, the average rent was $950, and we built hundreds of thousands of units at that affordable price. So why won't he learn from our smashing success in 2015 in keeping costs low by axing the tax and building the home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, now at the time they expressed opposition to our plan to welcome 40,000 Afghan refugees who fought alongside the Canadian Armed Forces. They seem still to have problems with the fact that we opened our doors to vulnerable Ukrainians. But let's actually focus on the housing issue right now, Mr. Speaker. He talks a big game about housing, but he plans to raise tax...
So they heckled his entire question. Frank, they heckled his whole question.
Order. The Honourable Order. I'm going to ask all members on all sides of the House to please, I'll ask the Honourable Member from Milton. Colleagues, I'm going to ask the honourable members, including the all honourable members, to please bring this back to order. The honourable minister has 15 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, They get antsy when they're confronted with their actual record. Let's take a look at what he got done. Only 6 affordable housing units across the entire country. Lost 800,000 more. 0 new apartments. Now he wants to raise taxes on home building and cut funding for the communities who are getting them built.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Urgent message to those who still think we shouldn't care about jurisdiction and let the federal government decide everything. CMHC proves that when the federal government meddles in housing, an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec, Quebecers receive only 14% of the money, even though we are 22% of the population. It's worse when the federal government chooses the projects itself, as in affordable housing, where we receive only 6%, even though we are 22% of the population. When the federal government gets involved, Quebecers don't get their share, starting with the less well-off. Who would accept being ripped off like that? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, each has their own priorities. We talk about investing in housing. They want a referendum. We are investing in our youth and our seniors. The Bloc say they need a referendum. We want our youth to have full tummies at school, but no, they say the solution to everything is a referendum. As they prepare their referendum, we are preparing the future. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. That's anything at all. When the federal government meddles in Quebec's jurisdictions, Quebecers get shortchanged. Housing is a perfect example. We represent 22% of the population, but we get 14% of the money and only 6% in affordable housing. In addition to never having given us our fair share, tomorrow's budget will add insult to injury. They're going to impose new conditions on the extra $6 billion of our money they're promising for housing. Why not just unconditionally transfer Quebecers' fair share of the housing money? Can he answer that question? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, we are working with Quebec to ensure that Quebec will receive its fair share of the funding for housing. For example, with the program to accelerate the building of housing in Quebec, we have an agreement with $900 million of federal money and $900 million from Quebec. The result is $1.8 billion and 8,000 affordable housing units. We are continue to advance programs to ensure support is received in Quebec and throughout the country.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People are getting gouged at the grocery stores and CEOs are making record profits, all because the Prime Minister kept the Conservatives' $60 billion corporate handout and Canadians are paying the price. Loblaws made $1.2 billion because of this corporate Conservative handout. So will the Prime Minister
ask honourable members, especially the honourable member from Grand River, Miramichi, Grand River, to please only take the floor when he's recognized by the Speaker. If the honourable member from Burnaby South can start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, you can tell Conservatives get really touchy when we talk about corporate Conservative handouts. People are getting gouged at the grocery store and CEOs are making record profits. And the Conservatives are making noise because they're upset because they want to give more corporate handouts to companies like Loblaws that are gouging Canadians and ripping off people because they want that to happen. That's who they work for. Their chief strategist is a Conservative lobbyist for the biggest corporation that sells groceries. Now, will the Prime Minister reverse these Conservative corporate handouts, yes or no?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for bringing a very important question on this floor, Mr. Speaker. But it seems that he's been missing a part, Mr. Speaker. He was with us in order to make the largest reform on competition in this country, Mr. Speaker. In fact, thanks to this work and the help of the NDP and our government, Mr. Speaker, we made the largest reform on competition in our nation history. But one thing, if he wants to help consumer, Mr. Speaker, why don't he work with us to make sure that we would have a grocery code of conduct across the nation, Mr. Speaker, to help consumer, to help families, to help young kids, Mr. Speaker. They can do something. We're waiting for it.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
To take on the corporate greed, which is driving the price of groceries up. Galen Weston se régale encore.
Galen Weston is still pleased with the last time the Conservatives were in power. Thanks to them, Loblaws paid $1.2 billion less in taxes. This week, the Prime Minister has the opportunity to put in place a tax on excess profits for grocery giants. Will he do it? Yes or no?
Bravo.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for having supported us when we launched the biggest reform on competition in the country, because Canadians who are watching from home know that the best way to stabilize prices in the country is to have more competition in the country. That is exactly what we've done. And now I encourage him, if he wants to help Canadians, if he wants to help families and youth, why not support us to have a grocery code of conduct throughout the country? On this side of the House, we will continue working for young families, for Canadians, for consumers throughout the country.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
While the finance minister is out buying new budget shoes today, she should drop by a Toronto food bank where 1 in 10 Torontonians are having to use their services after 8 years of her government. Tomorrow's expensive photo-op budget will only confirm why interest rates are staying higher for longer and why Canadians can't afford to eat, heat and house themselves. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, they are not worth the cost of housing. Will this Liberal NDP government listen to Conservatives, cap spending, bring in a dollar-for-dollar law to bring down inflation and interest rates so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the honourable member opposite needs to take a look at what is announced earlier this month and the month before, which is that inflation in Canada is below 3% for the second month in a row. Mr. Speaker, AAA debt rating for this country, one of the very few countries in the world to have that. Mr. Speaker, lowest debt to GDP ratio. Now, while that party is all doom and gloom, we are here working every day for Canadians on a school food program, on a Canada Child benefit, on making sure that we have $10 child care across the country. Mr. Speaker, we're working for Canadians each and every day.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
With answers like that, he'll make a great high-priced Liberal consultant after the next election who's not worth the cost. What doesn't he understand? When 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year, where young people can't see the dream of home ownership, where rents and mortgages have doubled after failed policy of the Liberal NDP government. Why doesn't he get with the program and before he gets kicked out of his position and listen to Canadians? Why don't they implement a dollar-for-dollar law, cap the spending, so Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, that party and that member not only have no plan for housing, the meager plan that they have actually wants to make it more expensive to build houses in this country, and they're against every single measure that we've done to actually make home ownership affordable for Canadians again. Mr. Speaker, that Alberta MP voted against Air Products' $1.6 billion net hydrogen plant in our province, voted against the first carbon capture, use and storage net zero cement plant in our province. Mr. Speaker, they're voting against Alberta jobs. They're voting against Canadians. We're here for Albertans and Canadians each and every day.
The honourable member from Peterborough Kawartha.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Emily Wheaton is a single mom who lost her home because she didn't qualify for her mortgage renewal. Why? Because of this Liberal NDP inflationary spending, which has driven up interest rates. So now she's forced to rent. She's paying nearly $4,000 for a 600 square foot apartment. Tomorrow's budget, we're asking for the Prime Minister to show compassion and sanity. Have a dollar of spending for every new dollar spent, so Canadians can afford to keep their homes.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, what you will see in tomorrow's budget is support for renters and homeowners alike, and we'll do that all the while being fiscally prudent with the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 with a AAA credit rating from an independent, objective observer, Mr. Speaker, as well as traditionally low unemployment. We do that at the same time as working for the most vulnerable in this country, something that the Conservatives vote against every single time. We expect all members of this House to support Canadians across the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What what Canadians don't believe is anything they say. Right. Yeah. They've had 8 years to prove a record, and more homes were built in the 1970s than have been built today. 10 cities across this country are normal. Don't tell people they've never had it so good when we have record high usage of food banks, when we have young people who will never own a home, and when interest rates have went up 2%, causing $10,000 a year in interest payments alone. Right. Shame. Right. Let's do a dollar for dollar. Let's show some sanity, and let's allow Canadians to keep their homes.
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Families and Children.
I think what Canadians need to know is what the Conservative response is to the affordability challenges that Canadians are facing. It's cuts. It's cuts to the programs that they need and are supporting them in a time of need, abandoning them when they most need it. On this side of the House, we've put forward a national school food program. We've put forward $10 a day childcare, the Canada Child Benefit, supports that are helping Canadians put food on the table and support their families, in contrast to everything that they oppose.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. For 3 weeks now, the Liberal Prime Minister and his ministers have been displaying all the failures of this government after 8 years. Inflation, interest rates, rents, mortgage payments, everything's going up. And it's going to continue with the Liberals. Tomorrow is the budget day. Will the Prime Minister, who isn't worth the cost, at least accept our demands to cut taxes for farmers and food, build housing, not bureaucracy, and apply dollar-for-dollar discipline, and especially put an end to the parade of inflationary spending so Canadians can feed themselves and house themselves? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 affordable housing units. That's what the leader of the Conservatives built when he was housing minister. That's in contrast with the 8,000 affordable housing units that we are building now, in partnership with the Government of Quebec and municipalities. In Mégantic-l'Érable, the project will be building 24 affordable housing units just there, 4 times more than were built by the Conservative leader, the chief insulter. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. It's not 24, it's 48, Mr. Speaker, and it's worse. CMHC is slow in approving that project. Mr. Speaker, I'm so surprised to hear that minister give results, showing off results that there's tens of thousands of affordable housing units he wants to build to correct a crisis his government created. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, will they understand common sense, build housing, not bureaucracy, so that Canadians can house themselves and get out of the crisis that they built? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to see that my colleague knows that we're doing much more than the Conservative leader, the chief insulter, did during his time as Minister of Housing. There's another project in his riding, in addition to the one he mentioned, called Envole-toi, 13 affordable housing units for people who need them, people who otherwise would be on the street. 13 is 2 times 6, double what was built by the Conservative leader, the chief insulter, during his whole term for the whole country. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal addressed the National Assembly on Thursday, and as a worthy representative of the country of the Enlightenment, he delivered an inspired plea for state secularism, which is equally valued by the French and Quebecois. France, like Quebec, prohibits the wearing of religious symbols by government employees in positions of authority. France goes even further than Quebec's Bill 21, which this Prime Minister wants to challenge before the Supreme Court, claiming that it is discriminatory. Has the Prime Minister told France that he finds it discriminatory, or is he reserving his contempt for Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a secular country and Quebec is a secular province. Nobody is calling that into question, but the Bloc Québécois is looking for a way to create disputes, to oppose people. to say that because we're proud Quebecers, we should separate because we're different from others. No, we can be proud Quebecers, proud Canadians at the same time, and we don't have to choose between the two. They're just talking about referendums. And while they do that, we're talking about building a more just, more open, more inclusive society, a strong Quebec in a united Canada. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'll quote Prime Minister Attal, faced with those who claim not to understand what secularism is, who would like to twist it, who would have us believe that it is some kind of anti-religion weapon, who would have us believe that it is a form of discrimination, we respond that secularism is the prerequisite for freedom, for equality, for fraternity. Mr. Speaker, our Liberal, Conservative, and NDP colleagues are among those who pretend not to understand. Can they at least avoid challenging at the Supreme Court what they misunderstand? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. I appreciate the question, and my answer is the same one that I've already given here in the House. It's the same answer of the Prime Minister. It's that with Bill 21, if it goes to the Supreme Court, we will be there as the Government of Canada to defend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Freedom of expression, freedom of equality, equality between the sexes. These are important issues. It's important to defend the Charter. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Prime Minister Attal told Quebecers that in their defense of secularism, they are not alone. France has banned religious symbols for people in positions of authority since 1905. So have Belgium, Norway, Denmark, and several German provinces. In fact, I'll quote the European Court of Justice. In order to establish a totally neutral environment, a public authority may prohibit the visible wearing of any sign revealing religious beliefs. Mr. Speaker, is the European Union discriminatory too, or is it just Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. With the context of Bill 21, as I've said, and I'll repeat, when the decision is made by the Supreme Court, if it gets to that level, we will be there, as we've said. The Government of Canada will always be there to protect Canadians in their rights in the Canadian Charter. The Charter protects equality, expression, and equality of the sexes. We will be there if it gets to the Supreme Court. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Farmers have reached a breaking point. The carbon tax has driven costs sky high. They are drowning in a sea of red tape, and worst of all, they're constantly derided and demonized by this Liberal government. Will this Prime Minister finally give farmers a break and axe the tax to make food cheaper for everyone by passing Bill C-234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer, I'm fully aware that farmers are on the front line of climate change. They see the devastation impact of climate change in this country and the destruction of burns, killing cattle. But also we have a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, and along with the price on pollution, we have a Canada carbon rebate, which puts more money back in the pockets of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why does the Conservative Party of Canada want to take that money away from Canadians?
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, it was clear from the PBO that 6 out of 10 Canadian families are worse off. They're worse off because of that carbon tax and so-called rebate. It's clear that these Liberals will not lift a finger to provide farmers and Canadians with relief from their cruel carbon tax. And if the Prime Minister won't commit to passing C-234 or a carbon tax election, what does he have to say to the families of Autonomy South Monaghan who've doubled their use of the food banks in the last 6 months?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would respond to the Honourable Member that he just should advance a couple rows up here. I could introduce him if he'd like. Speak to the Opposition House Leader. Bill C-234 is completely in their hands. Right. If they would like to bring it to the floor for a vote, we could deal with it. But while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, and we're talking doubling. C-59 is something he could also do something about, which would bring the carbon rebate to double what it is today. Let's pass that today, have a positive impact for the constituents that he serves, and bring a better carbon rebate to rural Canada.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
On April 1st, that Prime Minister hiked the already crippling carbon tax by 23%. Jake from Vermeer's Dairy near Camrose calculated that by 2030, he will be paying nearly $1,500 a month in additional carbon tax for the daily milk pickup alone. That is higher costs that consumers are forced to pay because of those Liberal policies. After 8 years, that NDP Liberal Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. So my question for those Liberals is this. Will they pass Bill C-234 in its unamended original form so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
It is important that people are not talking nonsense in the chamber. The parliamentary budget officer actually said that he was extremely troubled by the opposition's selective use of the facts and their spin. Now 300 Canadian economists from across the country have said the price on pollution is the best way to reduce carbon emissions in a manner that actually addresses affordability. It is a true shame in this House that we have a climate-denying opposition, one that doesn't care about affordability. It is truly a shame.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while grocery CEOs make record profits, students are having to turn to campus food banks to eat. When I spoke with Carleton University students, they told me food bank usage is on the rise, up 140% on campuses across the country. Students should be focused on studying for exams, not on starving. In this year's budget, will the Liberals finally put a stop to grocery CEO price gouging that's forcing students to turn to food banks?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but it seems that she's been missing on some of the great announcements we've been doing for the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, explaining Canadians how we're going to help them. Mr. Speaker, we just announced a national food school program, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be helping more than 400,000 kids in this country because we understand, Mr. Speaker, something that the Conservative can never understand. They repeat the same thing for 8 years. Confident nation invest in their people. Confident nations invest in their kids. Confident nations invest in their workers, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know that every day is a good day to fight for Canadians. That's what we're going to be doing.
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
For years, people in Attawapiskat have lived in mold-filled homes, sheds, and even tents on a tiny plot of land. This is because the feds and Doug Ford refused to transfer land so they can build the homes they need. The Liberals would rather protect the land interests of the mining giant De Beers, a corporation that made $21 million from the sale of a single diamond in Attawapiskat. They're putting the interests of De Beers ahead of people who desperately need safe homes. When will the Liberals stop stalling and give the land back to the Cree of Attawapiskat?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his years of advocacy for the rights of Indigenous people, including for the people of Attawapiskat. As the member notes, Attawapiskat is currently landlocked. Indeed, they're looking for more land to build those necessary houses to help the community grow. I've been communicating with the province of Ontario, who currently is the owner of the land, and we will continue to ensure that Ontario understands the urgency of this work. Good job.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, Danielle from Alberta knows that she gets back more in the Canada carbon rebate than she pays through the federal-backed South on pricing pollution. Premier Smith, Danielle, actually did the math herself and came to the conclusion that, quote, I would say that I probably ended up better off with that transfer, end quote. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please inform Danielle and other Canadians of what they should expect to see in their bank accounts today as a result of the Canada carbon rebate, and how much this policy is helping Canadians with the cost of living while at the same time protecting the environment for generations to come?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Danielle for her testimony. With the next quarterly carbon rebate payments starting to arrive in Canadian bank accounts and mailboxes as of today, in Danielle's province of Alberta, a family of 4 will receive up to $450 4 times this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over 300 economists, it was 200 last week, it's now 300, from coast to coast agree that the evidence showed that not only does carbon pricing reduce pollution in Canada, but it does so at a lower cost than any other approaches. Pricing pollution works, it can support Canadians and fight for climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
On April 1st, the Prime Minister hiked the carbon tax by 23%. Every single week, I hear from dozens of constituents in my area who are telling me that they're struggling to be able to buy food, groceries, necessities. Food bank in my area has more than doubled in recent months. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, he is just not worth the cost. That is clear to Canadians. So Conservatives have put forward a common sense solution. It's called Bill C-234. This government decided to gut it by bullying their senators. Will the Prime Minister choose to rescind and allow the bill to go forward in order to save Canadians a whole lot of money by scrapping the tax from farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Speaker, at the risk of putting holes into what they think is a good Tory story, let's look at some of the facts. 97% of farm liquids are exempt from price on pollution. Tyler McCann at committee, Mr. Speaker, indicated, and he is from the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute, indicated that there is no data to support carbon pricing and any increase on the price of food in Canada, full stop. Mr. Speaker, our Canada Carbon Rebate gives money back to more than 8 out of 10 Canadians. If they want the bill back, bring it back to the House. They can do it.
I'll ask the honourable member from Peace River Mackenzie, please, to wait his turn. He's an experienced, very experienced member of this House. The honourable member from Lethbridge.
No matter what this government does to try to distract, the facts remain the same. Canadians are struggling. They cannot make ends meet. And of course, it starts with groceries and fuel at the pumps and being able to heat our homes. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister just is not worth the cost, certainly not the cost of the punitive carbon tax. Conservatives put forward a very common sense bill, C-234, which would axe the tax from farmers and save Canadians a whole lot of money. The Prime Minister and the Environment Minister put pressure on senators, bullying them into gutting this bill. Will the Prime Minister agree today to allow this bill to go forward in its unamended original form?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Honourable member may have missed my earlier answer, but I could repeat it if she would like. The bill in question, C-234, is a bill that the Conservatives could call any time and we could deal with and debate in this House. And while I'm on my feet, once again, I would like to add, and I perhaps want to correct something I said a little earlier to the other honourable member. This member could help a lot of Albertans out if she just get out of the way of the fall economic statement legislation, which doubles the top-up on the rural rebate, Mr. Speaker, 20% instead of 10%.
For the last time, I would like to remind the very experienced members, including the member from Peace River Mackenzie, that he should only take the floor when he's recognized by the Speaker. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this Liberal bloc PM has not been worth the cost of the carbon tax. Farmers are rebelling against him. Mountains of red tape, a real lack of financial support, and a carbon tax which is stifling the farm sector throughout Canada. Getting rid of this carbon tax will be the quickest way of making food more affordable and helping our farmers keep working. But the Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the tax. Will the Prime Minister commit to adopting C-234 in its original form without amendment in the budget tomorrow? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives had an ounce of intellectual integrity, they would admit to Canadians that 97% of fuel used on farms where there is pollution pricing is not taxed by the federal government, first of all. Secondly, do you know what I've been doing, Mr. Speaker, recently? I've been meeting with farmers from Quebec, Alberta, Nova Scotia. I've been meeting with grain farmers, cattle farmers. They don't talk to me about carbon pricing. They talk to me about the hundreds of millions of dollars due to impacts from climate change in the farming sector in the country. Once again, it is a shame to have to remind very experienced members, like the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, that they have to wait their turn before speaking in this House. The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to ask my colleagues to come to Beauce next week because there will be a farmers' protest. Young farmers who are dreaming of setting out in life are being smothered by increasing amounts of red tape, skyrocketing interest rates, and risk management programs that no longer meet needs. The Liberal Bloc coalition is blocking Bill C-234 that shows that they are completely disconnected. I will ask my question again. Will the Prime Minister commit to passing C-234 in its original form without amendment in the budget tomorrow? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that my Quebec colleagues have not yet seemed to figure out that the pollution pricing system does not apply in Quebec. There's been a carbon market there since 2013, so there's no impact from the federal system. In the federal government, we're using incentives to push people to better practices. Incentives to acquire greener equipment and so on. We will be there for all farmers, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, instead of acting like the sorcerer's apprentice in Quebec jurisdiction in the budget, the federal government should help asylum seekers. These are people who don't even have a right to work. They've been waiting for 2 years for the federal government to give them a permit. They're waiting at food banks. They are ending up on the streets. They're being exploited in the black market. They're being trafficked and more. Will the minister finally convince his buddies to give them work permits? Would he do his job before instead interfering with other people's matters? The Honourable Minister.
Effectivement en train d'accélérer.
Mr. Speaker, we are accelerating, granting permits to asylum seekers. I have a question for the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Does he agree with the leader of his party who wants to freeze immigration? Does he know what that means in rural ridings like Lac-Saint-Jean? No more farming, no more fisheries, nothing, not even wind energy. We need responsible people in power. We need accountable discussions about immigration levels. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I just told the member to keep his nose out of jurisdictions that don't belong to him, and he's not listening. The federal government is now facing a humanitarian crisis. And it also needs to ensure that when people arrive, they're fairly spread out between provinces, because it's not okay that there are asylum seekers who are homeless in Quebec and Ontario who are not even able to get food at food banks, while meanwhile other provinces aren't doing anything. Will the government finally show enough humanity to share the load between provinces, many of which still have plenty of room to offer more services? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, there's no sense to what my colleague is saying. Sometimes they want more federal interference, sometimes they don't. But he didn't answer my question. Does he stand with the leader of his party, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, who wants to irresponsibly freeze Quebec immigration? It's so irresponsible. He should talk to people in fisheries. He should talk to farmers. These are people in rural ridings who are struggling. We're not going to help them by freezing Quebec immigration.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, life has gotten worse for Canadians with higher taxes and higher mortgage payments. The Liberals' wasteful deficit spending left interest rates at 5%, hurting families with mortgages coming up for renewal. And banks are putting more money away for possible mortgage defaults. Now, this means people losing their homes.
Ask the Honourable Member to start again. I'm going to ask all members, please, to please take down your conversations to outside of the room. Je vais demander à tous les députés, s'il vous plaît, d'avoir.
I'm going to ask all members to take their conversations outside the room. And let the member for Kelowna Lake Country ask her question.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, life has gotten worse for Canadians with higher taxes and higher mortgage payments. The Liberals' wasteful deficit spending left interest rates at 5%, hurting families with mortgages coming up for renewal. The banks are putting more money away for possible mortgage defaults, and this means more people losing their homes. We're hearing of people no longer meeting mortgage stress tests, having to sell their home, forcing them to rent, paying rent more than their actual mortgage payments. Will the NDP Liberal Prime Minister reverse his 8 years of deficit spending and implement a one-for-one rule so that people can keep their homes?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it would be more prudent for the members on the other side of the aisle to actually vote in favor of supports for Canadians if they truly cared about their well-being. They have voted against the Canada Child Benefit. They voted against dental care. They voted against $10 a day child care. They also did not focus on poverty when they were in power. We have brought poverty down to 7.4%, while under the Conservatives it was 14.5%. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always support the most vulnerable in our country.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, through 8 years of NDP Liberal deficit spending, they caused the higher interest rates, which is causing people's mortgages to go up. Exactly. Families are slashing their budgets to just be able to afford their mortgages to hang on to their homes. And this year, Canada will spend $54 billion servicing Liberal debt. This is more money than the government sends to the provinces for health care. A dollar-for-dollar rule would fix the budget and bring down interest rates. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister reverse 8 years of deficit spending and implement a dollar-for-dollar rule?
He's corrupt. Yeah. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know how to ensure that we have a prudent fiscal situation as well as to support Canadians, especially in their time of need. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. We have historically low unemployment, Mr. Speaker, and we also have a AAA credit rating. Our upcoming budget will build on that work by putting forward new funding for housing, ensuring that we are there for children with a national school food program for 400,000 children, Mr. Speaker. We ask everybody in this House to vote with us. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, home ownership is harder and harder. There's been an increase of 52 to 95.2% in mortgage rates in some parts of Quebec. It's increasingly difficult for young people to get a mortgage. This Prime Minister is much too expensive. He's just not worth the cost of mortgage payments. Will he listen to the millions of Canadians who are struggling? Will he put an end to his inflationary policies once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the number of affordable housing units that were built by the current leader of the opposition when he was Minister of Housing. Listening to my colleague's question, when I look at the projects in his writing, well, 41 units of affordable housing were built in his riding just over the last few weeks, thanks to the municipality that the leader of the opposition called incompetent, by the way. So the leader of the opposition only managed to build 6 throughout his entire time throughout the country. Which of the two systems is more incompetent? Let me ask you that. The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, the federal carbon pricing system was designed to keep life affordable for families by putting money back to their pockets. The next quarterly payments will be sent to Canadians' bank accounts and mailboxes starting on April 15th. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell this House how these rebates will reduce emissions and make life more affordable for families throughout the country? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives deny climate change, they are also denying science. With our carbon pricing system, we are making big polluters pay and giving more money back to Canadian families. 8 out of 10 Canadian families, including in my riding of Oakville, will have more money in their pocket. On this side of the House, we will continue to make our economy greener. The environment and the economy go hand in hand. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe in science.
The honourable member from Calgary Midnaport.
Mr. Speaker, the Procurement Ombudsman confirmed what we already respected, and that is Dominic Barton and McKinsey & Company receive preferential treatment in contracting. The Liberal NDP government has given over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey & Company. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of consulting. So why is it that Liberals take care of themselves, friends and insiders, when they should be taking care of Canadians?
The honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And taking care of Canadians is exactly what we need to do on this side of the House, certainly, through proper management of procurement exercises with the type of things and measures that we have announced in the last few weeks and months, but also looking after the needs of Canadians with the important investment in housing that we have made, and we're maybe making even more with the announcements come tomorrow. 8,000 homes, affordable homes, just in the province of Quebec, and hundreds of thousands of them across Canada.
Here.
The honourable member from Calgary Midnaport.
Mr. Speaker, a Liberal minister personally signed a contract for McKinsey & Company for $5.7 million. No wonder they didn't want to give us the documents. They were trying to protect their ministers. Department officials were trying to push back. They said, don't sign that document, Minister. The minister went ahead and personally signed the document. Why is it that Liberals take care of themselves when they should be taking out the trash and taking care of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai déjà répondu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already answered this question in English. I will answer the same way in French. We are taking care of Canadians while also ensuring that our procurement system is fair and transparent, thanks to the new rules that we've created over the last few months, among other things. But taking care of Canadians also means recognizing the housing crisis that they're experiencing. And that's why over the last few days we announced several new measures that will also be announced tomorrow in the budget.
Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost of a less stable world. 6 years ago, Parliament voted for my motion to recognize that the regime in Iran's IRGC is a terrorist organization and to shut down their operations in Canada. But in 6 years, this NDP Liberal government has failed to act. Liberals even blocked my common sense Bill C-350 to shut down the IRGC. So with the IRGC spreading terror across the Middle East and around the world, why did this Prime Minister choose to allow the IRGC to continue to recruit, fundraise, and promote its ideology here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've said many times in this House, my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has repeated it, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We have taken a series of severe measures to restrict members of the regime, including the Revolutionary Guard Corps, from coming to Canada. With respect to listing a terrorist entity, it's national security agencies that do these reviews and from time to time provide advice to the government. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, all options are on the table, and I've asked the national security community to provide the government quickly with that advice.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Putting a price on carbon pollution is one of the simplest and most effective ways to reduce pollution that is causing climate change. Just as importantly, the federal carbon pricing system is designed to keep life affordable by putting money back into families' pockets. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development share with Canadians how much they will get back in payments starting today, April 15th?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the next Canada rebate check starts coming in people's bank accounts and in their mailboxes. And families in the members riding in St. John's are going to receive up to $298. And those everywhere else in Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker, are going to get $327 on their April quarterly deposit. However, unfortunately, the Conservatives are showing once again they really don't care about rural Canadians. They're holding up the doubling of the rural top-up, Mr. Speaker, keeping those rebates from being even bigger. We know the price on pollution works, and we know we are putting money back in Canadians' pockets. I just wish the Conservatives did.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
The school that I graduated from, the Atagutaluk Elementary School in Igloolik, is falling apart under the Liberals' watch. A recent report said there are 127 issues that need fixing, including safety hazards like missing handrails and exposed electrical circuits. Children cannot learn when their school is crumbling. In Budget 2024, will the Liberals invest in fixing or replacing schools so Nunavut children can learn safely?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. We agree that every child in Canada should have the opportunity to go to school in a proper environment and also to go to school on a full belly. That's why we've implemented programs to support schools, support students, and to support the school food program, which we think is very important for kids all across Canada, including those in the Arctic and in Nunavut.
Good job.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the Islamic regime in Iran, the official supplier of rockets to Hamas, has now fired its own weapons at Israel. Is the NDP Liberal coalition still considering stopping arms exports to Israel and limiting that country's defense capacity? Has the launching of over 200 drones and cruise missiles been enough to silence the government's NDP masters? It must be difficult being a partner with a partner that is so deaf, blind, and quiet on Iran and Hamas's crimes. Mr. Speaker, has the Prime Minister at least learned something and will not be repeating his 2015 promise to normalize relations with Iran in the upcoming election?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, Canada unequivocally condemns the attacks by Iran against Israel. This was unprecedented. We support Israel and its people. This attack only served to destabilize the region and further escalate in the region, and this is completely unacceptable. That is why I've been in contact with my Israeli counterpart, and also I've been in contact with many actors in the region, and we will continue to push proactively to make sure that indeed there is no further escalation and that we bring back peace to the region. Thank you so much.
Et voici la fin de la période des questions.
That concludes question period.
The honourable member from Peace River, Mackenzie.
I think you've got that confused. This is Grand Prairie, Mackenzie. Thank you.
My apologies. The honourable member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to immediately adopt Bill C-2344 as concurred in at third reading in this House.
Opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say, unfortunately I heard a nay. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I will now read my ruling on the question of privilege raised on March 20th, 2024 by the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier regarding the introduction of an amendment in one language only.
Le lundi 18 mars.
On the debate on March 18th, 2024. In raising the question of privilege, the member alleged, Colleagues, I am reading my ruling on the question of privilege, which is relevant to all members, so if you wish to have conversations, please have them outside the House of Commons. It was alleged that the ability of Francophone members to fully participate in the proceedings of the House had been impeded because the government House Leader had proposed an amendment in one language only near the end of the debate on an opposition motion. In the member's view, since the French version of the amendment was made available only a few moments before the vote, some members were unable to consider it properly, which amounted to obstructing the ability of Francophone members to take part in House business. The member added that the use of either official language in the House is, in fact, a constitutional right. He also cited Standing Order 65 in support of his assertions.
Excuse me, The Deputy Government House Leader responded that the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, in bringing the matter to the House's attention 2 days later, did not meet the requirement that a question of privilege be raised at the first opportunity. He also pointed out that the French version of the amendment was available well before the vote, enabling members to understand the content of the amendment. D'entrée de jeu, la présidence...
The Chair would like to start by reiterating the importance of protecting and upholding parliamentarians' right to speak in the official language of their choice. The Chair appreciates their support in achieving this goal. It also takes seriously any attempt to trample on or to limit that right. Let us now revisit the events of March 18th. A few minutes before the end of the debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Government House Leader put forward an amendment to it. The mover's consent was obtained so that the text of the amendment could be proposed to the House. The written version was shared with the Chair, which read it and found it procedurally in order. A procedural discussion and a suspension of the House ensued.
Pursuant to a motion adopted by unanimous consent on March 1st, 2024, the vote on the supply motion that day could not be deferred, which would normally have been allowed under Standing Order 45. As a result, the amendment and the amended main motion were put to votes.
Amendments are proposed fairly regularly during our proceedings. Their purpose is to make a motion more acceptable or to provide new text to replace the proposal being considered. The rules of debate have long allowed amendments to substantive motions while the latter are being debated. Of note, for most motions, the rules do not restrict when an amendment can be proposed, as long as it is procedurally acceptable.
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states the following on page 540, and I quote, "A motion amendment arises out of debate, requires no notice, and is submitted in writing to the Chair. After an amendment has been moved, seconded, and evaluated as to its procedural acceptability, the Chair proposes it to the House. Debate on the main motion is set aside, and the amendment is debated until it has been decided." Unquote. The Chair can confirm that the sequence of events on March 18 was consistent with our rules and procedures. Il ne fait aucun doute.
Clearly, English or French may be used in the House, and members can move motions and amendments in the language of their choice. Official documents must, of course, be published in both official languages. This is a constitutional imperative. Language requirements are also set out in the standing orders, including in Standing Order 65, which provides that motions that are seconded must be read in English and in French. However, since January 15, 1959, members have had access to simultaneous interpretation services. As the 2nd edition of the annotated standing orders states on page 227, and I quote, "The provision that all motions be read in both languages is regularly relaxed, given the bilingual nature of the House and the existence of simultaneous interpretation."
Fin de la citation.
End of quote.
La présidence.
The Chair was able to confirm that simultaneous interpretation was available when the amendment was moved and brought to a vote. Moreover, The length and complexity of a motion or amendment have never been sufficient grounds for the chair to rule a motion out of order or to deem that it could impede members' ability to carry out their duties. Accordingly, in the circumstances, I cannot find a prima facie question of privilege in this case.
Said, the chair would like to reiterate that while all parties have occasionally introduced amendments in one language only, it would be far better if they were prepared in both languages. Dans tous les cas.
In any case, the chair will continue to ensure that simultaneous interpretation is available when amendments are moved in the House. It will also ensure that a translation is available for consultation at the table and in the electronic voting application before a recorded division. If necessary, the chair will suspend the sitting in order to obtain the translation before proceeding with a vote. Finally, the chair encourages members who wish to suggest changes to the standing orders regarding the introduction of amendments to submit their proposals to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for consideration. I thank all members for their attention.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member from Sherwood. Motions.
Ms. Lansman.
Mr. Genuis, seconded by Ms. Lansman, moves that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presented on Wednesday, December 6, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again to speak about the urgent need to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, to shut down their operations in Canada, to protect our friends and allies around the world, but also to protect ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I am sharing my time with my friend and colleague from Thornhill, and very much looking forward to her remarks on this important motion, as well to concur in a report from the Justice Committee that calls for, among other things, the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been anxiously following the news from the Middle East this weekend. The regime in Tehran launched a massive attack on the State of Israel. And this attack follows the October 7th attacks, in which the Tehran-backed Hamas terrorist group brutally tortured, raped, and killed many Israelis. We again condemn these attacks, and we call for the release of all hostages. Many have correctly identified then and since the role that the regime in Iran has played supporting and backing Hamas. These faraway cowards seek to use the pain of the Palestinian people to advance their violent ends. Like Hamas's own leaders safely away in Qatar, the regime in Iran wants to attack Israel through proxies and with the maximal use of civilian human shields, while minimizing the risk to themselves. In this context, therefore, it is legitimate for Israel to take the fight against terrorism directly to Hamas's IRGC guides and paymasters wherever they live. Now, as I've said many times, conservatives seek a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians can each pursue security and economic development through democratic, responsive, and pluralistic self-governing institutions. And let's be very clear that Hamas and IRGC terrorists do not want a two-state solution. They want to perpetually use the Palestinian situation as their justification for pursuing their selfish ends. The negotiated final status agreement that we hope for would in reality be the worst nightmare of these extremists, because these extremists thrive only in the midst of conflict and violence. Now, in the course of this weekend's events, it is worth recognizing and celebrating the effectiveness of Israel's defenses. Israel's defensive technology is what has allowed the world's only Jewish state to survive as a state, facing constant existential threats from hostile forces. If you believe in Israel's right to defend itself, then you obviously also have to believe in Israel's ability to procure the weapons that are necessary to defend itself. If you oppose the sale of weapons to Israel, then it's hard to make the case that you also believe in Israel's right to defend itself. Now, while recognizing the effectiveness of those Israeli defenses, I think it's very important to recognize the vital contributions and collaboration of some of Israel's Arab neighbors. Neighbors who have disagreements with Israel on various subjects, but who are collaborating in the pursuit of peace and of shared security interests. There is a fundamental alignment between Israel and many of its neighbors who are moving towards greater cooperation in response to the aggressive and colonial agenda of the regime in Iran. And I hope that this will provide the basis for continuing and growing collaboration and enhanced dialogue on a range of issues. Because we know how many Muslim-majority states in the region have been victimized as a result of the horrific violence coming from the regime in Tehran. We could speak about Lebanon, about Syria, about Afghanistan, about Yemen, about the civil wars that are unfolding because of proxies that are sponsored by the regime in Tehran. We could speak about the support that the Taliban have received from the terrorist regime in Tehran, the destabilizing effect of Hezbollah in Lebanon, and many, many other examples. The general capricious disregard that the regime in Tehran has shown for the peoples of all nations in the region. The constant genocidal demonization of Israel, but also violence against all peoples in the region and around the world. Now, needless to say, Madam Speaker, the fact that this attack was largely thwarted does not mean that it should be shrugged off or dismissed as merely symbolic. Indeed, the regime in Iran intended to break through Israel's defenses and intended to wreak havoc. It will try again. It will try in other ways, as it did on October 7th. And the regime in Tehran will continue to try to acquire more sophisticated and dangerous technology, including nuclear weapons, with which to attack Israel, with which to attack other peoples in the region, and with which to threaten the security of all freedom-loving peoples wherever they live. And the events of this weekend underline why conservatives have been persistently calling on this government to recognize that the IRGC is a terrorist organization and therefore must not be allowed to operate in Canada. The call to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization means quite simply that we would use all of our resources to shut down any possibility of this regime operating in Canada. If they are a listed terrorist organization, they are not able to recruit, not able to fundraise, not able to promote their ideology here in Canada. And this, Madam Speaker, especially after the events of this weekend, is the least that we can do. But it didn't take the events of this weekend for conservatives and for many other Canadians to realize that the IRGC must be listed as a terrorist organization. I put forward a motion in this House to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization 6 years ago. And this was before many of the events we have seen since, which I'll speak about. 6 years ago, the case was already clear. And at the time, in fact, Liberals, including this Prime Minister, voted in favor of that motion. They voted in favor of it. They said they were thinking about it. They still, 6 years later, still say they're thinking about it, and yet they have refused to act. Now, since that vote in this House of Commons 6 years ago, Madam Speaker, we have had the shooting down of Flight PS-752, an event of great personal significance for many of my colleagues from the Edmonton area, as we have had the opportunity year after year to go to memorials, to meet with families, and to hear the stories of pain and grief from these many Canadian families that have lost loved ones, Canadian citizens, murdered, when the IRGC shot down a civilian aircraft leaving Tehran, PS Flight 752. And yet that still wasn't enough for this government to recognize that the IRGC is a terrorist organization. Madam Speaker, since we've lived through the murder of Mahsa Amini, the women life freedom protest movement, as the Iranian people have, again, as they have in years and decades past, taken to the streets, calling for change, seeking the same things that we so often take for granted here in Canada, seeking the protection of their fundamental freedoms. The Iranian people are such heroes, are such an inspiration, I know, to so many members. And in spite of the sacrifice of those protesters, in spite of the murder, the torture we've seen targeting the people of Iran, the people that this regime supposedly governs, in spite of that, this government has refused to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. It is utterly shameful, Madam Speaker. How much more violence do we have to see? How much more has to be done by this terrorist regime before our government finally recognizes and lists them as a terrorist organization? The civil wars in Yemen and Syria, terrorists operating systematically outside of the law in Lebanon and Iraq, the brutal suppression of the Iranian people, attacks on Israel, the murder of Canadians and foreign-backed extremism here in Canada, intimidation of members of the heroic, patriotic Iranian diaspora community here in Canada. And yet this NDP Liberal government persists in failing to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We've actually put forward a private member's bill, Bill C-350, a bill that would list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and would take further steps to hold the regime accountable. And yet, Liberals have blocked efforts to expedite that bill. And so, Madam Speaker, we are putting this question before the House again, with our efforts to concur in this motion, which calls for the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization, and for additional steps to protect Canadians from foreign state-backed interference and to protect victims of violent extremism. This motion passed unanimously at the Justice Committee, and I hope it will pass this House when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government has.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am disappointed again, and I'll be able to expand upon that in due course in regards to the Conservatives, in particular this member, using a concurrence motion in order to prevent debate on Bill C-50. And the question that I have for the member is the issue that the member wants to talk about today could have been dealt with in a opposition day, and yet again the Conservative Party feel that their days are not to be used for purposes as he's talking about in his concurrence report, but rather this type of concurrence or using concurrence reports is meant for the sole purpose of disrupting government legislation. Can he explain to Canadians why it is that the Conservative Party wants to use these type of motions to prevent substantial pieces of legislation from being debated?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I think it's fairly obvious to everybody except this member that this is a serious and substantial matter worthy of urgent debate in the House of Commons. And I want to assure all members that we have, at the earliest opportunity following this weekend's events, and in the most efficient way possible, put a motion before this House to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, and I hope that motion will pass as quickly as possible so that we can finally send a message that the IRGC should be a terrorist organization. And I hope that after 6 years of delay, that this government will finally actually do it. It's been 6 years. All of the events I described in 6 years, this government is out of excuses. It's time to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and shut down their operations in Canada.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Iranian regime is despotic. We've seen repeated human rights violations. We have seen a a regime that has undermined human rights and undermined countries in the region repeatedly. There is no democratic ability for folks to speak out. In fact, the killing of political prisoners, the widespread use of torture is something that is a hallmark of this despotic regime. Now, there was discussion at the committee, as the member points out, and I wanted him to talk about the positions of the various parties around the table. The NDP, of course, has been very supportive of listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We believe that this should have happened. It has not yet. What were the positions of the parties around the table when this report was produced?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to mention, actually, respectfully to the member that in 2018, when I put forward this motion, the NDP, every present member of the NDP, voted against my motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Now, at least they were more honest than the Liberals, who voted in favor of the motion but then didn't do it. The member says the NDP is supportive of listing the IRGC. That's news to me. That's the first time I've heard it. But if that's the case, if that's the NDP position, I think that's great news.
Table it.
And let's pass this motion. Let's pressure the government to actually finally get this done. As I mentioned during my remarks, this report was unanimous at the Justice Committee. And we've had unanimous reports on this matter before from other committees. The problem is just that the government never gets it done. So we will continue persistently to push this issue until the government actually does it, actually takes the action to shut down IRGC operations in Canada.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for bringing to the attention of the House this urgent matter. It's been 6 years. The House passed the resolution, and yet the government has not acted. We've seen over the years the level of threats and intimidation that's gone on within the Iranian community because of the IRGC. Can the honourable member tell this House why he thinks this government is failing to act on designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it's hard to speculate on what's in the mind of these members across. I have asked this question over and over and over again across successive foreign affairs ministers at committee, in the House, every opportunity. And we actually never get a clear explanation. I have put forward the bill that allows them to do it. I've asked if we could expedite that bill at least to committee. In fact, I'll ask now, Madam Speaker, is there unanimous consent for Bill C-350 to be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs? Let's send it there for further study. Is there consent for that?
All of those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
There is no unanimous consent. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this important motion because of what we witnessed this weekend. First of all, the delay of the government to say anything at all, to follow our allies in at least condemning this in a reasonable amount of time. We didn't see that. But imagine being part of the government who 6 years ago voted in favor of listing the IRGC. And imagine seeing what happened this weekend with 300 projectiles firing directly on a Democratic ally. Imagine being part of a government where the Saudis were better allies to our friend and Democratic partner than the government of Canada has been. Imagine getting up in this House and saying that today this is not an important motion to debate after witnessing 300 projectiles directly fired on a friend and Democratic ally. You don't have to imagine it. It just happened. 6 years of foot dragging, where the answer, it's been asked hundreds of times in this House. What day, what time, how the government's going to list and ban the IRGC terrorists who are operating openly in our country from this country. Today, in the House, Madam Speaker, the answer was exactly the same. We're trying, we're consulting, we're working on it. This has been the answer for 6 years, where the Prime Minister himself got up and voted to ban the IRGC. Today, the mullahs in Iran and their proxies are fighting wars that kill Canadians. They killed hostages with Canadian citizenship. They have killed 55 Canadians in the downing of Flight PS752, 30 permanent residents. Since 2015, this government has done nothing but appease the mullahs in Iran. The regime in Iran, the Prime Minister himself meeting with the Foreign Minister, bowing his head with respect in 2016, not even a year after the flight was down. It was absolutely disgusting to watch. There are communities all over the country who know that operatives of the regime openly spend money, have blood money, buying homes, assets in this country. Their kids go to school in universities here. Just floodgates open. We know that they intimidate Canadians in every single neighborhood. We know that the chief of police of Tehran had worked out in a Good Life Fitness in Midtown Toronto. We know that senior members of the regime are eating steak dinners in fancy restaurants in Toronto openly with impunity. This is after 8 years of this government. And the worst, Madam Speaker, what we saw in the streets of Toronto. At the very moment the projectile missiles fired on a Democratic friend and ally, there was celebration and jubilation in the streets of our biggest cities. This is the failure to denounce that from a party that we know is capable of denouncing all kinds of protests in this country. If you were at all concerned with the desecration of a statue in front of Parliament Hill and you have said nothing about what is happening in our streets, the mobs of protesters with covered faces brandishing swastikas, I can't help you. But what we can do today as a country is ban the open operation, the ability to raise money, the ability to organize of the IRGC terrorists that live amongst us. We know that there are 700 here, at least, that we know about, that are already in this country, and yet we get the same answers over and over. It's been asked no less than 100 times in this House. And the answer is always the same. Something, something, we take terrorism seriously. Something, something, we're working on it. Something, something, we're looking into it. It's been 6 years. And if this weekend and the events from this weekend haven't changed that answer, then I think we have a really, really big problem with this government. I think we have a really big problem about how it treats terrorism, how it treats national security in this country, how it treats the very communities that elect its members to come here, how members of Parliament from the other side, particularly the Member of Parliament from Richmond Hill, meets with agents of the IRGC in his office. It is open and it is known. I will say it inside of the House and outside of the House. His community knows that. And it is shameful. And the fact that the answer is the same today, on they're working on it or they're looking at different ways to do it, is absolutely shameful. The IRGC agents that we have living in this country, the 700 of them that we know about, potentially more, intimidate Canadians every single day. They intimidate Canadians in neighborhoods right across the GTA, in North Vancouver. We hear them. Our own conversations with them, Madam Speaker, happen sometimes with a blurred out background where they are so scared about making the call to somebody in government or their MP for some help. They blur out the background, they sit in their car away from their home because they are terrified of the intimidation that they face here. There are thousands of Iranian Canadians, freedom-loving Iranian Canadians, that fled the regime to find safety and a better life here in Canada. And the expectation, their expectation from their government, is that they will be kept safe. They will be kept free of intimidation. They will be able to go to school and go to work. They would be able to talk to their MP from their home without being terrified of being watched by the regime. That is what we're dealing with in Canada. That is what the community is dealing with in Canada. They've said so. And they continue to call on this government, after 6 years of doing nothing, to at least list these operatives as the terrorists that they are. Today in Canada, they can raise money, they can have meetings, they can organize. This is the regime, this is the Islamic regime in Iran that has been fighting proxy wars against our ally until the direct attack on the weekend. This is the regime in Iran that has funded Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. This is the most destabilizing force in all of the Middle East and one of the most destabilizing forces in the entire world. And the very fact that this government answers the question in the same way today as it has for the last 6 years, as it has for 2 years before that, is a darn shame. Because there are people in this country that want to see this government take national security and terrorism seriously. And it is about time that they do that. It is about time that they do that for every single freedom-loving Canadian who sees what's going on in their streets, where the progressive left has been co-opted by the Iranian regime. Things like Al-Quds Day, funded entirely by the mullahs in Iran to destabilize our own streets here. It is unbelievable that their answer, after 6 years, is exactly the same. We're working on it. We're going to do it. We've got a tough regime, or we've got a tough sanctions regime on Iran. They don't even know how many operatives are here. They don't know how many people they are going to list on their list because they don't have a list. And if they did have a list, they would produce that list. This is a government that doesn't take terrorism seriously. This is a government that doesn't take national security seriously. And soon there will be a government that does. But until then, they can do one thing. They can ban the IRGC from organizing, from fundraising, and from living freely here and intimidating our own citizens. That's what this motion calls on, and I hope they vote in favor of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver West, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Thornhill for her speech. The Iranian regime has brought untold harm onto its own citizens and caused chaos throughout the region and the world. And find no argument with me on that. The United States has listed the IRGC as a terrorist entity, but in doing so has actually had a profound effect on a number of Canadians. There are about 30,000 Canadians in Canada that were conscripted to be part of the IRGC. Through no fault of their own, they're not able to travel to the U.S. for vacations, for work opportunities, and it's also their spouses and their children as well. And so this is already having a profound impact. I actually had an email today from a constituent that was asking about this. And so my question to my honourable colleague is, how would she go about ensuring that by listing the IRGC as a terrorist entity, it wouldn't bring these types of issues onto our own citizens, and how that might be approached?
Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, it is dealt with in C-350, and he could have passed it right now if they didn't oppose it right here on the floor of the House of Commons. But this member is giving a bureaucratic answer for a regime that subjugates women, that kills members of the LGBTQ community, that kidnaps and tortures its own people, and that has brought that over into our country to intimidate people in his own riding. in my riding, in many of the ridings that people here represent. That bureaucratic answer, he's going to have to tell his members who are constantly being intimidated by a regime that is the most destabilizing regime in the entire world.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech this afternoon on this very important concurrence motion. I'd like her to comment on what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said just before question period when she stood in front of the microphone. She spoke to an Israeli counterpart and said after the weekend attacks they should just take the wind and de-escalate the situation. Now, obviously we'd like to see a de-escalation of the situation in the Middle East, but to imply that Israel somehow should take the win because there were no deaths. And fortunately, as well, Saudi Arabia and Jordan intervened and shot down many of the airborne missiles and weapons that were sent to Israel. So I'm just wondering if she can comment on the Minister of Foreign Affairs' comments.
Member for Thornhill.
I can't keep up with the multiple positions of the Minister of Foreign Affairs or her inability to ever talk about this issue without being naive. I couldn't do that, but I do know one thing, that this Prime Minister and this government has outsourced their foreign policy to the progressive left. And it has resulted in Canada actually following a motion that was just passed in this House with their own support by stopping arms sales to Israel and then out of the other side of their mouth telling Israel that telling the Israelis that Canada stands with them. You can't walk and chew gum at the same time, or at least this foreign minister can't. And it's unfortunate to see that a long-standing consensus of support for a democratic friend and ally has been just left to languish on the floor of the House of Commons by these Liberals, and there will be a time where we will return to that long-standing consensus in this country, and that time cannot come soon enough.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could tell us when it is that she believes that they should have received that designation. She often makes reference to 6 years ago. Is that when the Conservatives would have put it in? When would they have put in the designation?
Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, this is a party that unanimously voted for it in June of 2018. And that was 6 years ago. They could have done it any single day in those 6 years. And the fact that the answer is the same today after what happened this weekend is absolutely shameful. And that member should be ashamed of himself for even asking that question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll tell you what the member opposite, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, should feel. She should feel ashamed in terms of the way in which the Conservative Party is manipulating an issue that is as serious as it is, all in the sake of playing a political game. And let there be no doubt, Madam Speaker, that's all this is for the Conservative Party of Canada. I asked a legitimate question of the Conservative Deputy Leader, and what kind of response does she talk about? She talks about shame. The Conservative Party has no concept, no idea in terms of what diplomacy or international foreign affairs is actually about. When you ask the question, when would the Conservatives have brought it in, what does she say? Well, you know, we brought in a motion and it was passed in the motion a few years ago. Completely avoided the question after condemning our government in terms of the actions that we have taken in regards to this particular issue. Further to that, if you listen to that member or the critic, Madam Speaker, you will see that what they're being critical of is they're saying, well, 6 years ago. When did Donald Trump make that declaration, Mr. Speaker? And they say they don't wait for Donald Trump yet, Madam Speaker. They were saying, why weren't we there for the United States, Madam Speaker? When did Donald Trump do it? It was less than 6 years ago. There's a hint. Maybe they can do a bit of research on it, Madam Speaker. Then they talk about the European Union.
Darnia Lambton on a point of order.
Talking about making the IRGC a terrorist organization. So I would call relevance on the member's comments and ask if you could.
Well knows that there's a lot of latitude on relevance. The honourable member has 20 minutes for his speech. We have lots of time to get there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that's hard to believe the member would stand up and ask a question of relevance when every aspect of everything I've said is absolutely relevant. It's a reflection in terms of the Conservative Party of Canada's behaviour and how they like to ensure that there's dysfunction within the chamber. They play this political game by bringing up motions of concurrence of this nature in order to prevent debate. And at the same time, they'll say, well, this is such an important issue. That's the reason why we want to debate it today. But they didn't have the political courage to use it in the form of an emergency debate, Madam Speaker. So they say, oh, how important it is. Oh, no, we're not playing a game with this issue. Has nothing to do with being a game, but rather it's a serious issue. And then they start citing, well, you know, the United States, and how come it's taking Canada so long? And then I start talking about explaining it, and they're jumping up like a jelly bean, saying, well, Madam Speaker, the member's not being relevant. How stupid, Madam Speaker, of a comment coming from the opposition.
Ask the honourable member to be very prudent with the choice of words we use, please. And I would be very grateful if the honourable member could take that word back.
Madam Speaker, you know, the member opposite asked a very good question. Why am I so exercised on this particular issue? You know, earlier today, the member opposite that posed that question to me actually introduced her remarks on Bill C-50. And if you can check with members of the House, you will find that members of the House, including the member that posed the question to me just now, Madam Speaker, came to the House believing that that's what we were going to be talking about today. All one needs to do is to listen to her speech, Madam Speaker, just a couple of hours back. Members of this House knew full well that that's what it is that we were going to be debating today. So when I talked about the charade and the games that are being played by the Conservative Party, what they've really done is they've prevented, once again, debate on government legislation. The very same legislation, the very same piece of legislation that the member opposite that's heckling me, Madam Speaker, brought in an amendment to. Why? Because they want to filibuster the legislation, Madam Speaker. That is the real motivation behind the motion that's today. Because when the members stand up and say it's such an important issue, ask the question, if it's so important, why didn't they want to introduce an emergency debate on the issue? Because, as one of my colleagues says, it's really and truly not an emergency from the Conservatives' perspective, but rather it is a distraction. It's to take us away from the debate on the amendment that the Conservatives put forward on government legislation. Remember, this is the same Bill C-50 that we voted for hours and hours with last week, Madam Speaker. It is the same bill that the critic that's responsible for utilizing artificial intelligence generated over 20,000 amendments, Madam Speaker. Let the games continue. That's what we're witnessing from across the way. So why do I get so exercised about it? Because I, unlike Conservatives that choose to make games of serious issues of this nature, believe that it is an important issue. And I only wish that the Conservative Party would be more genuine in their comments on the issue. And what do I mean by that? Well, why didn't they bring in an emergency debate? If they really felt that it was such an emergency, Madam Speaker, how many questions did they actually ask today on the issue? By my count, one, maybe there was two. I did ask Mr. Speaker, for the response that was actually given. And the minister actually provided a response. So allow me to provide the quote, if I may, in terms of what it is when the Conservative Party actually raised the issue in question period. Here's what the minister indicated. And I quote just from earlier today, Mr. Speaker. We said many times in this House, my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has repeated it, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. That's a pretty strong statement if you ask me, and I believe if you canvass the House, the entire House would agree with that particular statement. Goes on to further state, we have taken a series of severe measures to restrict members of the regime, including the Revolutionary Guard Corps, from coming to Canada with respect to listing a terrorist entity. It's the national security agencies. I'm going to pause there. Imagine that, Madam Speaker, a national government that wants to allow the professionals, the people that have the feet on the ground, to do what it is that they're charged to do and to bring back recommendations and thoughts on the process to the government. And when they say 6 years, I say balderdash, Madam Speaker. They know nothing in terms of what they're actually talking about, Madam Speaker. They want to out-Trump Trump, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, on this issue. And I say shame on them for that poor attitude that they display virtually day in and day out on very important issues. But, Madam Speaker, they say, so we listen to what the minister responded. It's a national security agencies that do these reviews, not the Conservative Party of Canada. Amen to that, Madam Speaker, I can tell you. And from time to time, provide advice to the government. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, all options are on the table. And I have asked the national security community to provide the government quickly with that advice. Now, the Conservative Party, as I say, is they're all agitated. I would suggest to you a lot of it comes out of drama school, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, they're agitated and they say, well, no, why haven't you taken action? Well, when did the European Union come to the table on the issue, Madam Speaker? I believe it was just last year. And at the end of the day, member says, who cares? Yes, she likes to compare Canada's response to other countries. Well, that's what I mean. The Conservative Party, they try to fit everything through a lens that for souls that has one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to play that destructive force here on the floor of the House of Commons to prevent legislation from passing, and even, I tell you, important legislation that will make a difference for Canadians. It's interesting. They stood up and asked a couple of questions today in question period about our farmers. They talked about give our farmers a break. I should tell members that when they play the type of games that they're playing today, take a look at terms of what's happening with the fall economic statement inside the committee, Madam Speaker. So today they're talking about, well, here's a terrorist organization and we want more recognition from the government to that effect. Government is saying, well, look, we are going to look to our professionals and the individual security agencies that Canada has, and those individuals bring to the table a great deal of experience. Well, what else, Madam Speaker, does the Conservative Party do in terms of disrupting the House? Well, they don't want to pass the fall economic statement. Well, so they cry about the farmers, Madam Speaker, yet they're filibustering and they come up with ways. And if I was a gambling man, in which I'm not, I would probably suggest to you that even on the fall economic statement, they probably brought in concurrence reports. But I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong on that, Madam Speaker. But the point is that particular bill is still in committee, being filibustered. That bill actually doubles the top-up for the rebate for rural communities, Madam Speaker. Like, that helps the farmers. But again, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these are the types of things in which the Conservative Party will exercise day in and day out in order to prevent legislative measures and budgetary measures from being able to be passed through the House of Commons. So here now they come to a report in which I've made reference to, and I can talk about some of the very specific points that are in terms of recommendations, Madam Speaker, and I'll go to that. But before I do that, I want to remind members across the way that at the end of the day, that there are many different opportunities for the Conservatives if they genuinely believed that this is something that they really and truly wanted to talk about. But they chose not to do that, Madam Speaker. And I already made reference to the emergency debate. For those that might be following the debate, an emergency debate would have taken place had the Conservative Party just a few minutes, instead of moving this particular motion of concurrence, they would have had the opportunity to stand in their place and articulate as to why it is the House of Commons should be designating a block of time in order to be able to have an emergency debate on the issue. Now, the problem with that, Madam Speaker, is that even if the Speaker had agreed to the emergency debate would have been deferred by a few hours. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative Party had absolutely no intentions on bringing in an emergency debate. Because it's not like it's the report and the recommendations that they really want to talk about, Madam Speaker. But that's one thing that they could have done. We know that the opposition, the official opposition, has other opportunities through opposition days. They've had many of them. They've had like 20 plus opposition days. And if you take a look at everything they talk about, and here's why it's so important for us to recognize this, Madam Speaker. Today we're talking about the IRGC and a report that's there, and the timing of it, and why it is that they wouldn't use it as an opposition day. Because in an opposition day, they can be very specific. They can list off every concern that they have and have an entire day of debate on the issue. And then at the end of that debate, there's an actual vote that takes place, Madam Speaker. So if the Conservative Party was genuinely concerned about the IRGC, why wouldn't they have done it then? Instead, Madam Speaker, they've had the last 18, 20 days in a row where they want to talk about misleading information with respect to the carbon rebate versus the carbon tax, and how they're going to fool Canadians with their bumper sticker, Madam Speaker. That's what they've been debating. You know, and that's the sad reality. Here we got a very serious issue that affects so many people, not only here in Canada directly, but many people abroad, both directly and indirectly, Madam Speaker. And if they took that area, if they took it as serious as they try to say that they are on the issue today, I would suggest to you that that is at the very least what they could have done, is had a further dialogue. Another opposition day designated to be able to talk about it and define the points that they really wanted, Madam Speaker. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran is a great concern for all of us. I appreciate when opportunities are there in the form of questions during question period, where members of whatever political party stand and raise important issues. But I also would suggest that they take a look in terms of the response that they're given on it, Madam Speaker. And it does have to be put into the context of what's happening around the world, what other allied countries might be doing. Very much aware in terms of what had taken place over the weekend. And I thought it was great that we actually had the leaders of the G7 come out with a joint statement on the issue, Madam Speaker. And if I had the time, I would read the entire joint statement that was released by the G7 leaders. Things in which they shared in common, Madam Speaker. Because unlike the imagery that the Conservative Party tries to portray, as a government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been very effective at working with our allied nations and reflecting on Canadian values and taking that onto the international scene. And there's absolutely no doubt, Madam Speaker, that is, from my perspective, the best way to be dealing with the issue at hand. There's a great deal of media attention in terms of what has taken place ever since October the 7th to what took place over the weekend and everything in between. I would like to think that a vast majority, if not all members, are very closely following what's taking place in the Middle East, because it does have an impact in terms of the communities that we all of us represent. For me, it is about Canadian values. It is about working with allied countries, like-minded countries, Madam Speaker, and putting Canada in a position in which we can all ultimately feel comfortable with, Madam Speaker, going forward. And I am confident of the position that we have actually taken. In the comments across the way, there was reference to the Flight 752 and the impact that had on Canadians. The people that died, I've had individuals where I've talked to one-on-one, listened to the problems and the issues that have been surrounding it. I am a very much a big fan of Ralph Goodale, and I appreciate a lot of the fine work he has done in terms of trying to help Canada get over that particular issue in a way in which we can ensure that there's a higher sense of justice, Madam Speaker. I, like all members of this House, see the IRGC and what's taking place as something that's completely unacceptable. At the end of the day, I believe that the issue that the Conservatives have used in order to be a part of the game of filibustering and preventing government legislation and budgetary issues from being able to be debated is what's wrong. There's the problem, Madam Speaker. I think that the debate itself would have been a whole lot better. The gamemanship would have been put to the side if, in fact, it take the form of an opposition motion. Now they're using what had taken place over the weekend as that sense of emergency. Having said that, they had the opportunity to do that too, Madam Speaker. They intentionally chose not to. They're the party that's trying to turn this into a game and then ramp up the emotions that Canadians are feeling. And there's a lot of anxiety in our communities. And they're contributing. They're a part of the problem, Madam Speaker. And that's what I see taking place today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the problem is this Liberal government that has dragged its feet for 6 long years. It's been 4 years since the IRGC shot down PS 752, murdering 55 Canadians and 35 permanent residents in what the Ontario Superior Court has determined to be a terrorist attack. The families of PS 752 victims have been pleading with these Liberals, and those pleas for 4 years have fallen on deaf ears. I want to ask the member this question. Does he support Israel's right to defend herself from attacks by Hamas and the IRGC? And how does he square that, given that his government, under the leadership of the foreign minister, have literally trashed decades of Canadian foreign policy to buy out the anti-Israel NDP in supporting a motion that calls for an arms embargo on Israel, in other words, strips Israel of her right to defend herself?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's two questions that the member is posing. The first one is in regards to the timing issue, saying that we should have done this 6 years ago. That's what the Conservative Party is implying in the question as he nods his head forward, acknowledging that what I'm saying is true. And to that I say to them that I'm in no hurry to out-Trump Donald Trump when he made the announcement in 2019, which is less than 6 years ago, Madam Speaker. And is that the type of attitude that we're going to see coming from the Conservative Party as he continues to nod his head, saying, yes, I disagree. I don't think that we should be dictated by Donald Trump or individuals even further to the right than the mega conservatives that we see today, Madam Speaker. And in regards to the other question, the second part of the question, he asks in regards to Israel. I said in my comments, I believe that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who has been working diligently with our allied countries, has developed and put together a consensus as we continue to move forward based on Canadian values. And I
have to give other members the opportunity to ask questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know, for one of the challenges with respect to the motion that suggests that we add the IRGC to the terrorist entity list, is in terms of the application or the enforcement. We know that the government has a hard time putting in place what it even proposes itself. So this has been announced for Iran since at least 2022 or 2023. And as we saw with the situation in Ukraine, the government can't follow up in terms of what's happening. So would it not already be a good first step if the government, when it does announce something, at least they implement it and try to? They always seem to be asking for more on various aspects, and they can't seem to be able to enforce it or implement it. So the government, when it does decide to do, for example, take sanctions against a regime, worry about the implementation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. I do believe that there are some sanctions that are already in place. I want to re-emphasize that how the minister responsible indicated very clearly to the House not that long ago, just an hour or so ago, Madam Speaker, indicating that we have security agencies that are charged with the responsibility of doing the work that's necessary in order to provide the type of quality advice that Canadians expect of our security agencies. And I think it would be preemptive to do something before that is actually provided. I appreciate the question and look forward, as no doubt the member opposite does, in terms of what ultimately is decided on this. And I would go back to the European Union. From what I understand, it wasn't until I think maybe summer of last year, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it was just last year, where the EU ultimately recognized it as a terrorist organization.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Madam Speaker, I have an incredible community of Iranian Canadians in Nanaimo Ladysmith, so I want to first acknowledge all of those in my community. I think of Shirin particularly, who is the owner of the Bee's Knees in Nanaimo, who contributes in so many ways. My question to the member is specifically around the point of designating the IRGC as a terrorist entity now. Many Iranian Canadians are speaking to me about the importance of those who are participating in human rights violations, committing terrorism, to be held to account and to move forward with this. But can the member share his thoughts around the importance of, while holding terrorism to account, also considering those who are conscripted into the IRGC and how that plays into the decisions being made moving forward, so that those who are forced into the IRGC are not being held to the same degree of responsibility as those who are voluntarily participating in terrorism. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, and I think it's important. And the Minister himself indicated again earlier today during question period that Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. And I think we need to be very clear on that particular point. And the government does have security agencies that do outstanding work, and ultimately we look forward to whatever ultimately comes of it, Madam Speaker. My concern, and I think maybe this will go more so towards the question, is the anxiety that's out in our communities. And there's a considerable amount of anxiety that's there from a number of different communities, let alone most Canadians that have been following the news in any significant way. And I just don't appreciate how, when you have that kind of anxiety that's out in the communities and you get an opposition party choosing to make a game of it, it actually adds to the anxiety, Madam Speaker, and I think that does a disservice to Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Waterloo. I'll come to you.
Madam Speaker, I actually would like to build upon some of the questions that have been asked, because I think when it comes to members in this place, all members recognize that Hamas is a terrorist entity. All members have commended the actions of Hamas. All members agree that Israel has the right to defend itself, and I too want to really commend the people within my community, especially of Iranian descent, who have taken the time to speak with me as their Member of Parliament. Constituents within the riding of Waterloo also came together to draft a petition, and they had members within the community and surrounding areas sign it, and I was able to present that petition on their behalf, because we do recognize the horrid situation in which Mahsa Amini was killed, the downing of flight PS752, absolutely horrible to find out what took place. And Canada was right there to make sure that citizens and permanent residents on that plane, that justice was served, and we continue to take action on that. So I would like to hear from the member when it comes to this file and the importance of doing the work that we need to do. Would the approach be to play, in a sense, dog whistle politics with it, or should we actually recognize the harm that is being caused and finding a way forward so that we can actually represent the diversity of Canadians in this country? And what kind of role does the government
give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary a few seconds to answer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it goes to some of my earlier comments in regards to the Conservative Party had an option. They didn't have to use a concurrence motion. There's many different ways in which they could have dealt with this. I never even talked about the possibility of a take-note debate. Did they go to the Speaker and say we would like to have an emergency debate? Have they had a caucus discussion to see if they would use it as an opposition day? Did they even approach the government in any fashion saying they'd like to have a take-note debate? There's many different options. But sadly, they chose to do a concurrence report, which I believe ultimately tells me and should tell Canadians that it's more of a game than it is an issue, and that's sad.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think it's really worth my time to respond to anything that the member for Winnipeg said. But I do want to respond to some of the comments about conscription, because a couple members have asked an interesting question about how does the listing of the IRGC impact those who have been conscripted into it. But rather than just talking about the problem, Conservatives have actually put the solution to this problem in Bill C-350, and I invite members to read it. We proposed an amendment to the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, which would say that a person is deemed not to have been a member of an organization if certain conditions are met, if they were required to fulfill a mandatory service period within the organization, if they didn't commit atrocities while they were part of the organization, and if they didn't extend their stay with that organization. So we haven't just talked about the problem and said, oh my goodness, this is unsolvable, so we're not going to do it. Actually, Conservatives have recognized the issue. We've proposed an amendment in our Bill C-350 that solves the conscription problem. Right. So I encourage members who are serious about wanting to do this to support Bill C-350, to get it through second reading so it can be studied at committee and further refined, and we can actually get this done.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very brief comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The only thing, I just reinforce my previous answer and indicate that I believe that the Conservative Party has lost sight of the actual genuine issue itself by choosing to use a concurrence report report or a game or making a game of this in terms of trying to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons.
To resume debate, reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Saint-Jean, with your permission. The question that our Conservative colleagues is proposing today, it seems very important in my view, like many other questions put to this House, but it is one that will have important consequences. And we know that registering terrorist organizations means that citizens of Iran or members of the IRGC will no longer be authorized to be present in Canada. And even if those who commit terrorist acts and our people should be banned from entering Canada, controlled, imprisoned, and sanctioned appropriately, based on the figures that we have, at least half, or if not more, half of soldiers of the IRGC are probably honest Iranian citizens, but they're conscripted and forced to do military service. Therefore, the decision we could make would have a sizable impact on the Canadian population, whether they are not capable of criminal or terrorist acts. Nevertheless, even though we don't have the expertise or the information that is complete enough to make a decision that is important, the world is evolving, and we are facing a situation that is major, and Canada has to respond. We know that towards the end of the 1950s, Iran developed nuclear energy, a civil nuclear program with the help of the U.S. At that time, the Iranian state was considered an ally or at least friendly state with respect to the Western world. But things changed over time, and in 1979, there was the famous Islamic Revolution, and this brought forth radical change in the way Iranians live, and also a radical change in their position with respect to the Western world. In January of 2022, there were attacks against the U.S., and the president, George W. Bush at the time, stated it was the axis of evil, which included Iran. So there was a shift. In the 1950s, Iran was some type of an ally or friendly state, and now in the 2000s, there was a change that started in 1979 with the Islamic Revolution, and then in the 2000s, Iran became, I don't want to say enemy state, but a hostile country toward the Western world. And the situation has deteriorated since, year over year. And now, this weekend, there were these drone attacks and ballistic missile attacks. We're wondering about Iran's true intentions. Often, these missiles were destroyed. It doesn't seem to be such a devastating attack was one that we could have feared, but still, there was an attack from Iran. And we know that Iran is working on nuclear power. Accords were signed. There don't seem to be, well, there are nuclear weapons in Iran, and we did provide a framework around this in 2015, but there are still some doubts, hostile intentions that have been put forth from a state that has threatened Canada's allies, those in Europe, and even Canada itself. So what do we do with this, Madam Speaker? I must admit it's somewhat troublesome, but I think we cannot sit in our hands. We have to react. And we know that the U.S. will adopt provisions to add IRGC to the terrorist entity list. We know that the EU is also thinking about this as well as other countries. And I think we will have to also consider this and perhaps even adopt such sanctions. It will have to be administered with a great deal of diligence and tact. And I want to trust the Canadian government to administer this situation in a wise and adequate way, but I think we do have to examine it, and we don't really have time. We don't have 1 or 2 years to look at this. We have to take action now. Madam Speaker, the bloc, well, I already tabled a bill on this on many occasions with respect to the creation of a criminal organization register in Canada, and we were based on the terrorist organization list. So we believe in the use of such a registry for criminal organizations, and I hope that in time I'll be able to look at my colleagues from the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party and perhaps even the NDP and the Green Party. I hope we'll be able to use this tool that seems like a good one to fight against terrorist organizations, and one that should also allow us to fight effectively against criminal organizations. As a reminder, criminal organizations create much more damage in Canada than terrorist entities. Criminal organizations undermine the quality of life of Canadians. And so I believed in such a list for criminal organizations, and I would like to take some inspiration from this terrorist entity list. So I do believe in it. I believe in the usefulness of such a registry, especially since Iran has taken a dangerous tangent, which in the short or medium term could cause major damage to Canada, and which is already causing prejudice, harm to people across the world. So I think Canada should set the example, and the Canadian government should look at this issue right away. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I think my Conservative colleagues are right to ask us to take a position on this question. So I won't say any more on this. So I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and in the report, the first line asks the government to the SEPA group from Iran, the terrorist group. We've been asking the government for 6 years to add this as a terrorist entity, to add it to the criminal code. Many people have wondered about people who were conscripted into this terrorist entity. All those who work for the Quds Force are volunteers. These are military members, and they are. It's a terrorist entity who shot down a 9-year-old, who also bat many others. It slaughtered many people. Thousands of people who were imprisoned in Iran just because they defended their democratic rights and their human rights. So I'd like to ask the member, why does he think it took the government 6 years? For 6 years now, they've been refusing put this group on the terrorist entity list. There are some agents here in our country that need to be brought before justice, the honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. Why is Canada dragging its heels? I don't know. And I think I'll never know. However, there's somewhat of a laxist pattern we've seen in terms of the Liberal government that we deplore, and we have done so on several occasions. A laxism in terms of its respect for jurisdiction and hyperactivity in provincial jurisdictions. Clearly, there are people in the government that would prefer to sit at the National Assembly in Quebec or in provincial legislatures rather than here at the federal government, because we are talking about something that is clearly federal jurisdiction, the fight against terrorism. So I have to agree with my colleague. We should have looked at this issue a long time ago, and I hope that we will, without rushing things, act with wisdom and analyze it right now, look at it right now.
It's the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member
May wait a bit because I can't hear your mic. No. Okay. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for catching that. Madam Speaker, the member may be aware that in May, the Committee on Foreign Affairs is bringing forward a motion, an NDP motion, that the committee studied the federal government's refusal to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, as well as the connection between people or assets in Canada and the IRGC, and paths forward to support vulnerable Iranians. So this is coming forward. And I'm reflecting on the importance of the people that need to be there to testify at this committee with the increased violence against women. We know the horrific violent and murder of Mahsa Amini as one example. And if the member could speak to the importance of the violence against women that's happening in Iran and the importance of that being included in this study and how that connects to what we're talking to today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I think she's right in terms of violence against women in Iran. We all know this. We've seen it a lot. And my colleague also was right earlier to talk about violence against youths and young people. These people who are recruited can be violent, and they should be banned, and there should be a general investigation if such things occur in Canada. But we have seen movies about the Iranian society before the Islamic Revolution took place. They had women had a life that was similar to that of men. They used to go to university, but since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, they have been prevented from thriving in their country. In my opinion, it is similar to a crime against humanity or a crime against children. And in this case, we really have to take action and look at this right away seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
À l'ordre, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Leeds.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Public Services and Procurement. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. And the honourable member for Yellowhead, Carbon Pricing.
I believe that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just to respond to or provide for answers for a number of questions, and I need the leave of the House in order to do so. I believe that there's already been consultation for it.
The Honourable Member have leave to proceed? Agreed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today: 2371, 2379 to 2382, 2384, 2392 to 2395, 2397, 2401, 2404 to 2408, 2416, and 2417. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2372 to 2378, 2383, 2385 to 2391, 2396, 2398 to 2400, 2402, 2403, and 2409 to 2415 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Agreed.
Any questions be allowed to stand, if I may.
Great.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The debate today follows on a debate that was held in the Justice Committee in December, where a motion was passed that called for various things. And I'm going to read the list of things in the motion. The motion called for the creation of an anti-hate crime task force to coordinate the protection of faith communities. And it called for removing red tape and speeding up access to the security infrastructure program to protect communities at risk. It also called for an evaluation of Canada's threat assessment in light of the UK travel advisory. It also called for the establishment of a foreign influence registry. I understand that that's work that's underway, being spearheaded by my colleague from Trois-Rivières. We're hoping to see this come to light, or at least see the light at the end of the tunnel by the end of this session, because it seems to be held up for some reason, and this would be relevant not only to the situation with Iran today, but for a whole bunch of other situations where foreign agents are influencing Canada through shady activities. And the motion, and this is the main thing we're debating today, is designating the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the criminal code and expelling the estimated 700 Iranian agents operating in Canada. So that's a motion that various committees have studied, including at the Defense Committee, my committee, and that's been debated a number of times, and here we are debating it again today. And because of what's going on currently in the world, we need to debate this. It makes sense to bring this up again today because it is in connection with the attack over the weekend where many ballistic missiles and drones were fired on Israel. And under the circumstances, I would like to quote our leader, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, and what he said after the attack. I think the tone is very moderate, and so that's the tone that I'd like to use today, too. So I'll read what the Bloc leader said. He said, I join with the Bloc and those in the United States, France, and the international community, and including Israel's usual allies. We're calling on Israel to show restraint in responding to these attacks. There's a risk of escalation, which could affect the whole region, and Iran's attack was a clear failure, so Israel is still able to protect its civilian population, and given that the attack was unsuccessful, there's all the more reason to show restraint in a response. We're of the view that there should be a state of alert, but no escalation, and that would hinder any peace process. So that's the tone that I think should be struck. I think it's the right tone. I think it's the tone that this debate should hold, and I think it's unfortunate that there's only a little bit of time for us to debate this. Israel has indicated that it intends to retaliate, and Madam Speaker, when you fall into an eye for an eye kind of attitude, everyone winds up blind. So having the IRGC listed as a terrorist entity is a well-intentioned idea, but unfortunately in a lot of other cases, as in a number of other cases, where the shoe pinches is when it comes to the implementation of such a motion. Our colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, asked a question to the member for Winnipeg North and commented on the fact that if this were implemented wall to wall, there could be people who shouldn't be on the list who might unfortunately end up on it. And the answer was that most of the people currently on the list, most of the people on the list are there voluntarily, but we can think of situations in the past where people were designated and they were refused visas to come here simply because they did their military service some 20 years ago. So that same sort of thing could happen again. People could be targeted who shouldn't be targeted. And probably even people who should be protected rather than targeted. So they could become victims of an overbroad measure. So there's a question about our ability to identify the right people to be listed, and that needs to be studied. And so much the better if the committee studies that in the weeks to come. We could look at the ins and outs of this measure and see, like, even though it's a legitimate measure, it might have some unintended and illegitimate consequences. So when we apply a measure like this under the criminal code in Canada, that wouldn't affect IRGC members back in Iran. We can only affect people here in Canada. We're talking some 700 people, but about 1.5 million refugee claimants have been lost track of. We don't know whether they're still here in Canada or whether they've left. So would we even truly manage to apply this measure, or is it just once again, ultimately just a threat, a kind of threat that's purely symbolic and could never truly be properly implemented? So that's a question. Would it not perhaps be preferable to ensure that the sanctions are properly implemented? And this is a thing that's been discussed repeatedly at committee. The sanctions against Iran, once again, there are two problems that may arise with sanctions. One is, is it possible that the sanctions are more harmful to the civilian population in Iran than to IRGC members? So we have to look at how sanctions are implemented and who they truly affect. They may affect the media, perhaps. We might seek to affect the media through sanctions if they're willfully misinforming and disinforming the people. And when it comes to economic sanctions, should we be targeting people, individuals, rather than things that harm Iranians as a whole? And then the other thing is, once we've decided we're going to implement sanctions, can we truly manage to measure their effectiveness? Is there any way of evaluating their effectiveness? And, for example, when it came to the Russian oligarchs around the sanctions relating to Ukraine, well, it's hard to ensure, it's hard to follow up on those sanctions to see if we truly manage to target the right people and seize and freeze the right bank accounts. So when it comes to sanctions, once again, it's probably a good idea, but the devil's in the detail. We need to look at how effective we are in implementing those sanctions. And even if the sanctions have been around, motions have been passed. Way back in 2018, a motion was passed to put the IRGC on the terrorist list. But in the short term, there is still work to be done to ensure that there's no collateral damage, no unintended consequences. So I understand the idea, and I agree with it in principle, the idea of having a list of terrorist entities and putting the IRGC on that list, but it needs to be done in a specific enough way so that the wrong people don't wind up on that list. And we might even end up penalizing people who we actually have a duty to protect. So we need to make sure this might not be the best forum right here, right now, to be discussing this. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. Concurrence motions are brought up at the last minute, and so people are ill-prepared to address them. But I think it's something that could be dealt with better in committee with expert testimony, expert evidence, and we really need to make sure these measures are effective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. We know very well, Madam Speaker, that the situation in the Middle East is very dangerous. The military is on high alert, and so we need to be wary of a regional, if not international, conflict. Canada is a country of peace. We created international peacekeeping. My question for my colleague is, in her view, what can the Government of Canada do to help create peace and stability in the Middle East? The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I love that question. On the Defense Committee, we heard from the Minister today, and I asked specific questions about the update to our defense policy and about peacekeeping operations all around the world. And I asked this question, when is there going to be an intervention force? Because Canada, when it wanted a seat on the Security Council, they said it was going to take 5 years to implement a peacekeeping mission. And finally, they said it'll be for 2026. But we saw cuts to the defense budget. And even with increased funding over the next couple of years, it won't make up for the shortfall, the previous shortfall. So I think, once again, it's all lofty talk, but we're far from what Canada used to do and what Canada is capable of doing when it comes to peacekeeping operations. So once again, money is the crux of this, and unfortunately, I don't think the government is funding this adequately.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about issues of implementation and specifically raised, again, concerns about conscription being an issue in designating a terrorist organization. I think it's important to underline that it is not only the IRGC where the issue of people being victims of conscription into terrorist organization is an issue. This could well be an issue with many organizations that are currently and have long been on the list of designated terrorist organizations. And it is with reference to situations with the IRGC, but also other potential situations, that we specifically proposed in Bill C-350 an amendment that would ensure that the provisions of IRPA as it relates to terrorist organizations do not apply to individuals who are victims of forced conscription into designated organizations. So we are proposing legislation that designates the IRGC as a terrorist organization, but also that solves this problem for people that were conscripted into the IRGC and for others who may have been conscripted into other organizations. So I think it's important for members of the House to know this problem has been solved by this proposal. And therefore, we have an opportunity to support Bill C-350 and move this issue forward, listing the IRGC and addressing the conscription issue at the same time.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. That's an interesting question the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan raises, but why not debate this in the appropriate place instead of raising it at the last minute on a concurrence motion where we don't really know the ins and outs here and now. So I think the procedure is a bit what the problem is today. Substantively, it's an important question, and no one in the bloc is going to say otherwise. We can't really vote against this motion, but we don't have all the tools we need here and now to approve this motion and to take the steps that need to be taken once the motion is passed. It's all in the House, Madam Speaker, how this is being done. It should be done at committee. It could be debated after hearing expert evidence and with a bill before us. But today, at the last minute, with a concurrence motion, this really maybe isn't the best way to go about things.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today in the House. One of the things that she spoke about is the use of concurrence debates to do this important work, and it is very important work that we undertake. In just a few weeks, in fact, the Foreign Affairs Committee will be looking at Iran, will be studying this, and will be bringing forward the minister to talk about how we can do this in a way that protects those that are conscripted. That's where we should be having this debate right now. That's a meaningful way that we can ensure sure that Canada is doing what needs to be done to make sure that Iran, that the IRGC, that who very clearly are terrorists, the leadership is punished, and yet those that might be innocent are not. So I'd wonder if she could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take what my colleague just said and just put it in the present and take away the question mark and make that my answer. All the elements of the answer were right in the question. So this is not the right forum, clearly. It's an important question, clearly, and it should be dealt with properly at committee, and perhaps we won't have 70 motions tabled by the Conservatives at committee so that the work can be done seriously instead of just obstructing things here in the House. Let's deal with these issues properly in committee so that we come up with good solutions.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to split my time with the member from Edmonton Strathcona. And I also want to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her leadership and consistency in advocacy and in advancing this debate, as she just mentioned, which will happen in committee from her very own motion. And I'm so glad that the other parties have finally realized how important that work is. Madam Speaker, there's been some discussion in the House today, and I really wanted to bring this really close to home. I'm standing here today on behalf of the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Belcarra, and I'm also standing here on behalf of the residents of Port Coquitlam. We lost a beautiful family. On PS 752, we lost Ardalyn, Nilu, and their son, Kamyar, from Port Coquitlam. This hit hard in our community that we call the Tri-Cities, a beautiful, beautiful young family lost in the downing of PS 752. And every year as the new year comes in, Iranian families, Persian families, my community with over 6,000 Iranians living in it, relive PS 752. So, Madam Speaker, I know that North Vancouver is looking at a memorial, a PS 752 memorial. When I was at the memorial coming together this year at the beginning of the year, it was discussed again by the BC government that they will be contributing to a memorial in North Vancouver. Such a sad situation. So I just want to say again on the record their names: Ardalyn, Nilu, Kamyar, a family lost to a terrorist regime. And it doesn't just stop with the downing of that flight or with the loss of this family. This is the lived experience of Iranians in the community of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra, and Port Coquitlam every single day. When they go out and see people that they know are associated with the regime in community. And Madam Speaker, it was very, very difficult with the loss of Mahsa Amini for the Persian community in BC to have to relive those experiences that they're coming to Canada fleeing from. They're coming to Canada for safety, and yet when they go out shopping, when the kids go to school, when they are out in community, they are being surveyed by a regime that has people here in Canada. And Madam Speaker, people have come to my office over and over again. A young man was in my office with his 2-year-old son recently, crying that they know that there are people from the regime here in Canada doing surveillance, and there's nowhere they can go to share that information. So as I see there are some people here from the Liberal Party, and I see one standing up right now that would have some influence, I would ask, let's have a safe space where Persian Canadians, where people from Iran can come and tell their story safely, can come and say they've seen someone that they feel is dangerous. They can tell them there's surveillance going on. There's a safe space. Because coming to my office and telling me is not a safe space for them, or they don't feel it is, Madam Speaker. So I would ask for that. Now, before I go into a little bit more around the Women Life Freedom event and the Women Life Freedom Movement, Zan, Zendagi, Azadi, so many courageous, brave women and men in Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, and Port Coquitlam come out weekly to stand up against the violence against women, to stand up for human rights of women, to honor Mahsa Amini and all of those beautiful people that have been lost. They come out every single weekend in Vancouver to do this work. Before I get into that, I wanted to just share how Persian culture has flourished so deeply in my community of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra. And recently for Nowruz, there were thousands and thousands of people that came out to Town Centre Park to celebrate the Festival of Fire and to jump the fire and to start the new year with a fresh energy, new energy. And I think this is an opportunity, Madam Speaker, as my member from Edmonton Strathcona leads a debate in the Foreign Affairs Committee on labeling the IRGC as a terrorist entity. While she's doing that work, I thank her so much for it. And this is the new energy that we need in this country. We need to protect Persian Canadians, Iranians that come to this country for safety. We need to protect them, and we are benefiting from such rich culture. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to just share what a beautiful culture comes together every year around Nowruz at the end of the year at Yalda. Beautiful Persian culture that gets shared with our community. But hanging over this is this regime that continues to show its head in BC and certainly around the Lower Mainland where I am. I hear about money laundering. I hear about the amount of real estate people that are associated with the regime have in my community, Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, Madam Speaker. Intimidation and fear. I was at a Women Life Freedom event in Winnipeg not too long ago, Madam Speaker, and some of the people there were talking to me about the fact that they're wearing a mask because they need to hide their identity. They are not safe in Canada, Madam Speaker. And the government knows this, Madam Speaker. I can't go to an event in my community where I'm not hearing from Persian communities telling me they've seen someone at a bakery, they've seen someone out at an event, they've seen someone purchasing a house locally in the community that is associated with the regime. The government knows this. And not only are they not doing anything to stop it, they're making it very difficult for Iranians who live here, who had a baby, who want their mother or their grandmother to come and see a baby. They can't get a visa. And in fact, Madam Speaker, in my office, I feel like there's some prejudice happening there. There's some prejudice happening from this government, from IRCC, from allowing people to have a visa for a mother, a grandmother, a grandfather to come and see a family member and to have a visa. So I would ask the government to look at that too. There's many, many families here that would like to have their family members come and visit them. And I want to talk a little bit about the LGBTQ plus community because I do have Canadian Iranians that come to my office. They have family members. Sometimes it's a child still in Iran who is a member of the LGBTQ community. They're petrified, Madam Speaker. They are petrified to get their children out of Iran. Yet they can't even get an audience with IRCC on this. This is important work, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage the government to really understand that there's many, many Persian Canadians, Iranian Canadians that are still suffering at the hands of this regime here in Canada and being discriminated against by the IRCC. So, I think my main points there, Madam Speaker, are that, this seems like it's far away. It seems like we're talking about a regime that's far away. It's not far away, Madam Speaker, if you're not able to live your life freely in Canada, and we know that is happening. And so that's why I want to end my statements today, Madam Speaker, to really talk about the work of the member from Edmonton Strathcona, who has been pushing to have a debate on this discussion, to have a really thorough and important, deep debate on this with witnesses that can come forward and have testimony. And that's why I say we're having some discussion today, but we need to have this deeper discussion, which is being led by my NDP member from Strathcona, Edmonton Strathcona. I thank her so much for her work, and I want her to know from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of the heart from the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra, and Port Coquitlam. We need this debate to happen. We need to have protection for our citizens here in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government hosted.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member, drawing the attention in terms of the humanity of it. I have a very good friend, Krash, whose partner actually died on the flight, and it is important that when we take a look at the issue and the depth of the issue, that the standing committee is in an opportunity through the calling of witnesses, through a great deal more time, and I like to think at times in a very apolitical fashion, it can be very effective at coming up with recommendations. And when I look at today and how the matter was raised, that's one of the biggest problems that I have, because I don't want to see it turn into a political game. That's one of the reasons why I suggested, at the very least, maybe what should have been considered was an emergency debate. If not an emergency debate, then to leave it with the standing committee where a proper research and justice could be done for all those Canadians that are that have the anxiety that's very real.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I know we're going to talk more about this, but what's important for the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra to tell the government, and also for Port Coquitlam, I'm going to speak for them today because I have the opportunity, is that the government consider and put on the terrorist list the IRGC, and also for them to have a safe space where they can come and report what they're seeing. That's important to the residents of my community. And the third thing I'll close on, it is important for my community that the government knows that there is real estate and assets that's being bought up by people associated with the regime in my area in the Lower Mainland of BC, and it needs to stop.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shep.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd just like to commend the member on at least recognizing that, in fact, there are IRGC agents in Vancouver. I do spend quite a bit of time in the Persian community, but also Kurds, Baluchis, who are also all impacted. Many of them are originating from Iran, and they're chased here by IRGC agents who are continuing to try and persecute them, whether it's with WhatsApp messages, Telegram messages, telling them that their families will be found in Iran if they speak up or join one of these Xinjiang Azadi, to use the Soran Kurdish dialect, if they join in Mahabad or Sanandaj or Sakuz. This is a regime that is more than happy to murder people both in Iran but also all over the Middle East, and then chase people to Europe and to Canada and never leave them alone. Kian Parfalak, I want to bring it up because actually there was a tree planting ceremony in Calgary in the name of this 9-year-old who was murdered by the IRGC. So I'd like to hear from the member, why does she think it's taken the government now 6 years since this parliament passed a motion calling for the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organization in our criminal code, and the government continues to refuse to do that?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as a woman standing in Parliament, I can tell you that if there was more women in Parliament, if there was more women in governments across the world, we wouldn't be dealing with this. Whether it's the Liberals that were lax, which I agree they are, the Conservatives before them were also lax. Things that have to do with women and the human rights of women do not get the attention that they deserve. And certainly I raise my hands to all the brave and wonderful women who stood up for women, life, freedom, and actually brought this to the table.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that incredible speech and for her raising the issues of her constituents. And, you know, the question I have for her today is, New Democrats have tried for a very long time to expand the number of countries that we're looking at when we look at the foreign interference, because we understand that it is not just an issue with China, that it is an issue with many countries, Russia, Iran, that influence and have political interference in our communities, in our neighborhoods, in our country, from coast to coast to coast. We know that there have been parties within the House that have not wanted us to do that, have not wanted to expand that. But if we are looking at political interference, and that is what we heard so clearly from this member in her speech, can you explain why some parties didn't want to include countries like Iran in looking at the foreign interference?
Good question.
I can't explain anything, but the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam surely will.
Thank you so much. And Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona said, this has been important to the NDP. This has been important to our communities for a very, very, very long time. And I can only say that it's very unfortunate that the Liberal government and the Conservative government before them were never putting this high on the priority to look at foreign interference. Fortunately, the NDP did. Fortunately, the NDP are the ones that led the discussion right now that's happening on foreign interference, and I'm so looking forward to the study that's coming up in the Foreign Affairs led by the member from Edmonton Strathcona.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable parliamentary secretary is rising to respond to a motion of...
Yes, just very as quickly as I can, Madam Speaker, responds to a question of privilege. I am rising, Madam Speaker, to respond to a question of privilege raised by the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, respecting the allegation that the Minister of National Defence misled the House and Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I respectfully submit that this was not the case, and that this House has the testimony that proves that the Minister was truthful with the House and the Committee. The question raised by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton concerns whether an issue management note, in bracket an IMU, that was sent to by CSIS was read by the Minister. It was not received by the Minister, while the Minister had made an assumption about why he did not receive the IMU. That does not obviate the fact that he did not receive the IMU. The Director of CSIS confirmed to PROC that the process that was put in place to share secret information with the Minister did not work. On June 1st, 2023, the Minister appeared at the PROC and was asked by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, about the IMU. In response to the question, the Minister stated, and I would quote, allow me to clarify that the information was not shared with me. It was authorized by CSIS to be shown to me. I would leave that question as one of that you might want to put to the Director. I was never notified of the existence of that intelligence, nor was it ever shared with me. End of quote. Mr. Vingolt and Mr. Stewart both acknowledged that the system to send intelligence information via IMU to the Minister did not function. Mr. Vingolt confirmed that this fact at least 4 times over the course of his testimony. On June 13, 2023 of PROC, Mr. Vingolt stated, and again I would quote, here is the specific case. The Minister was very clear. He did not get the information. It means the process that was put in place did not, in this case, work. It is incumbent upon us ourselves, his office, and the Department of Public Safety to find the right tool to put in place to make sure that the critical information is seen by the Minister. I think this is one of the key measures that we need to put in place to have this ability to adopt our processes when they are not working. And a quote. On October the 10th, 2023, Mr. Stewart stated at PROC about the failure of the system to ensure that the Minister received the IMU. And I quote, the first question I answered was about the situation that occurred in the spring or summer of 2021. I think we identified the problems with the system that the agencies used to share information, and a quote. It is clear that the Minister's statement that he did not receive the IMU is corroborated by Mr. Vingolt and Mr. Stewart. Moreover, Mr. Vingolt and Mr. Stewart both confirmed to PROC that neither of them had orally briefed the Minister or on the content of the IMU. On June 13, 2023, Mr. Vingolt stated, and I quote, Madam Chair, I did not have any specific discussion with the Minister about that note, end of quote. And on October 19, 2023, Mr. Stewart told the committee, and again I would quote, "I did not brief the minister about the IMU," end of quote. On October 24, 2023, the member for St. Albert Edmonton asked the minister whether there was any contradiction between Mr. Van Golt and the minister's statement. Here's the exchange, and again I would quote, the member for St. Albert Edmonton, Minister, can you explain why your testimony was flatly contradicted by the director of CSIS? The minister, with great respect, it was not contradicted. In fact, I sincerely believe it was the director's intent that the information be made available to me. Unfortunately, the steps were not taken by CSIS or the Department of Public Safety to make that information available to me. I had no way of knowing that they had a secret they wanted to tell me. Under every other circumstance, the director of CSIS would advise my office they had information to brief me on. He would advise my office they had information they wished to share with me. I would then go to a secure room where that information was shared. In some other circumstances, I actually asked to attend the CSIS office in Toronto, where that information would be briefed to me. But it did not take place in this circumstance, end of quote. On October the 24th, 2023, the member for Megantic-Larrabel questioned the minister about an assumption he had made about why the information in the IMU was not provided to him, to which the minister stated, and again I would quote, "All I can say with absolute certainty is that it was never shared with me at that time." Again, I don't question the director Vignault's intentions but the execution was unsuccessful because the information was never shared with me, end of quote. At no time, either in committee or in the House, did the minister state anything other than he did not receive the IMU. The minister may have made an assumption as to why he did not receive the information, but there was never any doubt that the information did not get to him. Finally, the member for St. Albert Edmonton seems to be taking a creative approach to raise a question of privilege in the House in the context of a supplemental report to the 63rd report of Procedure in House Affairs Committee. Page 154 in the House of Commons Procedure and Practices states, and again I would quote, "If in the opinion of the chair the issue raised relates to privilege, the committee can proceed to consideration of the report on the matter to the House." Continuing on, it should clearly describe the situation, summarize the events, name any individuals involved, indicate that privilege may be involved or that a contempt may have occurred, and request the House to take some action, end of quote. Madam Speaker, this is clearly not the case with the 63rd report of Procedure in House Affairs Committee. A review of the proceedings on the matter at PROC do not reveal any evidence that clearly led members of the committee to conclude that a breach of privilege had occurred in respect to the minister's testimony. In fact, we can see no reference to a potential breach of privilege or that any contempt may have occurred in the committee's report. However, the only reference to such an allegations is made in the supplementary report by the Conservative Party. Page 995 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices states, in relation to supplementary reports, and again I would quote, "Committees are not responsible for the content of these opinions. They are not, strictly speaking, part of the report. The authors of these opinions alone are responsible for their content," end of quote. In the matter the member was raising, he suggests a clear contradiction of testimony to amount to a breach of privilege. There would have been reference to this in the report. It isn't in the report for the simple reason that there was no contradiction in the matter. The minister did not receive the information contained in the IMU in question, neither in writing nor orally, and that remains clear fact of his statements in the committee and in the House. There is no basis to find a prima facie question of privilege in this matter. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and the members of the House for your attention.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to participating in this debate this evening. I do want to just say very quickly that I do not think a concurrence debate is the appropriate place for this debate to be happening. As I mentioned earlier tonight, I moved over a year ago a motion in the Foreign Affairs Committee to look at this exact issue. And in fact, in just a number of weeks, we will be undertaking that study within the Foreign Affairs Committee that will look at this in a fulsome way and have an opportunity to hear from experts, hear from witnesses, hear from Iranian Canadians who are impacted in our communities across this country. But today I want to start by telling a bit of a story. When I was elected in 2019. We were all sworn in November. We had very little time in December before the House rose. And I went home for Christmas holidays like all of my colleagues did. And then on January 8th, 2020, PS-752 was shot out of the sky by the terrorist regime in Iran. There were 176 innocent people on that flight. 55 of those were Canadian. We had 30 permanent residents. And Madam Speaker, many of those individuals were from Edmonton, and particularly from Edmonton, Strathcona. Our university, the University of Alberta, was deeply, deeply impacted. It was the first event as a parliamentarian that I needed to deal with. And I can't tell you how difficult it was. The grief that my community felt, the difficulty it was to sit in the university on the university's biggest auditorium for the memorial service that we held for the victims from Edmonton, was probably one of the hardest days that I have spent. I will say I sat with members from all parties in that memorial. I cried with members of the Liberals. I cried with members of the Conservatives because it was such a devastating day for our community, and continues to be. And I gather with the Iranian Edmonton community every year to mark that terrible day and to remember the beautiful souls that we lost that day. In addition, it is 1.5 years since the horrific killing of 22-year-old Mahsa Jina Amini, and since the start of the Woman Life Freedom Uprising in Iran. Over the past 1.5 years, we've been witness to the immense bravery of Iranian women who are fighting for their rights, for their human rights, and for Iranians around the world who have raised their voice, and their allies who have marched with them in the streets, who have raised their voice for the people of Iran, so that Iranians do not have to live under the tyranny of the terrorist organization that is the IRGC. And we are very, very clear that this is something that Canada must and can do more for. We have condemned, as New Democrats, the brutality against the Iranian people, including the hundreds of unlawful killings and executions, the tens of thousands of arbitrary arrests, widespread torture, including rape of detainees, and attacks on women and girls who defy the discriminatory compulsory veiling laws. In fact, as a country with a feminist foreign policy, that one that I talk about often, we've never seen, but we've been told exists, we must do everything we can. I was so pleased in last spring. I had put my name forward to sponsor a political prisoner in Iran. One of my dear friends, Mohammed from Edmonton, had come to me. He had asked if I'd be willing to sponsor this Iranian prisoner. And Armida Abbasi, a young, beautiful, vibrant woman who was in detention, who was tortured, simply because she was trying to stand up for her own rights. I was delighted to be able to sponsor her. And imagine how happy I was when she was released from prison, when she was given back her freedom and was able to escape from the terrorists that are the IRGC. But again, what we need to do is make sure that any change of the Canadian foreign policy, which I will admit should have happened years ago, absolutely years ago. And it is appalling that it has taken so long for this government to take action, particularly after PS 752, particularly after the Women Life Freedom movement began. But I will say, we can't make foreign policy based on concurrence debates. We need to do the work. That's part of what we do as parliamentarians. We need to look at this issue. We need to bring experts in. We need to examine it. We need to make sure we're making the right decision. Because the worst thing we could do is to make innocent people be punished by their own government, the IRGC, and then punished again if we aren't careful in how we make sure that those conscripted people are protected. So we, of course, want to see the IRGC, especially the leadership, declared as terrorists. We think that that's something we've been calling for some time. But we need to do the work. We need to do foreign policy carefully and thoughtfully and make sure that no innocent people are caught up in this terrible, the terrible things that have been done by the IRGC. There needs to be a robust commitment from the Canadian government to act on this, but it needs to be done thoughtfully, and it needs to be done with the urgency with which this requires. You know, in remembrance of Mahsa Jina Amini and of the countless innocent lives that have been taken, those that are in prison, New Democrats express our profound solidarity and support for the Iranian people. I think we can all say that the events of the last several weeks have highlighted that we are at a dangerous moment in time in the Middle East. Certainly, we must impose stronger sanctions on IRGC and the Iranian regime. We must end Iran's support for terrorism in the region. Time and time again, I've stood in this place and said that Hamas is a terrorist organization. That is very clear. Hansard is extraordinarily clear on this. Just like I've said time and time again, that Canada has an obligation to adhere to international law. You know, we also have an obligation as Canadians. People expect us as Canadians to do what we can to de-escalate war, to protect civilians, to protect children. That's what people in our communities want from us. That's what our foreign policy should be doing. You know, what we're seeing in the Middle East right now is horrifying. 13,000 children, more than 13,000 children have lost their lives. So we have to continue to call for a ceasefire. We have to continue to put pressure on all actors in the region, including Israel, to de-escalate tensions at a time when civilians are the ones paying the price. Because let's be clear, the escalation of tensions in the Middle East will do nothing but cause increased pain for those that are most vulnerable right now. So again, I would urge the government to come to the Foreign Affairs Committee, the opposition parties to come to the Foreign Affairs Committee, and let's sit down and do this important work. It's been over a year since my motion calling for us to look for, I want to actually bring the motion forward, Madam Speaker, and make sure that it's clear. It's been over a year since we've been calling for the examination of the Canadian government's refusal for the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist entity, the connections between people or assets in Canada and the IRGC, and paths forward to support Iranian human rights activists, artists, journalists, and other political refugees. That the committee invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs to testify, as well as additional witnesses submitted by members of the committee, and that the committee report its findings back to the House. This is important work. Canada has an important role to play. Historically, we have been able to play that role, and we have been missing in action. Iranian Canadians expect this from us. Iranian people around the world expect this from us. There's more that we can do. This is not the opportunity for that, but we will look at this in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we will expect our government to act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Aurora. Oh, God, sorry. I always get it. Aurora. Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the member opposite for her work on this file, as well as many other issues that we both work on and we both agree on. I just wanted to say, I had a volunteer who worked for me. His name is Arad Zarai, who was killed on that flight. And the last commemoration, the remembrance for the victims of Flight PS752, our Prime Minister was there in our riding and reiterated our commitment to a responsible listing of the IRGC. We've also put in place very extensive measures under CIMA and IRPA. And I am just wondering if the member opposite would, through you, Madam Speaker, comment on how she feels the real issues facing the Iranian diaspora in Canada can be addressed while putting in place some of these measures.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague as well. We've worked very closely on issues around helping people in other parts of the country or other parts of the world, and I appreciate her work. One of the things that I've heard from many members in my community and around the country from the Iranian Canadian community is that they don't feel heard by this government. They don't feel that the government has listened to them and has acted with the urgency. After PS752, they wanted there to be an independent investigation. They wanted there to be more done. And we didn't see that action from this government. In terms of even listing the IRGC, of course we support this motion. We will support this. This is important work. But I think what we're not seeing is that the community feels that their concerns about foreign interference, their concerns about interference within their communities are being heard. Even when we look at the potential for sports teams to come here, for people to be in our community that are bad actors, that are clearly bad actors that the government knows about, and there's very little action. I just think that we need the community to feel like the government is listening and acting on their needs.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lempton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 6 years ago, all parties in this House voted to designate the IRGC a terrorist organization. And today, during the debate, I'm hearing, all parties saying the same thing except the government. And clearly, the comments today suggest people don't want a terrorist organization fundraising and acting here on Canadian soil. So my question for the member is, why does she think the Liberals have taken so long to avoid designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Excellent turnover there, Mr. Speaker. Well done. So the question is, why has it taken so long? And obviously I can't answer that question because I also don't understand why it has taken so long. I will say that we are doing everything we can within our power to ensure that it is not done poorly, that it is done correctly, that we are doing it adequately by looking at it fulsomely within the Foreign Affairs Committee, by making sure that the way that we are debating this is with experts that we are hearing from members of the community. I will say that a concurrence debate that you spring on opposition parties minutes before you ask them to speak is hardly a meaningful way to move that yardstick forward. And this is an issue that's frankly very important, and we should be doing in a more thoughtful and more constructive way.
Question and comment.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question we're studying today and the report we're studying is very important. It may reveal some slowness. Well, obviously it does, not just perhaps. And some errors as well from the government. Just in terms of some visas, I'm sure my colleagues received the same emails as me with respect to the son of a high-ranking official in Iran for him to come to Canada. There are pressure measures that should be applied and they're not being. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about what are these measures that we must apply, that we have to make sure that they're properly applied and followed up right now. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, 30 seconds.
And I believe that question referred predominantly to the issue of allowing people to come here for their safety. The one thing I will say about that, it is extraordinarily complicated because we do not have a diplomatic presence in Iran. So that does make it very, very difficult because we do want to be thoughtful and make sure that those bad actors are also not able to come to Iran or to Canada. But frankly, the government, the delays that Iranian citizens face are unbelievable, and we really need to come up with a better path so that people can come, that they can work here, that they can come here for safety, come here to study, come to contribute so much to our communities.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join this debate, but before going any further, I just want to mention I will be sharing my time with my colleague from the Finance Committee, the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley. As this motion points out, recent events have brought renewed focus on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC. And Mr. Speaker, Canada strongly condemns the blatant disregard for human rights and human life shown by the IRGC in recent acts against Iranians. We continue to listen to and join our voices with those who are demanding better in Iran. Here in Canada, we're continuing to take decisive action against this regime. On November 14th, 2022, the Government of Canada announced the designation of Iran as a regime that has engaged in terrorism and systemic and gross human rights violations under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. As a result, senior officials of the regime are now permanently inadmissible to Canada, Mr. Speaker. This includes tens of thousands of Iranians, such as the head of state, senior IRGC members, intelligence operatives, senior government officials, diplomats, and judges. The government also announced significantly expanded sanctions against those responsible for the Iranian regime's egregious human rights violations. And those new sanctions would build on our existing sanctions. All told, these measures amount to the most robust and comprehensive set of sanctions in the world against Iran and the IRGC, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to point out that the Government of Canada announced its intention to pursue legislation intended to ensure that no sanctioned individual connected to the IRGC can enter Canada. Thanks to the passage of Bill S-8, the law now aligns with IRPA with the Special Economic Measures Act to ensure that all foreign nationals subject to sanctions under CEMA will also be inadmissible to Canada. And this designation means that thousands of members of the regime, including many members of the IRGC, intelligence operatives, government officials, and judges, amongst others, are now inadmissible to Canada. The government also announced it would invest $76 million to strengthen Canada's capacity to implement sanctions and to ensure that we can move more quickly to freeze and seize sanctions individuals' assets. This includes a dedicated bureau at Global Affairs Canada, Mr. Speaker. It includes additional support to the RCMP to investigate and identify assets and gather evidence, building on authorities that were announced in Budget 2022. It's a suite of measures that will help hold the Iranian regime to account for its egregious actions. And we're going to continue to pursue all the tools at our disposal, Mr. Speaker. And I'll highlight that we already have a strong foundation. That's a result of our previous actions, which were already some of the strongest in the world. They include designating the state of Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under Canada's State Immunity Act. And this allows civil actions to be taken against it under the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act. We also announced additional sanctions against senior Iranian officials and prominent entities that directly implement repressive measures, violate human rights, and spread the Iranian regime's propaganda. These sanctions effectively froze any assets these individuals may hold in Canada. And as I note, Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to have in place a series of strong measures to hold both Iran and the IRGC accountable. In November of 2022, the Minister of Public Safety implemented the designation of the Iranian regime pursuant to paragraph 35(1)(b) of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This renders all senior officials in the service of the Iranian regime inadmissible to Canada from November 15, 2019 onwards. This designation also acts as a prevention tool, as it ensures that prescribed senior officials will not be granted a Canadian visa in the first place. The fact that the regime has been designated also serves to discourage Iranian senior officials from attempting to travel to Canada. And under this designation, as of November 20th, 2023, approximately 17,800 visa applications were reviewed for potential inadmissibility, and 78 individuals were denied access to Canada. Dozens of Iranian regime officials have been denied entry to Canada, and Canada has deported several former Iranian officials, including Majid Iranmanesh, who was the first to face deportation under sanctions adopted in November of 2022. Further, based on the referrals from IRCC and tips from the public, 141 cases are now being investigated by CBSA and Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. So far, 38 investigations were closed by the CBSA for individuals who were either out of the country or deemed not inadmissible to Canada. In June of 2019, Canada added 3 new Iran-backed groups to the terrorist list under the Criminal Code, including Fatemiyun Division, known to recruit soldiers from Afghanistan, because Iran has provided these groups with substantial resources, including training and weapons to carry out terrorist attacks that advance its goals in the region. Canada continues to list the IRGC Quds Force and a number of terrorist entities who have benefited from the force's patronage, including arms, funding, and paramilitary training, and who help advance Iran's interest and foreign policy. These include Hezbollah, Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Taliban. And Mr. Speaker, as the motion before us today suggests, the listing regime is one important tool for countering terrorism in Canada and globally, and is part of the government's commitment to keeping Canadians safe. The listing process is ongoing and rigorous, Mr. Speaker, but it is, of course, just one of our many tools, as I've noted so far. We need to stay adaptable and change with the times. Global instability and rapid changes we're seeing demonstrate again and again how we need to work every day to retain the democratic values we cherish. Our collective efforts to counter terrorism reflect the fact that we must think and cooperate globally. For Canada, for example, one of the main terrorist threats stems from violent extremists inspired by terrorist groups. And we must continue to take seriously the threat of those espousing extremist views who may be traveling or returning to our countries. And Canada has a robust approach in place to address this issue as well. In fact, it is a criminal code offense for any Canadian citizen or permanent resident to travel abroad to support or engage in a terrorist activity or the activities of a terrorist group. Law enforcement conducts criminal investigations to the fullest extent that they're able, with a view of supporting criminal charges and prosecutions of Canadian extremist travelers and returnees. When charges cannot be laid, a number of other tools are considered, including surveillance and monitoring, terrorism peace bonds, no-fly listings, refusals, cancellations, revocation of passports, and other threat reduction measures. Canadians who involve themselves in terrorist and violent extremism can expect to be investigated, arrested, charged, and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. That is the government's prime objective and priority. And as with many other security issues, we continue our multilateral partnerships to improve coordination, information flow, and capacity building. Our principles in countering terrorism affirm Canada's democratic values. They provide a clear articulation of how Canada conducts its work. Mr. Speaker, colleagues can be assured that Canada is looking at all possible options to constrain the activities of Iran that threaten national security. From an operational perspective, the RCMP has investigated numerous areas in relation to Iran pertaining to its federal mandated activities. These include national security, transnational organized crime, money laundering, sanctions violations, threats of harm to individuals in Canada or elsewhere, or instances of transnational repression and other national security offenses. This is a time of tension and uncertainty, but Canadians can rest assured that their government is working for them on all fronts. As my colleagues will point to, we're actively getting We're actively getting funding to communities through programs like the Security Infrastructure Program, funding mechanisms like the Community Resilience Fund, and anti-hate initiatives across the government. As I'm sure they will also highlight, the Minister of Public Safety is committed to continuing to engage communities directly. He met with federal, provincial, and territorial leaders to discuss this urgent matter, Mr. Speaker. And he's met with universities to discuss needs on campuses as well. And he met recently with the Cross-Cultural Roundtable on Security, or CCRS. The CCRS is an important mechanism for the minister to hear directly from diverse community members on the topics concerning their safety. And tensions in the Middle East, along with impacts on our communities, were a key topic of discussion, Mr. Speaker. In sum, there is a remarkable amount of work being done across government to counter acts and words of hate and violence, and we need to continue to do more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this member cares about this particular issue quite a bit. We had a kind of a round table on the Hill now, it feels like many months ago, regarding specifically the issue of conscripts in the IRGC in Sepa Pasdaran. So the way it works in Iran is you enter a room where all the conscripts are, and one-third, you're basically assigned to whatever service you're going to. So I wonder if the member would support an amendment to Section 34 of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act that would exclude those who had to serve mandatory military service in such an organization, so that we can actually finally get to listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization the way this Parliament demanded the government do 6 years ago.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague from Calgary-Shepherd for the very good question on this. And I think that's a really important part of this discussion when we're talking about listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code, that we need to think of the 30,000 Canadians that were conscripted to be part of the IRGC and their families, because there's a very significant impact that the American listing is already having on them. I just recently was reading through Bill C-350 that includes that exemption, and I wonder if that would be a better place to be in the Criminal Code rather than in IRPA, and what that might mean. So I think this is certainly an issue that requires a lot more investigation. I know there is a study that's been proposed in the Foreign Affairs Committee that might be an appropriate place to have that type of a discussion. But I think it's incredibly important that we think of the impact that it'll have on Canadians as part of our overall suite of how we hold the Iranian regime accountable for its actions.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech, because it's not easy for Canada to be credible internationally in this area. And this government said Canada is back, but back where? Because we don't have a seat on the Security Council at the UN. We wanted one and it was rejected. So when we look at what's happening with the Winnipeg lab, which is a maximum security lab, there was a problem there. So when it comes to security, Mr. Speaker, today, what we're talking about in the report is recognizing a terrorist group and putting it on a list of terrorist entities. So a targeted list that would be identified by the government and its security agencies. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the fact about sanctions, because this government seems inclined, like other G7 countries, to slap sanctions on the Iranian regime. My question is, the government already has a hard time targeting and analyzing and applying sanctions against Russia. I imagine I have a hard time seeing how they're going to manage to do it with Iran. So I'd like my colleague to enlighten me on how this government intends to address the situation and act concretely and effectively.
Sky Country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think our sanctions program is an important part of our foreign policy. And I think there's a lot more we can do to strengthen that policy, because we have sanctions on the Iranian and Russian regimes. But the fact is, people who have money and properties, it's very hard to find out where those assets are. And very recently, we started a registry of, I don't know how to say this in French, a beneficial ownership registry. And I think that tools like that are very important ones when it comes to applying sanctions. We can find the assets these people have in Canada to make it effective.
Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member of Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to put on the record that the Green Party also supports the vote to do more, and I also want to associate myself with the comments of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona that this is not the right way to get about it. A concurrence debate does not give us the kind of full and detailed kind of discussion that needs to be had. So all I will say is to my honourable colleague for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, will he support, and does he believe his party will support the move within the Foreign Affairs Committee to hold hearings and to move towards the listing of IRGC as a terrorist organization?
Well, we're completely out of time. I'll allow the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for the question. I think that's the appropriate forum to investigate this issue more fulsomely and to look at all the tools that we can utilize to protect Canadians, Iranian Canadians, and to hold the regime accountable. Likewise, I think it's difficult to do that in this setting because we're talking about things that will likely require changing of legislation.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James and Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to speak on this important motion. And the motion that we're dealing with is a concurrence motion that calls for a number of things. But the one that I mainly want to talk about today is the first part of the motion, which says that calls on Canada to designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code and expel the estimated 700 Iranian agents operating in Canada. And I wish I could say that was obvious, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could say that it had been done already. Many people watching this debate tonight may not realize that Parliament actually voted to do this exact thing 6 years ago. So I wonder sometimes, what are we doing in this place? We are elected. We're spending billions of dollars renovating the center block. These places are supposed to mean something. They represent the will of the common people, Mr. Speaker. And when we vote as a parliament to do something, it should be done. And if there's a good reason for it not to be done, I'm all ears. But I keep asking myself the question, Mr. Speaker, what will it take for this Prime Minister to actually list the IRGC as a terrorist entity? In January, now they're using liberal speak. They're saying, well, we have to responsibly list. Responsibly, what is it? I've never heard those two words put together in my life, responsibly list, unless you're making a grocery list or something like that. But they want to, well, responsibly list. So what do they mean? What do they mean by that, Mr. Speaker? Well, my question, my question is, what will it take for this Prime Minister to act responsibly? You know, the IRGC has been a bad actor in the region and throughout the world for decades. It's not a secret. They don't hide it either. We know that there are 700 agents here wreaking havoc with Persian communities and Jewish communities, and who knows what else they've gotten into. But let me ask you this question, Mr. Speaker. Would it take, for instance, the IRGC shooting down an aircraft and killing Canadian citizens for this government? Would it take that? If that were to happen, Mr. Speaker, would it take that for this government to register the IRGC as a terrorist entity? Well, the answer is no, because it happened. They did it. And it pains me to have to say it again. They shot down PS 752, killing 55 Canadians and 20 permanent residents. And the calls came again
after Parliament had already voted, after the democratic will of the Canadian people had already been expressed. The call came again from this House. Please ban the IRGC, list them as a terrorist entity. But apparently it fell on deaf ears. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Speaker, would it take the IRGC murdering women, life, and freedom activists like Mahsa Amini to finally bring in a ban on the IRGC? Now, I always thought, because I heard the Prime Minister say this back in 2015, that this government had a feminist foreign policy. Well, where is that feminist foreign policy? They murdered women, life, freedom activists like Mahsa Amini, murdered them in cold blood. And the calls came out again from this democratic institution: ban the IRGC, do the right thing. Well, we have to responsibly list, whatever that means. I ask again, what will it take actually for the Prime Minister to act responsibly, Mr. Speaker? Let me ask you this question, Mr. Speaker. Would it take Iran and the IRGC orchestrating a terror attack in Israel that killed 1,200 innocent Israeli civilians and kidnapped 250 others? Our friend, democratic ally Israel, gets attacked, slaughtered in their own homes. I know this because I walked among those homes. When I was in Israel in November, I walked through the burnt up, shot up, blackened homes of Kibbutz Kfar Aza, Mr. Speaker. And I saw the devastation that Hamas, the Iranian and IRGC proxy, wrought on the innocent civilians of Israel. Would it take something like that for this government to finally decide to ban the IRGC? Well, apparently not. How about 700 IRGC agents across the country harassing Persian and Jewish communities? How about, imagine a circumstance where Iran decided to send 170 armed drones from its territory directly to Israeli. Imagine that. It seems unimaginable, Mr. Speaker. Imagine a scenario like that. Would this government then finally realize it's time to ban the IRGC? Or what if Iran sent 30 cruise missiles, Mr. Speaker? What if such an eventuality took place? Or 120 ballistic missiles? What if they did something so heinous, Mr. Speaker, to our friend and ally Israel? But they did. And you know when they did it? They did it on Saturday night. They did it on Shabbat in Israel. They did it. You know why they did it? Because they want to kill Jews. They want to do it directly. They want to do it indirectly through their proxies like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. That's their goal. And as Canada, as an ally of the only democratic state in the Middle East, has a moral obligation to stand up and do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. So I ask again, what is this responsibly list business? Well, they'll say, well, there's some low-level IRGC conscripts who are living in Canada now, and surely, we shouldn't do anything that would hurt them. Well, what about the fact that our own citizens are being hurt, our allies are being hurt? And if this is the issue, if this is actually the reason, and I have my doubts, but that's all they've really said in the last 6 years, well, we got to look out for these poor conscripts who really had nothing to do with the conflict other than the fact that they sort of spent a year in the IRGC. Well, let's find a solution to that problem. But not doing anything at this point is just, it's not an option. It's just simply not an option, Mr. Speaker. Now, I also want to talk about briefly the horrendous motion that the Liberals and the NDP in this House gave a standing ovation to themselves for a couple of weeks ago. A motion that didn't punish the IRGC. Imagine that if we had punished the IRGC. Well, that would make sense. Didn't punish Hamas. It punished Israel. A motion passed by this House that actually punished Israel and rewarded Hamas. And you know how it punished Israel? It reinstated funding to UNRWA, which is the subject of a whole other debate. But UNRWA employees were complicit and acted directly in the slaughter of Israeli citizens on that day. And we should not be funding organizations that fund terror. But you know what else it did? It banned arms sales. What foresight! How brilliant! What a brilliant move! House of Commons votes to ban arms sales to our friend and ally Israel. Ban arms sales to Israel, and now Iran shoots cruise missiles and drones and ballistic missiles at Israel, and the Prime Minister says, well, we stand with Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself, but we're not going to sell it any arms. What a hypocrite. Such hypocrisy has never before seen. A level of that hypocrisy has never before been seen in this House, and it cannot stand. Now, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have? Okay, in that time, I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of the House, the motion to concur in...
I'm already hearing a number of no's. So you got, we'll go to questions and comments. Question Kamaltar. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on the G7 leaders' statement on Iran's attack against Israel. We, the leaders of the G7, unequivocally condemn in the strongest terms Iran's direct and unprecedented attack against Israel. Iran fired hundreds of drones and missiles towards Israel. Israel, with the help of its partners, defeated the attack. We express our full solidarity and support to Israel and its people and reaffirm our commitment towards security. With its actions, Iran has further stepped towards the destabilization of the region and risk provoking an uncontrollable regional escalation. This must be avoided. We will continue to work to stabilize the situation and avoid further escalation. In this spirit, we demand that Iran and its proxies cease their attacks, and we stand ready to take further measures to now in response to the further destabilization initiatives. We will also strengthen our cooperation to end the crisis in Gaza, including by continuing to work towards an immediate and sustainable ceasefire and the release of hostages from Hamas, and deliver increased humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in need. My question is, does the member actually support what the G7 leaders have just cited?
For Charles with St. John's Assiniboia Headingley.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say one other thing that I didn't have a chance in my main speech. It was published today that the Foreign Affairs Minister was speaking with her counterpart in Israel, and you know what she said to him? She said, "Take the win." Yeah. Can you imagine if hundreds of drones... I wonder what my friend from Winnipeg North would say if this happened in Canada, if this happened around Winnipeg. You know, should we de-escalate? Should we just take the win? Because we happen to have the technology to knock them down. You know, with friends like these Liberals, Mr. Speaker, who needs enemies?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Interlake, Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and friend from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, and Headingley for that great speech and for his unwavering commitment to stand with Israel. You know, the Jewish community here in Canada has been feeling a lot of anti-Semitism coming from the members of this House, unfortunately, that we're seeing in anti-Semitic and anti-Israel motions that have been presented. And we are witnessing, you know, that manifest itself on the streets across Canada. And I just want to ask my colleague and friend if he would comment about how the arms embargo that the Liberals have now put upon selling Canadian-made weapons into the hands of Israel to defend its own citizens, to defend its own borders, is hurting not just Israel, but Canadian businesses here, in actually being able to push back on the terrorist regime in Tehran, to push back on the IRGC, and to push back on Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, who are all hell-bent on destroying Israel.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first words that come to mind when I think about what my colleague just expressed as Neville Chamberlain level appeasement. Yeah. You can't say we stand with Israel with credibility. You can't say Israel has a right to defend itself with credibility and then say, but by the way, we're not going to sell Israel weapons after it got attacked by Iran's proxy Hamas, after it got attacked directly by Iran. That decision cannot stand. It has to be reversed. It has to be reversed right now, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I certainly appreciate my honourable colleague's comments today on this concurrence motion. For the better part of the afternoon, we've been talking about what's gone on over the last 6 years, the fact that this House expressed its view in banning the IRGC as a terrorist organization 6 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and yet we've not seen any action by this government at all. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague would want to speculate or perhaps provide the real reason why they're not deeming the IRGC as a terrorist entity.
With the time that remains, the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, because they're a bunch of weak appeasers. They want to make friends with our enemies and treat our friends as enemies. And it's shameful. This is a time for moral clarity. We need to be standing with Israel 100%.
Well said. Well done.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills, in about 7 minutes? 7 minutes?
7 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to support concurrence in the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, a report that touches on the human rights abuses in the Islamic Republic of Iran. A report that also calls on, draws attention of these abuses to the government in hope that the government will act. And we're having this debate here in the House on this very issue in the aftermath of the Iranian regime's attack on the State of Israel this past weekend. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's a timely debate for us to have. I hope members of this House will support concurrence in this report. And it also allows us to draw attention to the gross human rights abuses, the violations of international law that the Iranian regime has been perpetrating in recent years. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, we need to draw attention to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is a key part of the state apparatus of the leaders in Tehran that permeates its security apparatus internally in Iran, that permeates its military, an entity that we believe should be listed as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code of Canada. Mr. Speaker, it was 6 years ago, in June of 2018, that this House adopted a motion calling on the Government of Canada to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. And it's been 6 long years since the House adopted that motion and since members of this government, the very members of the ministry of this government, including the Prime Minister, who voted for that motion. And yet, here we are 6 years later, and in the intervening years, the IRGC has continued to promulgate its ruthless and vicious campaign persecuting Iranians in Iran, people like Nasrin Sotoudeh, an esteemed human rights advocate in Iran, and its campaign of destabilizing the region by attacking liberal democracies like the State of Israel. And continued to attack Canadian interests here at home. It was in January of 2020, some 4 years ago, when the IRGC fired a missile at Ukrainian airline flight 752 that killed dozens and dozens of Canadian citizens whose families to this day continue to mourn the loss of their loved ones, people that held such promise in their future contributions to this country, people whose lives will never be known and whose lives will never be able to make a contribution to this country. And so we've had these things happen over the last 6 years, and yet the government continues to stubbornly refuse to take the leadership to list the organization as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code, despite the fact that the Prime Minister himself has called the IRGC a terrorist organization. Despite the fact that they have labeled it as such, they still refuse to take the ministerial authority that they are entrusted with under the Criminal Code to list the entity as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. And the reason why this is so very important, Mr. Speaker, is that it will allow FINTRAC, it will allow our other investigative bodies, such as the RCMP, our provincial police forces of jurisdiction. It will allow our CSIS intelligence analysts and operatives who work so hard to keep our country safe each and every day. It will allow them to give them another tool to prosecute the flows of money that are so often associated with the threats that the IRG present, both to the people of Iran, to the region, and to Canadians here at home. Iran is subject to vast sanctions regime that makes it very difficult for the Islamic Republic to get the cash it needs to operate. And so the flows of money that are so often accompany these threats that we see both here and in the region are essential in cutting off the ability of the IRGC to function. But our security forces here in Canada, our intelligence agencies here in Canada, our police forces of jurisdiction, have one hand tied behind their back because they are not allowed to go after people in Canada who are helping the IRGC with flows of money, whether it's helping them clandestinely sell oil on the black market to fund the projects that they want to fund, whether it's agents, proxy agents of the IRGC operating here on Canadian soil that are threatening Canadian citizens and doing so with resources that they have been clandestinely provided with. These are the reasons why we need to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. And so we're calling on the government to do exactly that in the context of the attack on the shooting down of Ukrainian airline flight 752, in the context of the recent attack over this past weekend by the IRGC of the State of Israel, in light of the fact of their gross human rights abuses, imprisonment of people like Nazrin Sotoudeh and so many other people in Iran. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, we have a government who says they support the motion that was adopted in this House some 6 years ago, a government that calls the IRGC a terrorist entity, and a government that still yet refuses to list the entity as a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, in response to the government's reasons for not listing the IRGC, which is that they're worried about capturing innocent individuals who are compelled to join the IRGC while they are in Iran, they forget the fact that there's prosecutorial discretion here in Canada, that prosecutors, Crown prosecutors, have the discretion about whether or not to pursue charges under a terrorist entity listing under the Criminal Code of Canada. And so their explanations for why they continue to refuse to list this entity don't make any sense, and we're calling on them to support this concurrence report and list the IRGC as a terrorist entity.
It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations on this motion, and so the debate will be pushed back to a future session.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, December 4, 2023, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the Bill C-50. The question is as follows. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mrs. Le Boutillier, moves that Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, be now read a third time and do pass. Madame Stubbs, appuyée par
Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Falk. Provencher moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Decline to give third reading to Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and most advancements in alternative energy.
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried on division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives would ask for a recorded division.
And the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moves that Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, be now read a third time and do pass. Madame Stubbs, appuyée par
Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Falk, Provencher, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined
and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, since the bill will displace workers, kill jobs, and kill the very sector that provides the most investment and most advancement in alternative energy. La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Appuie l'amendement.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Here.
Here.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Correction, Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Johari.
Mr. Chair, I vote against.
Mr. Johari, nay, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
Voting nay.
Mr. O'Regan, nay, contre.
Anybody else? Problème technique. Nobody ran in. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 114, 114. Nays contre 198, 198.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mrs. Laboutier, moved that Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in the net zero economy, be now read a third time and do pass.
Member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, and invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
I'd like to have a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Will all those in favour of the motion please rise?
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
not able to vote due to technical difficulties may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Mr. O'Regan, yay. Pour.
Anybody else? We're good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried. It being 7:13, pursuant to Standing Order 30(7), the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill S-209 under private members' business.
Of Bill S-209, Pandemic Day Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Fry.
And the floor is free, so the Honourable Member for Sherwood Fort Saskatchewan has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, it is somewhat ironic that it's a Liberal member that wants us to be remembering what happened during the pandemic. Frankly, I would expect Liberal members in particular to want us to forget what they did during the pandemic. I would have expected that Liberals would, well, I wouldn't actually have expected this, but what they should be doing is offering a groveling apology to the Canadian people for their disastrous record over the course of the pandemic, and then probably hoping that people forget afterwards. Because the reality of this government's approach to the pandemic was they showed capricious disregard for the basic civil liberties of Canadians. They showed disregard for the law. They sought to demonize people who disagreed. They saw the pandemic as an opportunity to spend outrageous sums of money, in many cases on things completely unrelated to the pandemic, and to aggressively demonize people who disagreed with them. That is this government's pandemic record, Mr. Speaker. A lack of respect for taxpayers' dollars and a lack of respect for constitutionally protected fundamental human rights. Go back to the very beginning. Then Finance Minister Bill Morneau, of course with the full encouragement and cooperation of the Prime Minister, tried to use the pandemic as an excuse to bring in legislation which would have given the government power to raise taxes without the permission of Parliament. Can you imagine what other group of Canadians, when the pandemic hit, were immediately thinking, how can I use this as an opportunity to raise taxes? But they have a one-track mind over there. Global health crisis, this is our opportunity to raise taxes, to take over more control from Canadians, to undermine fundamental rights. That is what they did during the pandemic. They wanted to be able to assume within the executive all of the powers of the Parliament. Right. That was this government's attitude to the pandemic. Unbelievable. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, while we're remembering the pandemic, I don't support this legislation. I wish Liberal members of Parliament would have more ambition with their private members' bills than just to have more and more days for this and days for that. Actually, I don't. I'm glad that they don't have more ambition, because I can only imagine what kind of terrible ideas they would come up with. But, Mr. Speaker, while we're talking about remembering what happened during the pandemic, I hope government members will take an opportunity to apologize. Apologize for how they tried to abuse the circumstances of the pandemic, to undermine the rights of Canadians, to attack taxpayers, to demonize people who disagreed with them. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic is behind us, but we should never forget what it revealed about the kind of Prime Minister and the kind of government we have.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the get-go, I may not use all my time on this bill because it was tabled a while ago. And like I like to say in speeches where I'm not the first one to take the floor. Everything has already been said, although I wouldn't repeat what my previous colleague said. Perhaps my tone will be a bit more conciliatory. We'll focus more on those who suffered during the pandemic. Bill S-209 is a bill that seeks to commemorate the pandemic and remember that people suffered throughout the time it lasted. This bill that was tabled by Senator Mégy of Quebec seeks to make the 11th of March a day of commemoration without making it a bank holiday, a way for us to remember something that surprised the entire planet last time there was such a surprising event that united everyone but apart. On this bill, what is important is to remember those who suffered, those who helped during the pandemic, remember what we have as advantages and benefits that were taken away during the pandemic, things that too often were taken for granted. It's often like ice. I grew up in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. We were there during the 98 ice storm, and someone noted that there was amazing solidarity. When we brought the lights back on, that solidarity disappeared, but perhaps we should remember those moments of solidarity and the sacrifices made by a number of people so that we may be able to remember the solidarity that prevailed. We want to remember the following: those who perished because of COVID. We all know someone here in this house who passed away because of COVID, either directly or through one of our constituents, someone who may have had a comorbidity. For example, someone who was very much appreciated by the sovereigns of Quebec. Let us also think of seniors who were the first to be confined and the last to be released from confinement, people who unfortunately often live in isolation in the best of cases, but who had to live through even worse isolation during the pandemic. Let's not forget women, those who had to work throughout the pandemic in fields that were very quickly locked down, like beauty salons and feminine services. So people who disproportionately suffered because of the pandemic. Our guardian angels as well must be remembered, those who saved us, those who helped us, those without whom the situation would have been much worse in many places like old care homes and hospitals. Let us also think of those who had to go to work, those who couldn't work from home, those who therefore had to, every single day, go to work in difficult circumstances. We needed them, and they were present. Young people, a sacrificed generation in a pivotal moment in their life. Those who had to do their graduation ceremony at home, and so it might seem childish, but it's a seminal moment in someone's life. It's really a pivotal moment towards further learning.
Also, there were those who fell victim to disinformation and tried to shed light on information and on the well-being of everyone through this relatively dark period in history. So, 11th of March would allow us to remember the sacrifices of some and the work done by others and everything we lost during this time that we took for granted, that allow us to realize how much this was of value to us. And it also reminds us of the lucky we have to have come out of the pandemic and the quality of life that we had before the pandemic and that we can also have now. So if it helps us to remember this, it will be a nice day to celebrate in spite of this. We should do it with a positive outlook, despite what I heard a little earlier during speeches. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I won't take up all my time. Other were other people spoke more eloquently than me before me, so I will end there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate with the honourable member for Nunavut.
I rise to speak in support of Bill S-209. I thank my colleague from Vancouver Centre for sponsoring this bill. Pandemic Observance Day, if passed, will honor the loved ones we lost to COVID-19. It will recognize the countless sacrifices made by frontline workers in Canada and abroad. It will provide us with a chance to reflect on the ongoing impacts that COVID-19 continues to have. On behalf of Nunavut, I will reflect on our experiences during the pandemic. I thank Dr. Michael Patterson, who was the Chief Public Health Officer for Nunavut during the COVID-19 pandemic. While I was apprehensive at first, I gained great respect for him and his role. Through his great leadership, it took much longer for COVID-19 to reach Nunavut compared to other provinces and territories. I remind this House that all of 25 of the communities that I represent in Nunavut are fly-in only. That was part of the reason it was easier to isolate, quarantine, and screen for infections. Starting on March 25, 2020, the territorial government restricted all travel in Nunavut. Only residents and essential medical workers were allowed to enter, and they were first required to quarantine for 14 days. The territory was essentially on a complete lockdown. While the cases surged in Canada and abroad, Nunavut remained without cases of COVID-19. For once, our isolated communities were protected. I thank the decisiveness of the territorial government, whose fast and aggressive actions kept Nunavut mute safe. I thank the former Premier, Joseph Iquitak, current Premier P.J. Akerok, Minister of Health John Main, and Chief Medical Officer of Health Dr. Michael Patterson for their leadership in these difficult times. For many months, Nunavut's pandemic measures were controversial. Many Nunavut struggled to be isolated in hotels, waiting to go home. Mental health supports were needed as people struggled in their journey home. The following June, many restrictions were lifted. First, it was parks and daycares that were reopened, and outdoor gatherings were allowed. By the end of the month, even bars and restaurants reopened, subject to social distancing. Nunavut would not see a positive case until 8 months after the pandemic officially began in Canada. On November 6, 2020, Nunavut's first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in Sanikiluaq. In a week, cases increased to 8 confirmed cases. A week after that, cases exploded to 84 cases. I am positive this huge spike in cases is 100% related to overcrowded housing situation that Nunavut are forced to endure. While new lockdowns and social distancing measures sought to keep COVID-19 under control, the bubble had burst. Overall, Nunavut recorded 3,531 cases of COVID-19. I am very sad to say that 10 of my constituents died by COVID-19. People I knew who were mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, parents, grandparents, and friends. With the importance of extended families in my riding, more than 10 families changed forever from the pandemic. In a territory as small and tight-knit as Nunavut, those losses are amplified. While the pandemic may be considered over, its effects persist. Many have spoken about the impacts of social isolation on mental health, increased loneliness, and 2 years without socialization remain a profound impact on Nunavut, including worsening anxiety and depression. The colonial policies continue to ignore the mental health needs of Nunavut, There are more completed suicides than any other jurisdiction, especially among youth. These make it extremely concerning. While I have complete faith in Nunavummiut to support each other, they are given hurdles that make healing beyond their reach. The Liberals must invest in Nunavut. We need better access to culturally relevant and trauma-informed mental health care. The healthcare system in Nunavut is already extremely strained. COVID-19 highlighted many of the issues that my constituents must live with every day. Just last year, health services had to be reduced in 6 communities because of the lack of staff. More than 24 key positions were unstaffed. Some are still operating on an emergency-only basis, meaning people cannot access primary health care. The life expectancy in Nunavut is 71 years old, while in Canada it is 82 years. Even when a doctor or nurse is available for most basic and specialized services, people must fly thousands of kilometers south to hospitals in Iqaluit, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Yellowknife, or Edmonton. The federal government must do more to support, train, recruit, and retain qualified healthcare workers in Nunavut. More must be invested in health infrastructure so that families are not separated just to get the care they need. COVID-19 is not the only respiratory disease that Nunavut endures. The Nunavut Department of Health announced tuberculosis outbreaks in Pond Inlet last March, in Nauyot last May, and more than 2 years ago in Pangnirtuq. Tuberculosis has been practically eradicated in the rest of Canada, but it persists in my communities. According to a 2018 report by the Public Health Agency of Canada, the average annual rate of TB among Inuit is 219 times higher than in Canadian-born non-Indigenous people. This number is Canada's shame. It is evidence that the government does not meet its obligations to Inuit. Hopes were high in 2018 when the Liberals announced a plan to end tuberculosis in Inuit communities by 2030. 6 years have passed and infection rates remain high as federal funding continues not to be enough. 5 people in Inuit communities have died by TB since 2021. I should not have to call on the federal government to recommit funding to address tuberculosis and save lives in Nunavut. Yet here I am, practically begging this government to please invest in Nunavut. This includes investing in housing so that respiratory diseases are prevented from spreading based on overcrowding. To conclude, the NDP supports the intent of Bill S-209. COVID-19 had immeasurable impacts on Canada and abroad. My thoughts are especially with the 10 Nunavummiut who had died from COVID-19 and their families. We must do better. We must be better prepared if there is ever another pandemic. I hope that the Liberals will address the persistent health issues that I outlined. I hope that the budget tomorrow will include major investments in Nunavut.
Resuming debate, continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's actually a pleasure to be able to rise and just add a few thoughts in regards to the Pandemic Observance Day that's being proposed. First, to acknowledge both my colleague and the Senate of Canada in coming up with the initiative and the idea of designating March 11 as a Pandemic Observance Day. And, you know, I like to look at it as something in which we have so many days that are recognized for all sorts of different reasons, whether it's days, weeks, months. And when I think of March 11 being Pandemic Observance Day, I see that as a positive thing, Mr. Speaker. We all went through a great deal during a very difficult time. We're talking about a worldwide pandemic in which so many people had died, as the pandemic did not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. But I think there's a lot to be learned through the last pandemic, and the seeing that designation here in Canada allows for individuals, whatever their backgrounds, whatever their career choices have been, and their understanding of the issue, the opportunity to have that day as a day in which they can highlight their concerns and issues that maybe they had encountered during the pandemic. To briefly provide comment in regards to what it is that actually had taken place. We all know about the worldwide pandemic, and whether it was individuals, nonprofits, governments, very much here in Canada, a Team Canada approach taking on the pandemic. Very proud of many of the things that we were able to do here in Ottawa to support and have the backs of Canadians. It's something that no doubt we'll continue to talk about into the future. You know, the government's role, how the national government worked with the provincial entities, how the Prime Minister, for example, virtually on a daily basis, provided that briefing for Canadians, the financial supports that were put into place, whether it was for small businesses through wage subsidy programs, loans, the CERB program that literally helped millions of Canadians by having a disposable income. There's a great deal of cooperation that had taken place with different levels of government, different political entities, Mr. Speaker. You had Liberals, Progressive Conservatives, New Democrats, governments at both levels working together, recognizing the need. We often hear about mandates. Some of those mandates were at the federal level. Other of those mandates were at the provincial level. Everything from curfews to the wearing of masks to restrictions of businesses and so forth. The creation of programs that were put into place to have the backs of Canadians in all regions of the country. That is one aspect I would suggest to you that can be reflected on a March 11 or on a future March 11. Then there's the whole idea of the heroes, the individuals that really stepped up to the plate, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thinking of first responders, our healthcare workers. I think in terms of other individuals, you know, we often think about our healthcare workers and recognizing the amazing work that they did, but also I think in terms of the public transit driver, the taxi driver, you know, people that are going into those vehicles and those vehicles continued on, Mr. Speaker, providing a public service, to long-haul truck drivers that continued to provide the essentials, groceries to our stores, other types of consumer products, whether it was toilet paper. That was a challenge, as you'll recall, at the very beginning of the pandemic in terms of supplies. You know, there are so many individuals, nonprofits, government actions that really made a huge difference for Canadians as a whole. We had our military step up. We had organizations like Red Cross that stepped up. And when I mention those two, I think about our seniors in care facilities, where there was a huge concern that was there in regards to the outbreak and the number of deaths and so forth. It was an all-encompassing, holistic approach that had different sectors of society. We had private companies that managed to keep people employed, even when it was challenging in terms of the type of work that they actually might be able to do, because they didn't want to have to let go or fire, recognizing the impact that would have on the economy. We had some businesses retool, starting production of some of the needs that we required during the pandemic. It was, as I say, totally, when you look back with hindsight today, there was a great deal of effort by so many people in every capacity of society that it enabled us ultimately to be able to get out of the pandemic, and in a relatively positive fashion, especially in comparison to other countries around the world, whether it's countries like the United States or many of the European countries, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that Canada did reasonably well in comparison, and that's in most part because of how people ultimately recognized what we needed to do, came to the table in many, many different forms, many different tables, and ultimately made a difference. And as a direct result, lives were saved. Not as many hospital expenses would have been incurred, Mr. Speaker. The family unit, in good part, was protected as much as possible, and we were able to get some sort of normalcy back in a quicker fashion. Depending on the area of the nation, some provinces had, more of a quarantine type of issues than other jurisdictions. But at the end of the day, I think recognizing March 11 as the Pandemic Observance Day is a positive thing in which many different people of many different ways can actually reflect on the pandemic. And when I think of all the different types of days or weeks or months in which we as a House of Commons will take a position saying that we support this day, we support this special week or this type of month, which is done quite a bit, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you recognizing a day to observe the pandemic would be something that would be of great value to Canadians. I think in terms of the school system, the different professional organizations, to the working environments, to governments as a whole, in having that day, it provides an opportunity to talk about it in hopes of ultimately moving forward. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, it keeps Canadians as a whole better informed going into the future on some of the very basic issues of medical attention, making sure things such as vaccinations are done where it's necessary. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I just had someone recently, a constituent, talk about shingles and the vaccines for shingles. The vaccinations, the level of heightened awareness on a series of different medical issues are there as a direct result. I think there's a lot to be learned, and I would encourage all members to get behind and support in favor of Bill S-209. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, le débat continue avec l'honorable député de Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to be able to rise in this place and to talk about issues that are so important to my constituents and all Canadians, and particularly on Bill S-209. I find it interesting that we are debating the creation of a day, which is approximately 4 years ago, when COVID-19 became a big thing. And that 4 years ago, I remember it well. I was in this place as a newly elected member of Parliament, and it was a chaotic time. Many people didn't know what was going on. We had differing intelligence. We had news. In fact, it wasn't even called COVID at that time. And then it was declared a pandemic, and then this place and basically the country was shut down. But then now, Mr. Speaker, 4 years later, we have an attempt to memorialize this in the context of a day of recognition. But Mr. Speaker, what I think is interesting and I would suggest very troubling, is that we have a effort by a member of the Liberal Party to bring forward this Pandemic Day Act, sponsored on our side in the House of Commons, put forward by a senator. But what I think needs to be said very, very clearly is how impactful COVID was, and not just the virus that had unquestionably a significant impact on so many lives. But Mr. Speaker, as I've reflected back, and because the debate of this bill was bumped back a couple of weeks, I've had additional time to consider it. What I find very troubling is, as I look back, how the mismanagement, the efforts of the Liberals the Liberals in particular, to squash and disregard the rights and freedoms of Canadians, the division that took place. I think of the 2021 election. In fact, I was reflecting on this the other day, how unbelievably divisive that election was, when literally in this place, 2 months before the Prime Minister went to Rideau Hall to call an election, he promised that he wouldn't, and used vaccinations, something again he promised that he would never force Canadians to get vaccinated, and then he used that as a political weapon to divide Canadians against each other, splitting families apart, churches, organizations, communities, and for what? The purposes and pursuit of power. Mr. Speaker, I reflect back upon the early days of the pandemic, when it was the actions of this place were shut down, and there was I would suggest cross-partisan collaboration, a willingness to say, okay, we don't know what's going on. We certainly can't trust what's coming out of China. There was questions about what the WHO was saying, and we had to figure things out. But what did the Liberals do? Instead of being willing to work together, they would claim on television that a Team Canada approach is needed, which is simply code for they failed, which we've learned time and time again since that point. But, Mr. Speaker, what we saw is that it wasn't a willingness to collaborate. They wanted unlimited taxation and spending authority for a year and a half, something that would have defied 800 years of Westminster democratic tradition. Like, you look time and time again throughout the tumult of COVID-19 and the pandemic. There was certainly significant challenges, and we saw our healthcare system put under tremendous strain, which, Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate that we didn't, and that the result of that wasn't a realistic conversation about the fact that we had a virus that brought our healthcare system to its knees, even though we invest hundreds of billions of dollars a year into that healthcare system. We have not had those realistic conversations in the follow-up to that. We see so often, and I was speaking to someone earlier today who talked about the trauma that they and members of their family, talking about how a member of their family committed suicide because of the isolation that they faced during COVID. We see tragic stories like that. And then now we still have the concerns, whether that's some concerns around vaccine injuries, which the Liberals seem quick to suggest is simply conspiratorial. And then you have concerns related to long COVID, where there are individuals that still cannot get access to the care that they need to deal with some consequences of a virus that we still don't necessarily have a good understanding of. And I would just note a practical impact of the mismanagement is that there used to be a pretty significant consensus. And I've been very vocal in my support for the use of vaccines. And this dates to long before COVID. But, Mr. Speaker, because of the Liberals' intentional dividing of Canadians, we see that there is greater vaccine hesitancy today than there was only a few years ago. And then, of course, we saw, and I happen to be on the Ethics Committee, of which I have the opportunity to serve in this Parliament as well, but we saw that when there was dollars expended, when Liberals spend money, along with that money comes scandal. Whether it was We Charity, ventilators, Arrive scam, on and on and on the scandal train goes. We see how it was things that would have been unthinkable only a few years ago have been normalized because of the willingness of the government to take advantage. And they even used language like this. They used it in terms of trying to reshape the economy to some utopian vision that certainly is not leaving Canadians better off. So it's the furthest thing from a utopia, but that's the language to which they use. So Mr. Speaker, in the few minutes that I have left, I would simply suggest this. There are still many Canadians that want answers about the spending, want answers about the actions, want answers about why things were allowed to devolve, and how so often still today we hear it, how COVID is still used as simply as an excuse, whether that be for the debt and deficits. Yet we learned of the COVID spending, there was 35% of money that was expended during COVID was not even related to the pandemic. And we see just a mismanagement, and I would share this with you, Mr. Speaker. And it's when it comes to the national response, especially in the early days of the pandemic, the economic inefficiencies to which the government managed programs is astounding. They were unwilling to work with industry, but instead they would both encourage sectors of the economy to lay people off, to which they would subsidize them being laid off, and then they would subsidize those businesses to continue to keep their doors open. Talk about inefficiencies, and no wonder we have such a productivity gap that is existing today. So, Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, I believe it was March 11th, and I remember that briefing that took place, and the irony, it was interesting because you had a couple hundred people packed into a committee room that had been set up in a theater style in the Wellington building, where you had health officials that basically said, we don't know what's going on. But you see how in times of crisis, the virtue of leadership shows up. And in that regard, Canada was left lacking. We saw, instead of bringing a country together, we saw a Prime Minister that attempted to enrich himself and his friends. We saw a government that, instead of trying to collaborate, tried to consolidate and bring forward more authority upon themselves. So do we need a day to acknowledge the trauma that so many are faced? And I still hear from people that that have had broken relationships, broken family members, loss of loved ones, on all sides of each debate, whether it's for vaccines, against vaccines, for lockdowns, against lockdowns, whether it be for support for action on COVID, taking it seriously, and those who don't. The trauma that was unleashed upon our country because we had a government that was more worried about self-preservation than working in the best interests of Canadians, I think is a legacy that certainly bears reflection, but I certainly don't think the way to do that is in a day of recognition, because on the division, I think Canadians would far rather see accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Fry, seconded by Mr. Era, move that Bill S-209, an act respecting Pandemic Observance Day, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote.
Hear, hear. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following, that this House do now adjourn.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's a pleasure to rise today, and I want to start my time by wishing a very happy birthday to Wayne McHale. My Uncle Wayne is 73 years old today, and Wayne is lucky to have my Aunt Michelle as his wife. He is the proud father of Eric and Daniel, equally proud of their wives, his daughters-in-law, Sandra and Maureen, and proud of his grandchildren, Liam, Rory, Molly, Owen, and Cameron. I think he was watching one of them play soccer tonight. Wayne, of course, is the brother to my mom, Ann. He is a tremendously nice guy. He's an avid golfer, and I'm so proud to know him and just want to wish you a very happy birthday, Uncle Wayne. On to the business that we find ourselves here to discuss, Speaker, and that, of course, is waste, scandal, and mismanagement, because that's what we see from these Liberals with everything that they touch. It's like the reverse Midas touch. Now, I think you would be surprised that it's been so long since I mentioned their billion-dollar green slush fund. And the reason? Because every day there are new details about Liberal scandals, like their $60 million Arrive scam. This Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government are always enriching their friends at the expense of Canadians. And tomorrow they're going to roll out their budget that is going to see Canadians continue to struggle after 8 years of this government. The billion-dollar green slush fund has appointees of this Prime Minister and people with their hand on the tiller under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, having admitted to, well, enriching themselves while Canadians struggle. It's the same story at the $60 million Arrive scam, with a dozen investigations, not the least of which is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. But when we talk about accountability, Speaker, let's look at what this government's commitment is to accountability. In November of 2022, if you can, we'll look back there, we put forward a motion. The Leader of the Opposition put forward a motion to have the Auditor General investigate the Arrive scam. And this government says that they're transparent and they want accountability. Well, how did the Prime Minister vote? The Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, who's going to give us the budget tomorrow, the Cabinet, how did they vote? These members, how did they vote? Well, they voted against having the Auditor General investigate this latest scandal. But it's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there is a new scandal. And on that, the Prime Minister and I agree. And we are so disappointed because while Canadians line up at food banks in record numbers, they see inaction and a government that is worsening the crisis that Canadians are facing. They're going to be able to count on common sense Conservatives to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. When will this government do the right thing and do the same?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Innovation, des Sciences et de l'Industrie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to the comments made by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've taken the responsible and prudent actions necessary to investigate the claims that have been presented to us. These processes are well underway. The party opposite needs to understand that proper due diligence takes time and that the appropriate measures are in place to allow these processes to play out. ISED has temporarily frozen SDTC's funding and appointed a legal agent to review the organization's HR practices. The minister has also accepted the resignation of the board chair. On the matter of a potential conflict of interest situation, with the appointment of the former chair of STTC's board of directors, the department was made aware of the situation prior to her appointment in 2019. Prior to the finalization of her appointment, Ms. Vishuran completed a conflict of interest review with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. A further review of conflict of interest practices is being conducted by the Auditor General. Innovation, science, and economic development is now in the process of finalizing the assessment of SDTC's response to the Management Response and Action Plan issued by the Department to address the recommendations in the Raymond Shabbat Grant Thornton report. This includes ensuring that there are appropriate oversight measures in place to provide for ongoing compliance monitoring. Funding will not be restored until the Minister is fully satisfied that SDTC has fully implemented the necessary corrective measures. Facts matter, Mr. Speaker. Our actions will continue to be informed by the proper due diligence. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada is prepared to take additional measures in response to any findings or recommendations that may result from the legal review of SDTC's human resource practices, an audit by the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner's investigation. SDTC is an organization that wants to get back to supporting Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector, and this government is committed to supporting Canada's innovative clean tech industries. This is a sector that is crucial to ensuring Canada and the world meet our 2030 and 2050 climate commitments, and I'm confident that we are on the right path with the implementation of the corrective measures, the review of SDTC's human resource management, the AG's audit, and the Ethics Commissioner's investigation. I think the party opposite should allow the due process to take its course as we remain prepared to take the necessary actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Every time, it's the same thing. Just trust us. We have processes in place. This is what they tell us. And they didn't want us to look deeper at the $1 billion green slush fund. And when we did, after they tried to block committee investigations, what did we find? Conflicts of interest. And what happened? I wrote letters to the Ethics Commissioner, and he launched investigations into their appointees. It's the same thing with the $60 million Arrive scam. Everything's fine, nothing to see here. 12 investigations later, they're still telling us to trust them. Here's the thing, we don't. We don't trust them to keep taxes low, or to build houses, or to balance the budget, to bring down inflation, or to return safety and sanity to our streets. Speaker, Canadians have had enough, and they want real action. They want a government that's accountable, and that's why Conservatives are going to bring it home.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we not lose sight of the importance of pursuing our actions with diligence and focusing on what matters. I would like to urge patience as we allow the actions that we have put in place to play out. The only way to get to the bottom of the issue and to have the confidence to restore funding to SDTC is to follow proper due diligence and fact-finding. We set conditions before new spending can happen, and the organization is working to meet those conditions. There is much at stake here, not the least of which is supporting our innovative industries in the clean tech sector all across Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, we are about to see historic consequences for historic Liberal corruption. We're here in the House of Commons chamber this week on Wednesday. Christian Firth, one of the two people who work at GC Strategies, one of the favorite contractors of this NDP Liberal government, will be hauled before the bar of the House of Commons. They'll be brought into this House of Commons chamber where normally just members of Parliament meet and debate. And after being admonished by the Speaker for failing to answer questions properly at committee, that favoured contractor of this NDP Liberal government will be forced to answer questions in multiple rounds from members of all parties for over 100 minutes. This is the history that's going to unfold in this chamber this week, a historic response to historic NDP Liberal corruption. GC Strategies got the contract for the Arrive Scam app. And it's not clear why. This is a two-person company. They did no work on the app. They got almost $20 million simply for receiving the contract and subcontracting. Essentially, their business model is to go on LinkedIn, they find other people who can do the work, and they receive the contract, subcontract to other people who can do the work. But they collected almost $20 million in the process, according to the Auditor General. Now, GC Strategies dispute that number. They say it wasn't 20 million, it was more like 11 million. Only 11 million that they collected. Well, if you do the math according to their own GC Strategies figures, Christian Firth collected over $2,500 per hour. $2,500 per hour working for this government. How can anybody else who's good with LinkedIn get a piece of that deal as well? Mr. Speaker, we're going to find that out when in this historic moment this week, a representative of GC Strategies, Christian Firth, is called before the bar. What we know, Mr. Speaker, and what we will probe further with questions when we have this historic exchange this week. What we know already is that GC Strategies was a favorite contractor of this NDP Liberal government. This company, founded in 2015, benefited from processes that were clearly designed to benefit them. In fact, we know from the Auditor General's report that at one point senior officials sat down and met with representatives from GC Strategies to figure out the specifications of the contract, which GC Strategies would then bid on and get. So it was a made-for insiders process, designed specifically to benefit this two-person company. This two-person company that did no IT work, that got the deal, and that subcontracted. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is historic corruption under this NDP Liberal government. We have processes that are designed to benefit well-connected insiders at enormous expense to taxpayers. Arrive scam, GC Strategies, $60 million spent developing an app. This is just the tip of the iceberg, because we know now that there are 635 different firms, not one, but 635 different firms that are doing so-called staff augmentation in the IT space for this government. Over 600 firms whose business it is to receive contracts and then to subcontract the actual work. So, Mr. Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary, is the government prepared to acknowledge and apologize for this system of costly criminal corruption that they've been presiding over for the last 8 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for the question and reassure him that we're taking allegations seriously. As the Honourable Member is aware, the CBSA initiated an internal investigation as soon as there were allegations of inappropriate contracting practices. The matter was also referred to the RCMP for investigation. Contracts with 3 companies involved, including GC Strategies, have also been suspended through a stop work order from Public Services and Procurement Canada. We expect procurement practices to be followed properly, and anyone who does not follow contracting rules will face appropriate consequences. This has been and always will be the case. The Procurement Ombud and the Auditor General's reports have identified unacceptable gaps in management processes, roles, and controls. Some recommendations have already been implemented, and the CBSA is taking further action to ensure practices are aligned with policies and meet the expectations that Canadians have. Need I remind the Honourable Member of the context in which the app was developed? The CBSA needed to develop and launch this app as quickly as possible at the request of the Public Health Agency of Canada after a global pandemic was declared in March of 2020. The CBSA was working as quickly as possible to replace a paper process that was not meeting public health needs and was also impacting the border with significant wait times that disrupted the essential flow of people and goods. I wish to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Auditor General did recognize in her report that the government improved the speed and quality of information collected at the border by using the ArriveCan app rather than a paper-based format. The ArriveCan app was an essential tool at the time to collect mandatory health information while facilitating travel and trade. The government is taking steps to ensure all departments are better positioned to undertake projects of this nature in the future. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up my remarks, I want to emphasize that this should not detract from the commendable efforts of frontline border officers and all CBSA personnel who diligently serve and protect Canadian citizens on a daily basis and in support of our country's economy. This government remains committed to act on the findings of all audits, reviews, and investigations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the question was not about the frontline workers. It was about the costly criminal corruption that has become commonplace under this NDP Liberal government. Christian Firth, who will be hauled before the bar of this chamber and forced to answer questions on Wednesday, admitted previously before committee that it was systematically part of his process to doctor the resumes of those doing the work before submitting them to the government. The government's favored contractor, the person who they rigged the process to benefit, admitted to systematically altering resumes. Now, this isn't about all the other points of misdirection that the parliamentary secretary is trying to serve up in the House. This is about the question of corruption in procurement. Then why this government was intentionally designing processes to direct contracts to their friends who engage in such corrupt practices. Why did the parliamentary secretary and his government constantly favor GC strategies?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to transparency and accountability. We acknowledge the Procurement Ombudsman and the Auditor General's reports have identified gaps in management processes, roles, and controls at the CBSA. Some recommendations in the report have already been implemented, and the CBSA will take further action to ensure management practices are aligned with policies and processes to maintain the confidence of Canadians. We welcome the ongoing investigations and look forward to the findings. In addition, Public Services and Procurement Canada will continue to strengthen all aspects of the federal procurement system, and will use the findings from these reports to improve the way the government does business with its suppliers. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honourable member and all Canadians that this government takes any allegation of misconduct very seriously, and we will keep prioritizing efficiency, accountability, and transparency in the management of public resources. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 21st, I questioned this government about the punitive carbon tax burden on Alberta families. According to the independent parliamentary budget officer, the average family in Alberta will be hit with $2,943 in carbon taxes this year. In a completely out-of-touch response, the member from Edmonton Centre claimed this wasn't a problem because these families will receive $2,160 in rebates with the rural top-up. Because I know these Liberals struggle with it, let's do the math together. $2,943 minus $2,160 leaves families $783 out of pocket. That's nearly $800 that hard-working Albertans will pay directly from their pockets thanks to this government's policy. The situation is even worse for those not qualifying for the rural top-up, as they face a staggering $1,043 in carbon taxes not covered by any rebate. The evidence is clear. The average family in Alberta pays more than they get back, and it's not debatable. The PBO has also dismantled the Liberals' claim that 8 out of 10 Canadians come out ahead with these rebates. In truth, the PBO states that 60% are actually worse off under this tax scheme. Furthermore, constituents are sending me their heating bills, outraged to find that the carbon tax often exceeds the cost of the gas itself. I'd be happy to send these bills to the minister so he can explain them to why everything costs more. This isn't just an abstract statistic. It's a harsh reality eating into household budgets. These are budgets already suffering because of the inflation caused by this Liberal government. Additionally, the impact on our communities is devastating. Data from food banks across Yellowhead, like in Edson, show usage has increased by nearly 300%. This tax isn't just a line item on a bill. It's a factor driving more of our neighbors towards food insecurity. And let's talk about the supposed environmental benefits. This tax has done nothing to reduce emissions or address climate change. The government boasts about reduced emissions since the tax was implemented in 2019, conveniently leaving out that a global pandemic significantly cut emissions by reducing travel and economic activity. With the end of the pandemic, emissions in Canada have surged once again. What a surprise. And let's not forget, Canada makes up less than 2% of global emissions, meaning if we went net zero tomorrow, countries like China, which doesn't have a carbon tax, would offset our efforts within a year. The carbon tax forces Canadians to pay up without offering any real alternatives. As the minister from Edmonton should know, Albertans need natural gas to heat their homes, and gas-powered cars do not get to work, especially when EV failed our cold climate. But Conservatives have a common sense plan. We will incentivize innovation across industries to develop green technologies that not only lower emissions in Canada, but can be marketed globally to tackle worldwide emission challenges. We will axe the carbon tax and bring home affordability for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind my colleague that the numbers are very clear. Carbon pricing isn't what is causing increases in grocery prices. Economists estimate that as of December, the carbon price contributed less than half a percentage point to grocery price increases. However, I think we can all agree that many Canadians are suffering from the cost of living crisis. That's why we're addressing it with our affordability plan and many of the new actions you'll hear more in tomorrow's budget. But it is categorically false to claim that carbon pricing is causing major increases to grocery prices. Let me remind my colleague of a few other facts. Households in Alberta got their Canada carbon rebate today. A family of 4 receives $450 today and $1,800 over the course of this year, with rural households getting a 20% top-up if the Conservatives support that, which it seems they won't. 8 out of 10 households get more money back than what they pay on average, which is exactly what it says in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. And lower-income households benefit even more. And I'm not sure where the 3,000 number comes from that my colleague is citing, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer's March 2023 report indicates that for 2024 to 2025, the net average cost per household after the Canada Carbon rebate is actually $558 in savings, not costs. My colleagues in the House should know that when a policy does not generate any revenue for the government and the money is given back to Canadians, we're talking about a regulatory charge that is essential to reduce pollution and not a tax. Mr. Speaker, making it free to pollute will not save Canadians money. It will cost them more in the long run while endangering Canadians and jeopardizing the natural environment we all depend on. We know that there are better ways to make life more affordable for Canadians without destroying the environment and incurring more devastating costs further down the road. Putting a price on carbon pollution reduces emissions, yes, but it also encourages innovation, and this is what we need to make significant strides in fighting climate change. It encourages reductions across the economy while giving households and businesses the flexibility to decide when and how to make those changes. It creates incentives for Canadian businesses to develop and adopt new low-carbon products, processes, and services. And when it is done right, as we are doing here in Canada, it is both effective and affordable for consumers. That's because the bulk of the proceeds from the price on carbon pollution goes straight back into the pockets of Canadians in provinces where the fuel charge applies. Our actions today are for your tomorrow. The Government of Canada plans are making a difference. We have successfully bent the curve on emissions, and we fully are committed to reaching our 2030 emissions reduction goals for a secure and prosperous future for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I'll talk slowly so the member might understand. According to the independent parliamentary budget officer, the average family will be hit with $2,943 in carbon taxes this year. It's coming from the parliamentary budget officer, just like their 8 out of 10 statistics come from. Yes, the parliamentary budget officer did state that, but it only refers to just the fuel charges. Once you include everything else that the carbon tax is charged on, such as groceries, then over 60% of Canadians are worse off than that. If you would only read the entire report, not just the sections the Liberals want to promote, then we would actually get the truth out of them for a change.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, respectfully, the member opposite obviously hasn't read the PBO's report because it doesn't say what he's claiming it says. And putting a price on carbon pollution has been a pillar of our climate policy since 2019. And experts around the world, including over 300 economists in an open letter, say it is the cheapest and most effective tool to fight climate change. We know now that based on the Canadian Climate Institute's recent report that it will account for 1/3 of Canada's greenhouse gas emission reduction. So that's pretty significant. But make no mistake, failing to address climate change will make things even more expensive for Canadians. The cost of inaction is stark. If we ignore climate change by 2025, we could see a $25 billion annual slowdown in our economic growth. And the Canadian Climate Institute estimates that that'll be 50% of GDP growth. So are the Conservatives really saying they want to jeopardize the future prosperity of Canada for ideological reasons?
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.